though, to get the games underway.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, everyone. I am Rivington Bislin III, and sharing the caster desk with me after losing a bet, it's going to be Joshua Jet-Leesman.
Not again, man. It just keeps happening.
Yep, we got 3 games to go, so hang in tight.
Oh, well.
The teams are about set on stage. Our first match today is going to be Team Impulse versus Team Gravity. And this is a rematch of our spring quarterfinals, which went Team Impulse's way 3-1, if you watched that. But that was spring, and right now Gravity look like the favorites.
Yeah, and TIP continue to be a very inconsistent team. We do keep waiting to see if they can recapture the strong team cohesion they had late in the spring split regular season. But once again last week, they were playing a little bit disjointed.
Yeah.
However, one takeaway from their win over NME was to kind of just let Xiao do what he wants. He picked Yasuo. Even though he wasn't crushing in KDA, he had that huge impact on the game, applied a lot of map pressure with the split pushing, and ultimately led to a victory.
Just got to become Xiao again. Hasn't had a chance to do it. And Gravity are coming off a solid game as well, in which they came within spitting distance of taking down Team Solo Mid. But they were once again tripped up by a couple bad calls in the late game.
Such a close game that was. And Gravity, it's one of the stronger looking teams in North America, but there's still those slight holes in shot calling, especially in late game high pressure situations. I mean, just looking at their losses. Week 1 against NME, they had a bad Baron call that led to defeat. Last week against TSM, there was that 2-for-1 inhibitor trade they accidentally took, and then a lot of misplays after that when trying to make up for it. Had those 2 games gone differently, Gravity could very easily be 7-1 right now. So they've been performing quite well outside of those slip-ups.
Unfortunately for them, and fortunately for CLG fans, it's only CLG that sits atop at 7-1 right now. But Gravity, TIP both have a chance to say in that now. Altec as well talked about what Gravity is doing to improve their shot calling, and says the first step is being more proactive.
We are now halfway through the split, and I think as a team we really grew because me and Move were new additions to the team, so we're kind of getting like set up and everything with the team. I think communication is really good on LAN. I think a lot of it we just have to be more decisive and like be the ones being aggressive and not the ones sitting back and losing slowly.
Yeah, very true. Always got to be the ones making the first decision, which can sometimes be rather difficult against Team Impulse, but we'll have to see. It's a good first matchup.
Been hearing lately that hesitation is becoming an evil for a lot of teams.
I think it's always been an evil.
See if they can shake it off.
Hesitation's never a good idea.
Nope, never ever. We'll see if there's any hesitating coming into this one. Right now, we're going to check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Team Impulse. That's Impact in the top lane, Rush in the jungle, Xiao in the mid, Apollo at AD carry, Adrian at support, and Coach Fly.
That's it for Impulse. On the red side, of course, it's Gravity. Haunter in the top lane, Move in the jungle. Keen, what's he going to play today in mid lane? Altec, who we just heard from on AD carry, and of course, Bunny Fufu trying to shot call on support.
That's right. Cop, the coach, as he takes a step back. And as Altec, I was going to call him Haunter, Altec was saying, that team, they should be pretty proud of what happened. Seeing the changes through other teams, there's been a lot of struggles. There wasn't much turmoil with the changes of Move and Altec coming into that team. They've only lost to CLG, TSM, and as we mentioned, the mistake versus NME in the first week. Those are the high teams to beat right now.
It's quite remarkable when you consider that Gravity lost the veteran leadership of St. Vicious and replaced it with a non-native English speaker, yet are still having a better start to this split than they did the last one. It just kind of goes to show the growth of the other members on that team.
Yeah,
Cops, growth as a coach, Move's ability to adapt to a new environment, and obviously Altec, who has been contributing in a big way across various different dimensions within the team.
It really works on paper as well. Keen, an unknown factor. Bunny Fufu getting much better at shot calling. Everybody kind of has their own role that they're really getting a chance to kind of perfect. It's working out for them, especially the calls from Bunny Fufu. Really bringing Gravity to some victories. Impulse, however, to shake off what's been plaguing them. Hopefully they get the picks and bans they want here.
Yeah.
Focusing the jungle and bottom lane of Gravity.
No Sivir ban right now.
Right.
So
the facilitator for an Impulse composition.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. Impulse played Sivir in the first 5 games of the split, have not been able to get it in their last 3 games, have gone 1 and 2 in those games. It works very well for Apollo and Adrian's style of just trying to be a more supportive bottom lane and then just create opportunities for the aggressive solo laners. The fact that they banned Kalista as well made it very telegraphed. I think they were either going for first pick Gragas or first pick Sivir. And I guess since we haven't really seen Move play much Gragas, they weren't comfortable trading for that anyway. Really just don't like the last ban of Gragas, but maybe that just speaks to Move's somewhat unconventional champ pool, although he does have a Gragas victory this split, so Cop, I don't know what you're doing with that last ban, but we'll see how it turns out.
They feel like the disruption and the chaos that Impulse creates in fights sometimes favors them quite a bit, and they know how to control those back and forth ones, especially if you have a Sivir speeding everybody up to grab somebody that gets bumped out by a Gragas ultimate.
Yeah. Benefits here is the Gravity does get pick the litter for Hecarim and Thresh if they want to, since Alistar is off the table.
Nice.
Of course, Bunny Fufu's Thresh, rather effective most of the games that he has it. It's also very important to deny the Hecarim pick from the Sivir team.
Yep.
Which they've been able to do there.
And 2 ways to make plays as well coming in for Gravity there. Haunter can get nice and big on that Hecarim. Keen still unknown. Do you even focus him with picks and bans? No, Impulse doesn't, because there is no point to do that.
I don't think you can focus Keen in picks and bans, especially when Gravity has the final pick. This is...
That's even more true.
Yeah, and something that Team Impulse did last week, which I really liked, when they did pick Yasuo for Xiao, the rest of the team composition worked around it very well. Nautilus support for extra displacements. They had Gragas jungle. They had AP damage in the top lane and Rumble. Everything kind of worked in the sense that a mid lane Yasuo would fit. And now with Nautilus and Maokai, again, a mid lane Yasuo actually fits as long as they get a bit of magic damage out of Rush's jungler.
Yep.
Maybe he plays Evelynn.
What kind of targets he can slice down here that Gravity comes to play. Evelynn, yeah, we actually haven't seen too much of that over in our region. Other ones, quite a bit.
Yeah.
A bit. Banned frequently, picked frequently in the LCK.
I'd almost expect Evelynn Yasuo for the last 2 picks for Impulse, but Rush's Lee Sin is also up with the jungle ban. So it's a very real possibility with an AP mid laner as well. But we're going to have to wait for what Gravity picks.
Well, Impulse already has that first prereq of their win condition.
Can't pick even more.
As we said, the Sivir.
Not if Move takes it.
Nope. Move is going to take that. Evelynn, something he's been very effective at is getting in the jungler's face in the early game. So now he has the chance to do that even more.
Yeah, multiple jungle bans as well. Move us down to the next layer of junglers.
Yep.
Move, interestingly enough, has yet to play Evelynn. He played Xin Zhao against TSM. He also had some good Jarvan jungle games. So a little bit surprising that he goes for the Eve. Maybe a slight denial pick there. But we're going to have to wait and see how their team comp comes together, especially on Impulse's side. Because Yasuo Lee Sin kind of works, it just tunnels them into a lot of physical damage.
Kassadin works if Xiao can get going. We've seen that fall back a few times, and the Nocturne gets locked in from Rush.
All right, Rush. I knew I liked this guy. I want to see what he ends up doing on this Nocturne. Whether he does...
We're on 5-11.
Yeah, Warrior, Devourer, or Cinder Hulk. Most likely Cinder Hulk, because that's what we'd see in competitive for the resilience, and he's going to be diving in with the Kassadin. It's specifically good against the Jinx, who is immobile, so if they put enough people on top of the Jinx, it won't matter how good Altec's mechanics are or anything.
You can Sivir ult as well with the rest of the team able to follow that Nocturne ultimate.
It'll take a while for Xiao to turn on. It'll also take a while for the Nocturne to hit level 6 to have good ganks. So whatever Keen decides to pick in the mid lane against Kassadin here, hopefully it's something that could shove the lane pretty well. Is he going to do Rumble? See, they could do Hecarim mid if they wanted to against Kassadin. That's actually an old throwback pick for Keen.
The swap.
He's done Rumble mid and Hecarim mid.
Happen once more. That could be Haunter's Rumble top. Yeah. They've swapped into it.
Oh, Keen.
It'll be 20 seconds on the clock for any swaps left. That's how the champion select works. They have to be locked in by that point. So we'll see what happens.
Must be nice for Cop having a mid laner like that who plays so many top lane champions in the mid lane.
14 seconds.
What's he going to do? If he has Teleport Ignite and he hasn't switched his summoners, he's probably taking Hecarim mid.
Yeah.
This will be fun. We haven't seen his mid lane Hecarim in quite some time.
Double teleport. Definitely communication is going to be needed throughout this game. That is the lock-in. Keen is going to rock Hecarim mid against Xiao. Xiao's Kassadin. And Haunter takes the rumble in the top lane. We get a nice one to start off week 5 here. The number 4 Gravity versus the number 6 Team Impulse. Flying Cops shake hands one more time. And man, we're going to have a game on our hands here.
Oh, yeah.
Very, very interesting.
That's a really exciting pick and ban phase.
Like
the Eve being taken away by Gravity, then having Rush end up going with Nocturne, Kassadin synergy for dive buddies and quick assassinations.
Yep.
Not to mention the last second switch up when they do see the Kassadin to end up going with Hecarim. There was a lot of strategy in that pick.
It's going to be good. I'm sure everybody wants to talk about it. So weigh in throughout all of our games today with who you think will win for this first match. Send either hashtag TIPWin or hashtag GVWin to @LOL Esports. Excited to get into this one. Whatever Keen brings to the mid lane, whether the team wins, he still shows up with a few kills, so give you a show. So I'm excited to see what goes down.
Yeah. Well, can you get a kill on that Urgot game against TSM? I think it was 0-9. So most of the time, you can't really get a kill.
You got me on that.
Always gets a few assists at least.
There you go.
But most importantly, he gives you a good show.
Keen little banners there. I like them. Coming out. Impulse. See where they go with this one. Gravity seems like they're going to actually set up the line of scrimmage as well here. And we're not going to get too much movement out of anybody. Xiao has the damage lead.
So I specifically like this mid lane matchup, Hecarim pick. Mainly, so Kassadin has actually become a rather strong laner against most magic damage picks early because of the power of the shield and poke from the Kassadin Q. For instance, like against LeBlanc, how excited are these guys going to end up getting?
I don't know. Gravity's taken like a combined 500 damage now. They got to be careful.
Game's basically over. But really,
if he had a Sona, she'd be dead.
I do want to talk about the mid lane matchup just a little bit because Kassadin, especially against something like LeBlanc, can actually be a safe laner since it's very hard to harass the Kassadin, especially with a flask start, since you can't break through the shield and you're going to run through almost all your mana pool to get there. But Hecarim can negate a lot of that. If he does trade, it's all physical damage, so the shield is useless for the Kassadin. Not to mention, it takes a very long time for Kassadin to do enough damage to actually poke Keen out of the lane, since Keen has innate sustain with his Spirit of Dread, which is the Hecarim W. So therefore, like, this is a very favorable lane, as far as favorable lanes can go for Hecarim mid.
Also saw them go back. Well, we've seen it quite a bit lately where the mid laners will grab one more potion. Keen opted for a mana potion. Xiao went for a bit of health. One more on that so he can stay in lane and hopefully not get whacked in the face by Keen's guitar here.
More common right there.
Yeah.
We've also seen a lane swap develop right now. There have been a few games where Gravity have pulled off really clever level 1 movements with move to get ahead of the enemy jungler. This time, though, they're a little bit late on their rotation through, and it looks like everyone is just kind of missing each other. Look at the supports invading right after people have cleared, pinging where they think they could harass someone, but it's actually not there. So the junglers and top laners are doing their double jungle thing unhindered. Hey. Not quite.
Fufu going for a try. Not going to be able to deny too much. Xiao at the turret, able to pick up all 3 that have been targeted with aggro. And only missing 1 so far, but Keen's got him where he wants him. Now able to push this in. May have to draw some pressure in from the side of Impulse Jungle, which is exactly what he wants. Bot lane going down. Looks like they're just going to stick together. Not too much trouble for these guys. They double jungle it out.
Yeah, getting as many wards up as possible to try and preempt anyone who'll be rotating down. There's a couple options the teams have in lane swaps of this situation where you have the 4v0s. Either they 4v0, just take the turret, or the enemy team tries to get 3 people to the turret before the 4 arrive. That's what those wards were there for Gravity, so they were kind of predicting where people may have been, but both teams kind of opt into the same turret take. One team has Jinx, the other team has more people, but mainly the turrets are just going to be taken, and the mid lane's going to brawl.
Slowly taking this. It's how they break out after. We see teams actually do this, but that's where they feel comfortable going to. Then they stop. They don't really know where to go after.
Well, it's because they want to bounce the wave as well. So that's why everyone left. So the AD carry not only gets all of the local gold for themselves, you also get to set up a freeze if you so choose. What's interesting is Gravity decided not to go for a dragon. It's a little bit free if they would have wanted to do it, because they saw 4 people of Team Impulse top lane, so I think that's a missed opportunity. Instead, they're just going for the maximum amount of experience.
Maybe that's a little of that, well, this is what we know to do. after this, it could get risky.
Maybe.
Maybe we don't.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, you're right, though. There were definitely 4 top lane in complete vision there for Impulse. Gravity, however, going back, decided to grab a heck of a lot of potions all throughout, and a pickaxe for Alltech right now, pretty much matching what Apollo has in lane. Adrian will show up, give over some Targon stacks, being a nice guy there, and a Bromant there for Impulse, but it actually may cost him his life. Bunny Fufu with the flash flay, but he gets the flash out of Adrian as well.
Yeah, he was trying to flay him mid-dredge line so the dredge line wouldn't pull towards. Respected play by Adrian, even though the flay didn't land, he still flashed away.
Haunter not wanting to get caught by the terror. He backs off. Might have gone down there, but has to blow his flash. So flash is going down all over the place as plays are trying to be made. Now to the top lane, Impact. He knows the Spidey senses were going off, but Bunny Fufu and Move are already there. Move, can he get into range? Does not seem like there will be enough damage to chase him down.
Yeah, but they were able to completely deny him off the turret. This has been a mirrored game for the most part. On the other side, Haunter is under the turret, hasn't been pushed off, but is in danger of a dive. That's a lot of people. It's a lot of people.
Sealing your fate right here. Who's going to take the turret aggro first? They're kind of waiting. They want the wave to be in the right spot. Turret aggro goes on Impact. He's in a bad spot, though. Actually going to be able to get out very nicely. Twisted advance to safe.
Really well done there. Used the Twisted advance to try and drop the turret aggro. Was successful. Woof.
Good dodge by Xiao. Bunny Fufu coming up short on just these hooks.
Yeah, if they chase any further, then Impulse gets them back. So Impulse gets the first dive. I feel like Gravity's misplayed this lane swap a little bit. Gravity had the bottom lane supremacy first, which should have been capitalized into a dragon. And then Haunter also gives up first blood because he was unable to vacate his turret, predicting the dive.
So the move, it goes in favor of Gravity. They may actually get this dragon after pushing themselves around the map and being able to take down Impulse after they were able to take down Gravity.
No one's going for the dragons. They're just completely trading the turrets, which keeps the game close at least, but there could have definitely been a dragon taken on a couple of different occasions.
Well, it's on our mind. We'll see when it actually comes up to be on the player's mind. Right now, Keen's still trying to push Xiao in. It's working, though. 49 to 24 in that lane so far. Keen's already 6, so they can't even really try to go after him. He'll either ult away or kill one of you in the process.
Yeah. Keen's reached that point as mid lane Hecarim. He's going to be rushing home guard boots really soon as well, which will make him pretty much impossible to push out of lane. And you can see the advantageous matchup right here, since Kassadin can't poke him out and cannot shield any of Keen's damage. Not to mention, there's been almost no jungle pressure early on in the game, since the junglers have always been in the lane pushing turrets. It's allowed Keen to stay pushed up without being punished, and that's why he has a 21 CS advantage.
Rush now. Getting his Raptor cleared off. Move has not been able to get in the jungle, but we do see him going for that damage build. He wants to be able to get in the face and do just as much as Rush here. Looks like things are going to slow down as the lanes match up now. AD carries are going to go down to the bottom lane. No turrets to really use, but they're still going to go ahead and fight it out in 2v2. See if we get some jungler presence.
Jungle presence with double warrior enchants, perhaps.
Yeah.
As you were saying.
It's going to be a bloody game.
Sword. Yeah, and mainly it's been a very excessively mirrored game, actually. The teams have made nearly exactly the same movements with when to take turrets. Yeah, they're not countering any of the moves. They're just completely copying the moves. And the kill that was picked up by Impact is pretty much equalized by Keen's farm advantage. And now, after a double swap back, Gravity's finally going for the dragon. Meanwhile, that's exactly when Impulse is looking to go in as well.
When this happens, too, it makes the play so one direction. You start losing one fight, and the team is, no matter what, ahead of you. You didn't give yourself any other options. You haven't been pushing anything else. Like you said, people have been mirroring things. So the second you're down, it's so hard to come back.
Yeah.
That first dragon could be that.
And it's also going to kind of push the game towards very even farm team fights because they're winning so much.
Yeah.
So let's start talking about the team fights a little bit. We knew from Champion Select the the Kassadin Nocturne combo from Team Impulse are going to be very good at killing Alltech's Jinx. So now Rush is level 6, sitting on 3 longswords. So definitely wanting to fight.
That's a killable Jinx.
There's very killable. From this point on, every time you see Jinx, we'll be able to say, that's a killable Jinx.
Yeah.
Because Nocturne plus Kassadin could jump on. Bunny Fufu will have to be very defensive with his positioning so he can Lantern Jinx to safety. Otherwise, if Bunny Fufu's in his normal position going for aggressive hooks, it really opens up Altec to be punished.
Right.
Altec will have to be extremely liberal with his flash to flash right after a Nocturne jumps in. We're going to have a very interesting teamfight phase just because of the dynamic of Nocturne casting trying to go on Altec's Jinx.
Absolutely. We already saw just there pointing out that Altec was a little too far forward without Bunny Fufu. No action was taken by Impulse, but that happens a few more times, and I'm sure they're going to go on it with the way that they played towards that mid to late game. Further forward rather, are where Gravity's wards need to start being placed here to make sure they don't get caught out by Rush. On the rest of the team and Bunny Fufu to move those up, but right now they're getting pushed back after that mid lane pressure. 2 turrets to 2 on either side here. Looks like everybody's going to pan out back to their lanes, is just kind of flexing their muscles in the mid lane. Don't think anything's coming to this just yet. 78 to 53 still in that mid lane. Everything else seems pretty even.
Yeah, Keen leaving the mid lane, he's actually becoming a side laner on Hekam, which is...
Yeah, now he's on the bottom.
He's basically a top laner now. Gravity is playing with 2 traditional top lane champions in this match, so a bit more of a bruiser tank type setup.
Yeah.
Although they will be building fairly damage heavy. It's a very snowballing team composition, and it will have to do heavily on whether Tip can AoE people down with Apollo, since all 3 of these guys are going interesting builds. Yeah, Warrior on the move.
I'm interested as well to see how Impulse makes this happen, because while they do have Xiao and Rush to dive in, Keen's going to be there instantly. Haunter can throw down the Rumble ultimate all on top of Altec to make sure he's safe as well. It's going to be hard. Those guys need to be in and out immediately. Keen getting big. Looks like he's going to stay up for a while here in these fights.
Yeah.
Home guard ready for him as well, so the teleport option is there if Gravity does want to start a fight on their own terms.
A lot of it will have to do with flanking as well. Move and Keen both want to flank around the side to create a fight, but they do have to be very careful, because if they overcommit to a flank, Rush and Xiao are going to go right up the gut, along with impact on Righteous Glory Maokai, which has been completed, by the way, straight on to the back line of Gravity. So 2 teams with relatively similar goals of wanting to start a team fight from a flank, meaning flanking can kind of end up flanking yourself if you do it wrong. There's that defensive positioning from Bunny's Thresh.
Always got eyes on Altec. Always.
Really good Lantern, honestly. He was sitting on a pink ward, so he knew that Impulse didn't think Thresh was there, which ended up kind of baiting out all of Impulse to reveal themselves, including Impact to burn his Righteous Glory for pretty much nothing.
Back to farming. Altec has gotten a little bit of a lead here. You should see where he sits in all just under 2,000 gold. He just hit 2K in his pocket, so he should be going back soon. Get the items that he needs, using the rest of that mana bar before he heads back. Minute and 30 seconds on the Dragon coming out here. A lot of this safe play, I think we can accredit to Rush on Nocturne here. The Global Ultimates, he's striking fear into Gravity, trying to start anything. It's a possibility.
Well, Rush now has a 2-level advantage on move. Move's 6.5 level-wise. Rush, full level 8. That's one of the bigger discrepancies with Dragon coming up in a minute or so. The fact that he has Warrior and a Vamp Scepter versus Warrior and a Sightstone.
Yeah.
Unless Move actually creates a pick or flank opportunity with that Sightstone, the potential fight at Dragon may end up going in Tip's favor. They just completed the Rod of Ages as well. Although there is double Magic Pen on Haunter as well.
Yeah, if you can bait out that Rumble ultimate, I'd say you're golden.
Yeah, very, very close fight, honestly. Baiting out the Rumble ultimate will be key, or just not being in a position where Rumble ultimate can destroy you. There's not too much to keep people within a Rumble ultimate.
Well, this is in favor of Impulse right here. If Impact stays in range, Haunter can't get out, and Impact has the TP for himself. Haunter can't stop that at all, but it looks like they're back right now. Let's see if this might be a pair of boots or something else here for Impact. Maybe he just wants to get more healthy for a teleport. So it looks like he's actually going to be walking to Dragon. Impulse has that on their mind here. 20 seconds up, and it might have to be the teleport in from Haunter. See if those few seconds gives Impulse the edge.
Well, regardless of anything in this game, Impact is playing a much more subdued style than we're used to seeing. Rush has not really looked at an opponent outside of that turret dive at 3 or 4 minutes. He hasn't invaded moves jungle pretty much at all.
Right.
He's just been playing the farm Nocturne, waiting for his opportunity to ult. I'd expect Impulse to, when they decide to hit the go button, really go, because that's the way this team comp is built. That's Keen get pretty low.
Oh,
go
boy,
button.
depth charge, anchor toss goes out. Keen goes down. Rush is making his way out, and they try to use the Rumble ultimate just on Rush. He dives back in. They're going to start shredding down Gravity in this fight. They baited out the ult that they needed from both Keen and Haunser and take the fight in front of Dragon.
A pretty awful Rumble ultimate there by Haunser trying to close out that fight. Keen as well being caught out of position. Chain CC, then ulted in. It allowed Impulse to play a very nice back and forth game. Rush started the fight on Nocturne without having to burn his ultimate so that he could then re-engage with the ultimate. We said Impulse was going to be trying to turn that go button on. They did. They get the fight, a gold lead, and a drag.
Great job coming in from Impulse. 4-1 now, 15 minutes in as they start things off, and didn't really have the many wards as they wanted on that situation. Gravity comes in, starts throwing their wards down.
Yeah,
Impulse is like, all right.
I'm not entirely sure what Keen was running through there for.
Rush with an equalizer.
Maybe trying to flank, but he's down before the fight begins. Rush can obviously come back in. Xiao hardly has to contribute by the end of it because the fight is over. Also, everyone was allowed to freely dive in without Haunser putting his Rumble ultimate down defensively.
Right.
Impulse is a triple dive team, maybe even quadra dive when you consider Adrian and a short-range AD carry. And instead of reaching with your Rumble ultimate, oftentimes Haunser should just be putting it down on his own carries, because that's going to be where he finds the most enemies, and that ultimate was just way off base.
We'll see if this plays true what I said, Jat, that if one team gets ahead here in this mirrored match all the way up to 16 minutes, that team that does step forward with the advantage is going to be very hard to catch. That gives 2 assists to Xiao. Xiao's Kassadin. He's now able to kind of just free farm this wave in the bottom lane to get even bigger. It's going to be tough for Alltech to stay alive here. Keen trying to put some pressure onto that. Keep him accountable for what? Can't be diving around the map. It's only 1,000 gold lead, though. Still a game. Absolutely still a chance for Gravity to come back on this one. The Rumble ultimate and an ultimate from Keen could completely wipe out Apollo and Xiao in a fight. And Tip would just be left hanging.
Keen is still yet to pick up his Trinity Force, so he's not even hit his max power point yet. 5 people down bottom lane. Only matched by 3, but they get 2 hits onto the turret and then back away. Gravity's losing their mid lane turret during all of this. Keen has to burn his teleport without his home guards up just to defend the turret.
2 hits kind of, I thought they were going for a dive, like break shield, go dive, but like you said, call to the mid lane. Good thing that was not an inhibitor this time. They still are able to save their turret. The calls are starting to go to the wayside a bit here for Gravity. Hopefully they can shake it off. Still a lot of time left in this one, but slowly falling behind in that gold. Keen's mid lane pick did quite a bit for the early game, but Rush actually didn't pay too much attention to Xiao. Went to the other sides of the map and made it work for the other lanes.
Yeah, and Rush is definitely going the offensive Hecarim build. Blade of the Ruin King on the way, on top of his Warrior Enchantment, so he's going to be looking to kill as quickly as possible.
Yeah. Well, I don't
Gold
think
damage Nocturne.
Alltech won't be long for this world once he reaches him, especially if he's able to keep him in range with that Cutlass or Blade of the Ruin King once it's finished. Keen finishing that Triforce up, hopefully can make a bigger impact on these fights. And Alltech actually piecing together the items, gets the Abyss in there actually from some extra gold, but still does not have that Infinity yet finished yet.
Yeah, a bit of a strange item path as well. Because he had his BF sword on his pickaxe even before his Abyss Blade, so he really won't have too long to stack up that extra gold, only sitting at 94 extra gold from Avarice as of now. 600 gold behind Apollo's Sivir.
Yeah. That Sivir that they wanted every composition have been actually denied it quite a few times recently, and they're lost to Liquid and they're lost to Dignitas. Cloud9 and TDK the week before that, both wins with Sivir in the composition. Seems like that prerequisite that Impulse just needs to have.
Yeah, if they want to go and fight a team, it's really nice to be substantially faster than them.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you see the TF take Ghost Flash in the mid lane.
It's not just
like
a Team
Impulse. If I make an error, I'm still all right.
Yeah, it's not just a Team Impulse thing. Sivir has been a contested first
for
pick across all League of Legends teams lately,
true.
especially when Callista is banned, which Team Impulse did in the pick and ban phase. Like a very obvious first pick. And there's things that Gravity got on the backside, not necessarily that worth. Still wondering about the Gragas ban in the pick and ban phase, but
There's definitely a point of the picks being daunting as they come out of Champion Select until they might fizzle out in the game or something happens, right? It was awesome that Keen brings out Hecarim, but we haven't actually seen it be of good use just yet in these fights. Got caught out once, and then we haven't really seen another 5v5.
Yeah, his laning phase was good.
Yeah.
But Gravity hasn't been creating many plays. Neither has Team Impulse. It's been a very farm-heavy game overall.
Like,
both teams are waiting for a certain level of scaling up.
Yeah.
But honestly, it was on Move to create early pressure. And he did not do that this game on his Warrior and Chanty Eve.
Nope.
Even now, he burned basically 50% of his mana pool just for control over the crab.
Oh, Keen for Xiao Xiao. Obviously can't do any extra damage after the bump. Talking about Move, we usually see him in the early game create enough pressure that it globally affects the map. The other lanes do better because of what he's doing. There was none of that for Gravity, so that option was kind of thrown out the window immediately. Not as many wards as he usually throws down. Still went for the Sight Stone, but it's not able to pay off for the team.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they're all there. I was going to say they're not going to be able to close the gap, but one after the other, they actually get 3 assists in the kill over to Apollo on that one. Not good to be losing the guys that can be the change of the fight.
Just in time for the Dragon, too. I love that call by Team Impulse. There was no map pressure on the other lanes by anyone from Gravity, so the whole team having to play on their back foot, but Keen just trying to push a little bit farther for the farm, instantly punished. Did not even have to burn the Sivir ult, and it leads to a uncontestable Dragon, most likely for Impulse.
Oh
boy.
Rush has Potion of Wrath as well, so he's looking to do even a little bit more damage. The TP Home Guard could be coming in for
Keen can teleport in any second. He just revived.
Pretty good equalizer coming in. Apollo flashes on the end of that one. Keen teleport coming in. It's from the bottom side. He's going to be able to hit the whole team of Impulse here. Coming through. He knocks down Apollo. Keen is huge in this one as the rest of the team starts to pick up the priority kills. And they move down now. Adrian's going to be going down after he dredge lines out of this one. But Keen going down actually baits Impulse into a fight that gives it back to Gravity.
Nice thing about having 2 teleports, you get to take some fights the teams don't expect you to have. That was the key moment to that one. Impulse knew they could get the Dragon, but then ended up kind of opting into a fight, not respecting the Home Guard teleport from Keen or the potential ward coverage from Gravity. And since they didn't instantly win the fight, the teleport in from the backside picks up 2 pretty quick and easy kills for Keen, evening out the game. I mean, looking at this, they get the Dragon, and immediately Bunny Fufu is ready for this fight. So what Impulse probably should have done is peeled down immediately, but they end up opting into the fight. Now the teleport is there. This is the nerfed Hecarim, so he's not doing as much damage when he comes in. Still enough to eat a Sivir alive.
Still trample you.
And then afterwards, obviously the scatter by Team Impulse. Game on.
You know, Altac said in the beginning in that video that they have good communication, they just hesitate sometimes. Well, in a fight, there's no time to hesitate. You just communicate. And when they're kind of put into the situation, Gravity seems to come out on top there. Nicely done, able to pull it back, kind of a 4v5 there as Keen came up a little late for the situation. Bring themselves 3 more kills out of that, 6-4. Now on to Haunter. We were talking about that long-range pressure that Rush can provide, and maybe the Righteous Glory even more. Keen just came back up to help his team with kills, and now he goes down for the shutdown, going over to Xiao Xiao for a bit of extra gold.
I have no idea why Haunter was out that far in the lane at this stage in the game. Right after Gravity picks up a nice fight, they go and make a mistake, highly punishable because of the Righteous Glory Maokai on the Nocturne. That's exactly the situation that Rush wants to opt into. A Rumble who just used his Flame Spitter.
Little too comfortable with what you thought was an advantage.
Oh yeah, this is a huge swing right back for Team Impulse.
Unfortunately, they don't have the members, but they have the perfect flank right now for Move, who just has to sit and waiting and just watch the entire team take his turret and walk out now. They should be able to make it without getting hit on backs too much. But I do see Keen running out. Maybe they try to hit the backs here and then go for Baron? Possibility.
Yeah, that would be a rather risky call. Their Baron DPS is actually not that good.
No, it's
because
not.
Hecarim is not the fastest Baron killer, neither is Rumble.
I'm wondering.
Neither of these teams actually kill Baron super fast.
Oh boy. Okay, they're just checking.
They're prepping the area for sure.
They are putting their foot down. They want it to fight. That seems about all it's for, though. They tried to bait them in.
There's very late trinket upgrades in this game as well. 3 people on Impulse are sitting on Tier 1 yellow trinkets, which at this point in the game is just really, really bad trinket to have. Either Xiao needs to switch over to a sweeper, and definitely Rush and Impact should be upgrading their yellows so they can get better ward coverage.
Especially since you're going against a double Sightstone team. You know you're down in vision.
And especially because they need the vision so Nocturne and Cassidy can find picks.
Right.
Really, it's 250 gold, guys. You all have it. Go buy your upgraded trinkets, please. This is why these LCS guys are never getting S+ in games. They're not upgrading their trinkets.
Reported. Got
Come on, guys.
There it is. There, you just heard it.
Rush just went back to base. I mean, technically, he wanted the gold for his full Giants belt. Doesn't even buy a ward in base. He left base with 75 gold. He could have come out with a ward, but instead, he's just saving up for those sweet combat stats.
You're going to make some financial adjustments in the LCS rules.
You must buy a ward when you leave base.
All right, so it's now a 3,000 gold lead. Just ticked up. Perfectly even there for Impulse. 4 turrets to 3. See what they can do with this gold lead. Gravity has made a few mistakes, and Impulse has been able to capitalize. But they're not without their own. We just saw Impulse mess up a fight at Dragon, and that could easily happen again with the equalizer from Haunter and a good ultimate again from Keen. See, he's going to Frozen Heart now. What are you looking at?
Well, I'm just thinking about our earlier story about how, you know, Team Impulse hasn't been able to show the same type of aggression they showed late in the split, and how they're not finding the fights. It's because they can't see anybody. Like, everyone, they aren't upgrading their trinkets. They're not buying wards. Their vision coverage is atrocious. How are you supposed to get picks if you're blindly trying to jump into these setup scenarios?
And you're playing against an Eve.
Any
One
fight
guy
they
has
take,
that sweeper.
like, this might work, but it's not because of vision control.
Of course they catch the Eve. Taking down move without even the necessary vision. He tries to get out and get himself a ward down and gets caught trying to get away.
Which is funny. Apollo used a scrying orb right behind him to be like, I hope we're not jumping into our demise. The scrying orb tells me that we aren't. Technically, it worked.
It's working out. That's the kind of Impulse we knew before, though. Impulsive. They just go. They do. And they keep going. You would see them die, teleport home guard back into fights, and hit the batting order once again. They wouldn't stop until the fight was completely over on their terms. See what this Baron provides for us, though. 15 seconds on the Dragon. Still getting some pings on that. Oh, that's the ultimate coming in from Apollo. Keen's forced to go in. Apollo gets hit very hard, but he's got a nice flash to the back line. Haunter finds his target, though. Keen getting hit, goes down, but Altec has enough time to hit the DPS from the outside. Bunny Fufu just grazing the skirt of Xiao's Kassadin. But a 2 for 2 after everything.
Really close fight. Impact was able to tank the Jinx rocket, which ended up saving a life, it feels like. Even so, Altec really close to resetting the back of those fights. Keen definitely showing a lot of aggression. Now Dragon's the next big thing. Hook!
Oh boy, over the wall. Yep, the tug over the wall.
Here comes Maokai. Nice.
I have had that bring me to my demise many times, tugging a Sejuani or someone over a wall.
All right, so Haunter still has his teleport up. He can come into the fight with no equalizer. Keen cannot, but he has home guards to get down to the Dragon quickly. This Dragon, hotly contested topic in this game.
Kick it right in phase.
Probably rush it down, but they're a little scared to. They should know that the home guard teleport isn't a threat, so they can rush this.
Yeah, they're all right. Rush at ultimate actually not up, so they can't close this gap. It's going to be up in just a few seconds, but they do not decide to hit Altec, even though he was the caboose in that exit. So 2-2 now in Dragon's chat. We're definitely giving a pause to that aspect of the Dragon chance. So they're going to have to find another way. Maybe it's going to be the Baron taunt that brings us to the 5v5 we've been looking for here. Really, the fights we're getting is usually starting with somebody down, then a few people fall. The guy that comes back is the cleanup. And then our last fight was a 2v2.
Yeah.
Or a 2-4-2, I should say.
I'm sounding a bit like a broken record, but I'm really disappointed in Xiao and Rush's builds. They're both sitting on 6 items, so instead of saving a health crystal and using it as a ward slot or upgrading the trinket, they're literally just maximizing however much, just little tiny things like 100 health instead of vision coverage.
Yep.
And even Impact, he has a pink ward at least, but still no upgraded trinket. There's not upgraded sweepers for Gravity, but to me the sweepers are much more excusable, especially because Move's sitting on a Sightstone. and has a pink ward in his inventory.
Right, they're filling pick wards still.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier when you're not filled with recipe items and consumables still.
Look at the ward coverage. There's like 4 wards total on the map for Team Impulse right now.
Well,
They're probably all from Adrian.
moves, wards, destroyed stat is definitely going down this game.
Yeah, they're nerfing his ability to kill wards by not.
Oh, Adrian Rush already sees it. No reason to walk in on this one.
Ooh.
The pink ward goes in. It's something they wanted. Xiao is actually in a peculiar position over by Tribrush, so maybe something they knew. They figured they had over gravity, but Haunter was able to route that and stop him from coming in. Just hitting 30 minutes. Looks like bottom lane could be something that Impulse wants to start pressuring here.
Yeah. The one nice thing for Impulse is if you don't spend money on wards, but you don't get punished for it until late game, you will hit your item breakpoints faster than the other team. It just very rarely works. Void Staff is coming up for Xiao shortly. Randuin's will be there for Rush pretty soon as well. They are powering up from a combat effectiveness standpoint, saving a couple hundred gold at a time by not buying as many wards.
Xiao finishing up the Void Staff, heads out of base, only 30 gold. Couldn't get a ward this time.
Of course not.
Trinket's about to come up, don't
Why
worry.
do you ever have enough money for a ward?
Randuin's now finished for Rush. That combined with impacts right.
Rush is leaving base with 113 gold and an item slot.
No
All
board.
right, I'm gonna stop now. There's no point.
Chat. All right, let's take a moment. How do you really? No, I'm just kidding. 107. Xiao, can he continue?
I go back and forth on how much I like Rush. It's like, man, he's so great, he's so aggressive. Buy a ward!
So does Irene. One time he loves him, then he loves him even more, and then I don't even know if there's hate there for Irene. All right, this is exactly where we had the fight before. Both teams getting a bit of the vision that they need. Bottom wave should actually not do too much in favor of Impulse here. The turret should be able to start pushing that one. And they pan out back to the mid lane once again. Face of the mountain for safety, coming for Alltech. Lock of the Iron Solari finished over on the side of Adrian. Just tidbits for each side here, as an Aegis being finished up on move, so we can get that Lock of the Iron Solari as well. Everybody's getting to that point where mechanics are going to matter over where you are.
Yeah, farm heavy.
Yep.
Although we did talk about Alltech, how much of the mechanics are going to matter
Builds.
if it gets jumped on by this Luden's Echo Void Staff Captain and a full damage Nocturne. Well, 2 damage out of Nocturne, not full damage. He's got Randuin's now. It's going to be heavily dependent on Bunny Fufu's positioning to avoid fights. Whether or not Haunter gets a well-placed equalizer. How well Impact tanks. And he's very fed right now.
Oh, starting that up. They get the teleport out of Haunter. Nicely done.
Now to send Keen to split push because they have 2 of them.
Play some games here, get the chess pieces switched up. Little Luden's proc there took a good amount of damage off of Mood as well. Force Pulse goes in, Move now down to half HP. A great start to the fight coming in for Impulse. Rush goes in. Remember, they have the Righteous Glory and the Randuins to lock down Gravity where they want them. Onto the back line. Alltech doesn't take too much. He flashes to safety. Xiao very low. Keen's trying to chase him now. Impact! Zap! By Alltech. Alltech's now open, free to do the damage. Double kill for him. Those are the only 2 members down as the rest of Impulse is forced to limp away. Gravity finds the fight. They want a 5v5 straight up in the mid lane.
Woo, really close fight right there. Rush used his clothes trying to kill the lowest level member on Gravity in move instead of going for Alltech. Therefore, Alltech is free hitting for the majority of the fight, still burns both summoners to stay alive, but is successful. Gravity pushing up. Not able to close, though, because the fight was so long and the death timers are already coming back up.
No way. No way. A very big error coming in from Xiao. Stepped right into the hook of Bunny Fufu. A little bit of not respecting the situation, but that could have been the pause necessary. Oh, the chompers on the zap! Alltech inside the mind of Impact there. Well played.
Gravity clawing their way through this game, still sitting on a gold deficit, but if they play these team fights a little bit better than Impulse does, there's still a chance they pull this one out. Eve is not scaling pretty much whatsoever, so it has so much to do with the equalizer placement, Keen's ability to shut down a carry, and most importantly, Alltech. Let's actually pay attention to Alltech in this fight. Specifically, how much did he have to dodge and how much was he jumped on for? So Nocturnal comes through, onto move, he flashes it away. Then they Nautilus assault Alltech, but no one is jumping on him. Xiao's killing the Rumble. Rush then decides to go on Alltech. and he just always spaces himself away from impact. So Altec, even though he burned both summoners, used them to stay completely untouched and to free hit pretty much the entire time. So I did like Altec's positioning in that fight, although with no summoners, the next fight's going to be much more difficult, especially if Impulse can just focus on the priority target.
It's going to be very, very hard. The equivalent of a next fight is going to have to be pretty much like Altec on Bunny Fufu's shoulders, like you fight somebody in a pool or something. Because last time they were just next to each other. Bunny Fufu was able to give that peel, but like you said, without summoners, this is going to be tough, especially if Rush goes on Altec instead of Move. They went right after Move quite a bit on that, and he's been building tankier.
Absolutely. And something changed in this game. You know, Team Impulse lost a fight, and they say, all right, it's time to buy pink wards. Finally,
do it.
Question Xiao. Purchase wards. It's not
still.
No need to upgrade those yellow trinkets. It's not the most efficient gold you will ever spend in a League of Legends game. No, it's not. It's definitely, you know, definitely not worth, apparently. And instead, they did get the pink wards, so they clear some things off. They're both sitting on enough gold to upgrade their trinkets, by the way. 100 each.
They're going to do it right before the game is over.
At a certain point,
just for you.
At a certain point, it probably is inefficient to upgrade the trinket if the game's going to end in 2 minutes.
Yeah, at the point the ward's about to die.
Yeah.
The amount of time the fight takes, and then the death timers. Already passed those wards in a different area to fight. 2,000, 3,000 gold is all this game has had as a deficit.
Ooh.
Usually with Impulse in the lead, Keen again, very scary situations just to decide to walk through, but gets out of that one unscathed. These moves, you wonder sometimes, knowing late game that one could pretty much mean your inhibitor, what these guys are kind of thinking right now. 36
minutes in, especially against a Jinx on one side. Turrets go down very quickly if a team is winning a landslide team fight. Rush, very impressive scoreline, 4-1-8. That's 100% kill participation. He's been able to go in and pick up the right kills with Nocturne. He's very scary in his own right, but if they don't fight within the next 56 seconds, Altec's flash will be up again. He'll be able to juke his way through team fights at least a little bit.
And he's going to have that up before Apollo has his. Altec also picked up that Quicksilver Sash and a Cutlass to give himself even more personal peel in these fights. Keen with the Potion of Wrath as they have extra money.
They really want to fight this.
To boot. They're going to go on Bunny Fufu, the guy that peels for Altec. He flashes out the box for disengage as well. Keen's in there. He gets bumped
Altec's
out.
too close.
Throws the onslaught of shadows back to Apollo. Altec on the backside has Face of the Mountain trying to throw a rocket.
Whoa!
The AoE is doing huge damage, but that's a big pickup by Xiao. Xiao before he goes down. Altec picks up the triple kill, I believe, in the end of that fight. Maybe just a double.
Yeah.
Another one to boot for the team, but a 3 for 3. I don't know how many times we have had a fight in that exact same area.
Yeah, looking at the death chart after this one is all going to be concentrated in the mid lane. Altec had that giant rocket crit that killed 2 people to turn that fight around. And honestly, Team Impulse, that initiation was not clean. They jumped onto the support, not immediately onto Altec. So watch this one more time. Rush goes in on Bunny Fufu, not on the Altec, peels back. Then they do get a knock up onto Altec, which made it looking dangerous. He heals to get the move speed coming out of there. And the Rumble Ult got people low enough that the ultimate from Jinx plus a crit rocket could kill him there. Altec very close to cleaning up the Maokai as well. And he didn't even have to burn his flash that fight. So very scary things coming through. Apollo also hitting some big item breakpoints, which creates complications for Gravity trying to dive onto him as well. A very, very close game we have unfolding right here.
And imagine what kind of a fight that would have been. You just said about 40 to 50 seconds on Altec's flash if Rush had gone on Altec there. Maybe a simple lantern out. You know, easier said than done, but they would have had the guy without a flash.
Yeah, Altec knows how important his flash is in this game as well. Distortion boots.
Got those.
Just for the next time he uses his flash, knowing these fights are going to be more rapid than necessary, and that extra gold not being saved up for a BF sword or even an elixir. Sometimes you've seen elixir Wrath instead of that boot upgrade, but he really just wants to be in the right spot.
Whew, what a day of games already, or a day of game so
day
far. Coming up on 40 minutes. There are 5 dragons so far taken in this game, but Gravity has 3 of those. Impulse, obviously, with the other two, and Gravity has littered the other side of the map with wards here.
Yeah,
if Impulse were to exit this fight, they'd still be in vision, so we'll see if Gravity can even get here to contest.
And Gravity knows something's up right here. Keen's got to make sure not to get jumped on right away.
Oh, hanging a care out in front of the horse. Keen gets caught right there. They used everything on him. Does the team come back in and have something to say about it? Gravity's forced to back off. The smite is still there for move for a play. But does Impulse even chance it?
Sivir ult and Nocturne ult burn, but it is for one of your main carries and tanks in Keen. Gravity wants to go in on this, but this is so dangerous. It's got to be a perfect equalizer.
Can't miss it if they decide to chase.
Again, ult's on a move, nothing on to Altec.
The back line gets hit. Xiao very low. Altec, a lot of room to work with this now. They try to get on him. Twisted advance hit. There's the cleanse. He's back out. Haunter very low, but there's just too many members now. Wait, oh, he dodges it, but Haunter, the boomerang doesn't have to hit. He throws out a crit auto. They take each other down in a draw. And it's going to be Impulse coming up with the win here. Smite still up for move. He's trying to make his way in. One shot to Xiao Pao. Xiao used the smite onto him. And they actually pull off to go take down Move instead of try and finish the Baron with a possibility that Move can come back for damage.
What? We're going to see so many more fights in this game. This is turning into a very exciting game.
Except
we knew both teams were very flank-oriented, so both have good initiation. It is becoming this protect and kill the carry game right now. Not Assault onto Move right after he burns his shield from his ult, so he actually takes a substantial amount of damage right there. And then it's all about Impulse decides they need to go kill Altec. They get a lot of damage on him here. Apollo then just, oof, that last auto crits. It's expected to crit. He's got an Infinity Edge and a Phantom Dancer, so the percentage is high. This is
fantastic.
It's turned into a bloodbath.
Oh, we knew it would be from the beginning. We had bloodbath written all over this game with the fact that we saw both junglers going devour and everybody else trying to build the damage items before even putting wards.
Rush 100% kill participation still on this Nocturne.
4-1-15. Crazy. And Impact has only been out of that for 2 of those.
Yeah. So tons of team fights, basically. Like everyone on this Impulse team is killing or assisting in pretty much every fight.
Oh boy.
Definitely just grouping and fighting.
It's not getting burned, actually. They're not putting too much focus on it. It's just more of a taunt in with that being down.
Move a lot of damage.
Again, down to half HP. That's one of the ways that Tip was able to start a fight in the mid lane. But that still went 2 for 2. Gonna have to bail. Dragon's now even up at 3. As we make our way up, 42 minutes in, 19-14. So just 33 kills in this game. Keep going. These guys, I think we're gonna get a lot more. Top lane needs a lot of loving right now. Janitorial duty going to somebody. Actually, no chance on that one.
Hecarim flank teleporting in. He's got home guard.
The hook, Bunny Fufu.
He's going in.
A little more vision. Onslaught of Shadows is in. His move there to get the Baron. It's down to a 60. It gets taken by Rush. They have it, but they also lose him. 3 down now for Impulse. Gravity has the cleanup crew here right now. That's going to be 4 kills for them and a huge swing it should be to the game if they can get these minion waves moved.
That Baron call, they thought they could rush it down against double teleport, a rumble, and invisible Eve without ward coverage. That's just not a quality decision. It's a very high risk. Yes, they get the Baron, but they get crushed within the Baron pit. Of course, Gravity collapses down. They get the teleport. They get the Jinx cleanup, and now maybe they get the game. That's 4 deaths for another 30 seconds, and it's against the Jinx.
Going in hard. Minion wave slightly behind them. Looks like they're going to take maybe the first few shots. No, they are waiting for the wave. 10 seconds and 20 seconds are the closest ones. 10 seconds is only going to be for Adrian. That's the first turret. The second one didn't even last 5 now. Adrian's not even up. That's going to be the Nexus. 43 minutes in. Gravity finds a 5v5 where they take down 4 members of Impulse, and Gravity takes the win.
What a ridiculous series of events this game turned into. 20 kills to 19. Gravity is down in gold when they eventually win. Altec put on his carry pants as best he could, but Haunter had great Rumble ultimates. The double top lane strat there with Hecarim and Rumble. 2 top lane champions. Obviously, Keen plays what he wants in the mid lane. Ends up paying off. But boy, just a sloppy game by Team Impulse all around.
Yeah.
Poor vision control, incredibly risky calls, and again, as has happened so many times this split for Team Impulse, they are punished for their naked aggression. Baron call with no vision coverage down the stretch, just daring a team to come fight them. But honestly, unless they're willing to coordinate and focus down Altec's Jinx, they're just not going to win the game.
The teleports in that sense make you wonder a lot, knowing that they can have their members there immediately, knowing they have a cross-map ultimate with Jinx as well to provide that damage if she wasn't in range. So many things played against them on that Baron call. As well for Gravity, though, a game they can go back and look at where were we stalling and not making decisions. Because there were a lot of points for both teams here when there were so many options and paths they could take, but they both just mirrored each other for so long.
Yeah, early on in the game, there's definite things that Gravity actually didn't maximize on. They were the team that was bottom.
Team Liquid versus Counterlogic Gaming. Last time these teams faced off was in the spring playoff quarterfinals. It's been a while. Counterlogic Gaming were completely shut out.
Yeah, that did come during CLG's playoff collapse, but this time around, the feelings are much better in the CLG camp. For the first time in the team's history, they ended the week in sole possession of first place in the LCS. That being said, the games have gotten a little bit sloppy. Against TDK, remember, Doublelift from Nafamu gave up 4 kills in the laning phase, and it was Pobelter who ended up carrying that game from the mid lane. And their Cloud9 game, Xmithy, he had those accidental oopsie tunnel into the base. It cost him 3 kills. And CLG's usually having big enough leads in these games that the mistakes ultimately don't cost them the match. But those mistakes will be punished by more quality teams and could be punished here by Team Liquid.
There's no doubt about it. And while spirits are high on the red side, it's a different story for Team Liquid. They are coming off a rough 0-2 week with back-to-back games that they absolutely could have won, but lost in the last minutes of the game.
Yeah, and a lot of people were saying that Team Liquid could be the best team in North America coming into last week, but they are now 0-3 against top 5 LCS teams, and now they are facing the #1 team who have only dropped a single game. So this will need to be a statement win if Team Liquid want to prove they have the right stuff.
It's going to be very tough, and it's a very big week for Counterlogic Gaming, and their coach has implemented a new strategy to get the team ready. For more on the story, let's send it down to Freak.
Thank you very much, Riv. I am here with the coach. Now, Blurred Lines, first of all, what is this and why is it here?
Well, it's a cinder block, Freak. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. It's actually a team training tool that we're using with the guys this week to kind of prep them for this weekend, which obviously is a big weekend for us.
So you have them like jog with it over their head, or like what exactly is this about?
Yeah, actually, that's how we lost a corner of our brick. Was a fun run that we did as a team. But yeah, it's supposed to be representative of the burden that this week is laying on our team. Obviously, being 0-8 against Team Liquid and Team Solo Mid, and last year is it creates a strain on the guys, and this is supposed to show the physicality of that strain. A nice, heavy concrete brick, which is why I'm out of breath in an interview right now.
And then you're symbolically holding it as the team is going to lift your team out of this. It's very wonderful and poetic. So the final question for you then is, how exactly have you guys improved to have lifted this strain? Like what is it this week that's going to make you guys win?
Well, I mean, you see Eugene, right? That man he's buff. He's buff now from carrying this brick. So, yeah, I feel like Eugene's just going to put us on our back this game and carry the team to victory.
All right, Pobelter will physically carry CLG to a 2-0 week. You heard it here from the coach. This is how CLG thinks they're going to win games. An improvement, I'm sure. I'll send it back to you guys at the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. I think we just found out how Doublelift hurt his finger.
I like that more than the spinner, I think. I think it's more of a path towards victory. We'll see, though.
I'll see. Let's see if they can carry the center block over there at this game. Let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's going to be Team Liquid. That's Quas in the top lane, dominating the jungle. Phoenix in mid, Piglet at AD carry, and Xpecial at support. Coach Peter.
Absolutely. On the red side as well, trying to move to 8-1, it's Counterlogic Gaming. Zion Spartan top lane. Xmithy in the jungle. Top KDA for a jungler in the LCS, by the way. Pobelter in the mid lane, Doublelift AD carry, and Aframu on support.
I do find it very interesting, the kind of way that their coach approaches things. Well, it can work for a lot of people and kind of the mind over matter thing. Some others, you kind of still have to do it for yourself. But it seems to be working out for Counterlogic Gaming in almost all aspects here, being at #1.
Potentially best start to a split they have ever had.
Yeah.
This game marks the midway point in the season for them where they will have played every single team at least once. Yeah. And they definitely want to overcome that 0-8 record they have in the last year against Team Liquid and Team Solo Mid.
Yeah.
They're two nemesises. Nemesi? Nemesis?
So,
Someone will tell me.
we'll get it.
Nemesis.
Yeah. Seeing the only team, as we said, that beat them was Team Solo Mid. Man, they got to feel pretty good thinking they can mirror the back half of the split there with that one being a win. Definitely be sitting at the top of the table. The only one that really pressures them right now are Dignitas and Team Solo Mid. So a win here would be fantastic to spread that. Kog'Maw, Alistar banned out on the side of Team Liquid. Counterlogic Games is going to focus Piglet and the top lane.
So Team Liquid is willing to pick Kalista right away in both of their matches they had last week, even though both of those games ended up in defeat. Whereas CLG decided to ban it anyway. Oftentimes when Kalista is banned, you will see a first pick Sivir, especially with this Gragas ban, but it would seem rather telegraphed, so Counterlogic Gaming is either trying to bait out a different pick of some sort or just have something to go against Sivir. This is a little bit fascinating, but they give up Sivir.
Sivir over to
We
Piglet.
shall see.
That will be his second one. The only other time they played it was against Team 8. Still had good kill participation in that game. So we'll see if Team Liquid actually gets the fight comp that they want. Dominate, pull something like that says, you know they're going in. Yasuo Echo. Let's see what they get here.
Yeah, double jungler bans once again. So a lot of the power picks that we have been seeing right off the board, the only thing I would say is a fully targeted ban would be the Kog'Maw onto Pobelter, because he played AP Kog'Maw in both of CLG's successful victories last week. Leaves the door open for a lot of stuff. All right. TF Eve. Pick comp.
TF.
Right off the bat.
So taking that TF right away. Yeah, blind picking that. Doesn't even worry about what situation that Phoenix is going to bring to the table. Has been going Jace quite a bit. TSM and Dignitas last week in their 0-2. Played Jace in the mid lane.
Yeah, Jace is
And he's actually
honestly quite a good pick. He's been very successful with it. There were some questionable team fights near the end of those Team Liquid games last week. They were in position to win both of them. They're very competitive games. So obviously they ended up on the losing side of both. But they're still hopefully holding that confidence together. Basically what I'm saying is the team comps of Rumble, Sejuani, Jace, and Kalista, which were identical in both of their games last week, aren't necessarily the problem.
Right. A little bit more damage there that they're adding in. Echo as Deer here, definitely in and out fights that they're looking to grab. And being very tricky and calculated with what they do. A little bit more, for sure, initiation that are going to be plopping down with an Annie ultimate.
Yeah. That was the one thing that Team Liquid didn't have against Team Dignitas was reliability in their initiation. Now they have Sivir to get them close, Annie to lock them down, and maybe even the synergy between Annie and Echo when they do get into a team fight. Chain the stuns together. Dominate as well was the first Echo to jungle in the NALCS.
Yes, he was.
But Bard Ashe.
Yeah, Bard Ashe. I like it. Seen Doublelift playing that Ashe quite a few times. The best showing was the first time he played it. It's kind of been something to kind of help the team in the other plays that they've had it. The first game, he was the one starting the arrows off, getting everything situated for the team, getting the immediate fights down. But I guess they have so many options now to do that with Pobelter teleporting in an arrow to hit that guy as well.
CLG is going all in once again on these execution-heavy pick compositions. So many things will have to go right for CLG to pick off fight after fight. Twisted Fate plus Bard, great combo. It makes turret diving really easy. You just Bard ult the turret as TF ults in. 3 gold cards right underneath. Or you prep it with an Ashe arrow to begin with. Like, this isn't a team-fighting team from CLG. It is very much a pick team where they just kill one person after another on different parts of the map.
Quas going to pick up the Scion for the top lane coming to this. Just he wants to be a beefcake this game.
Yeah, clever little counter right there. A team that's just going to have low damage being able to pick up one target. If you put a Scion in there and actually do force team fights, what on CLG can actually plow through that Scion, especially knowing Doublelift's affinity for the Bloodthirster first on Ashe. Running the numbers on that, he's doing only about 75% or so of the damage that an Infinity Edge type Ashe would do at the 2-item power spike. So more healthy, but that's not going to help him kill a Scion.
Well, a lot of Liquid's problems were in the late game fight and choosing the wrong targets. Counterlogic Gaming can kind of prioritize where they really want to be engaged on here with this type of composition. Looks like they're going to be looking to get those flanks in on their own terms. We'll see what Team Liquid can do. They have that anti-drop. They actually have Quas to come in from wherever. A lot of areas to engage in here from Team Liquid. We previously saw a lot of those Sejuani ultimates from Dominate going into the support, going into a target that wasn't a priority for the fight and the reason for the loss in those late game fights. So no Sej for him this game. He goes on something a little bit more damaging and safe in its own right.
If Phoenix can be in the right spot in these team fights, which will be very, very difficult against Twisted Fate Ash, Team Liquid, big-time team fight advantage in this matchup, whereas CLG is looking to play the map a little bit more, out-rotate the opponent, or just basically teleport and use magical journeys all over the map. So I like the differences in these team compositions.
Should be another great game as Peter and Zixlol head off. We'll see if they can carry the weight on the side of CLG, the cinder block here.
Yeah, the cinder block. Who's going to carry it? It was the coach who was not even on stage, but he's carrying it somewhere.
Yep. Well, brush off those crystal balls. Let us know who you think is how this game is going to go. Tweet hashtag TLWin or hashtag CLGWin to @LOL eSports, and we'll get your votes tallied up throughout the game as we start this one off. Gonna have some TF play in the mid lane. We're gonna go live in just a few seconds here. On to the Rift with Team Liquid versus Counterlogic Gaming. We're gonna get some Bard play from the bot. We're gonna get some Scion play from the top.
Yes, we will. I'm really looking forward to the early shenanigans in this one. Will we see lane swaps from CLG? Will we see lane swaps from Team Liquid? Or will we see early jungle pressure from xSmithy's Eve? Those are my main questions.
Welcome to
Well, whatever puts Double Lift in his perfect habitat of free farming.
Yeah.
That's what they're looking for.
Although.
Oh.
Is he going to throw it? He wants to throw it. Starts with a flask instead of boots. Oftentimes you'll see TF start with boots and multiple health potions. Because it synergizes really well with ganks, he pulls a gold card, his jungler arrives, they get the kill. But knowing he's against a cleanse Phoenix and also the harass that Azir can put down early, the extra potions are the option for Pobelter this time. But it means when he locks a gold card, he won't be able to just walk into range.
Cleanse for Pobelter as well. Making sure he can get in for those ultimates as well as get himself out of ganks in the mid lane.
Afro's Bard.
Afro's Bard statistics coming up.
100% win rate.
I'd say that's pretty good.
Okay.
Minions have
So one thing that's contributed to CLG's success this split has just been...
Besides the cinder block.
Besides that cinder block and all the dunking on the basketball hoop, just has been everyone contributing in their own right. So it's not just to protect the double lift team. Pobelter has been able to carry certain games. Zion has been carrying games. They have threats from multiple lanes. One statistic that illuminates this is the kill share, which is basically what percentage of the team's kills does one person get.
Right.
In past splits, so 2013 Spring Split and 2014 Summer Split, Doublelift actually had the two highest kill share marks in NALCS history at 44 and 43% of the team's kills in that split. Like a huge number, nearly half of the kills in those splits. But this split, even though I don't think Doublelift is playing poorly by any means, his kill share is down to 31%, which is one of the lowest marks he's had in his entire career. Yet, it's one of CLG's most successful splits ever at 8-1. It's because they are spreading the load. League of Legends is very much a team game. He's not trying to carry on his own, and the rest of the team is also picking up a good chunk of kills, so the gold distribution is spread very evenly. It's just an interesting thing
It's definitely a change dynamic. I always saw North American LCS teams as kind of like North American soccer teams where you have the one striker you pass the ball to up front, that guy scores the goal. You see kind of a European style where everybody's a brute, everybody makes plays, and everybody can really, you got a Huni, you got a Febabin. But CLG is kind of, like you said, rounded out to that, and everybody can be the one to get that ball and strike it into the net this time.
Oh, this is interesting. This is what didn't happen last game. CLG is trying to cut off the 3 people from Team Liquid, but a stun in the turret!
Oh, very close. xSmithy ignites on. That could take him down. The potion hits. Oh, the flash forward, and he's going to get roared by Zion with first blood. They're going to try to get that double buff off of him. Quas is loving the fact that he gets that in the lane now. They can just continuously push that back. And CLG, a large error here in the beginning of the matchup.
We talked about xSmithy kind of having one oopsie each game. It's a with Gragas ultimate, taking a Rek'Sai tunnel into the base. This time the oopsie came with his double buffs at level 2, 3 minutes into the game, giving them to Quas. The whole lane swap is predicated around CLG having 4 people and denying the 3 from getting into the turret. The worst case should be that the 3 people get under the turret, you can't dive them, and they get experience. This is almost worse than the worst case because they give up double buffs and they don't deny the experience while committing more resources to the task. So CLG now not only down in kills and gold, but also in experience.
Very rough start. Well, it's definitely going to be a test now. Counterstrike Gaming not usually down in any of these things this early in the game. We'll see how they start to react. Zion Spartan going to take aggression in the top lane, which will start to push him even more off turrets. Tries to do as much damage as he can in that trade with Xpecial before exiting the fight. Not losing too much CS right now as the wave's pushing back towards him, so he's okay to just kind of hang out.
I do have to credit Team Liquid for that engagement as well, though, because as far as a champion composition that you would want to cut off a 4-man group in the bottom with 3, Sion is a brick. He's one of the most undivable champions in League of Legends, especially in lane swaps. Not to mention Echo is a really good combo with that early on. So as far as choosing whether or not they wanted to cut the wave there, get under their turret instead of just doing a 4-man trade like we saw in our last matchup, I think it's a good call for Team Liquid to even go for that, and they were rewarded handsomely by xSmithy's mispositioning.
Team that can definitely make the right calls when they need to quickly. Seems like the planned calls are the one that get them in trouble. Go a little too hard in those late game team fights. See if it pans out that way. The early one so far working out for a 600 gold lead. And basically a level lead most likely. We'll see what happens to the mid lane here. They are 5-5, but we are seeing that Phoenix rather is going to come back to a wave to clear out. Afromu pushing forward some wards. This is something that CLG stopped doing in the middle of the split last year. Getting Afro to roam. It seems like it really contributed to them falling apart, not having all the pressure and knowledge they need of every lane. Here, we got the 2 guys that are pretty much talking the most, moving around together and providing information.
Yeah.
Good wards.
Doing their best.
Yeah, they're going to keep top lane safe here. They know that Zion Spartan could get some love, so they give him just about 40 to 50 wards on that side of the net.
Yeah, making sure he can't get snuck up on for a dive. As long as he can hold his own against the Sivir Annie.
Yeah.
Which can be a little tricky if Xpecial gets enough harass on. Luckily for Zion Spartan, the wave is coming back. Still some defense being blocked up by CLG. Afro and xSmithy are spending a lot of time not accomplishing much so far.
I was going to say as xSmithy, though.
Ooh.
You try to go for that. Whoa, dominate. Way too ahead of himself on that one, thinking Phoenix could add the pressure necessary. Parallel convergence pretty much stops them from continuing the engage, and Phoenix is forced to use his ulti there, I guess.
Yeah, they burned the flash of Dominate and the ulti from Phoenix. He was worried that Pobelter was just going to rock right through, get the last gold card on Dominate, and pick up a kill. So COG punishing Dominate a little bit for his counter jungling attempts.
Better safe than sorry in that case. Phoenix keep himself safe. Flash up still in the mid lane. You see Dominate still trying to put xSmithy farther behind, trying to steal those Raptors. Wasn't exactly on time with it, but still slowing down xSmithy ever so slightly. Should have the items after this to go back and get back into this game. For xSmithy, for an Eve, does he have time to farm now, or are the lanes all right? What's he going to be looking to do after going down that early?
Yeah, I think xSmithy is just in survival mode, a little bit like Move was last game on his Eve. Just build one jungle upgrade, get as tanky as you can, basically just a flank bot to try and slow people down is I think xSmithy's job here. To COD's credit, they've stalled out the game after the early mistake. They made one early mistake early. They say, all right, we can't pull off these shenanigans yet. Let's equalize the game a little bit by just stalling.
Yep.
Now it's still just that 500 gold disadvantage. The disadvantage hasn't snowballed, and they may be in a position to still pull off those TF Bard Ashe plays later.
Well, they did everything necessary after that to stop anything from happening to Zion Spartan with a plethora of wards on the top side of the map. So Definitely quickly reacting to the situation to make sure it doesn't get any worse. Slowly making sure they can get into any type of aggression range. Nope, they're not going to do anything. I thought the Piglet was trying to play that so we can see Dominate come in, but they just stay to the backside and wait for the lane to be pushed up. Both teams very wary right now with the way the game started.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid's pretty content with getting this to move to a team fight phase. For the most part, they don't want to keep up with CLG's mobility early, and they kind of want to wait for the map to shrink. So they need a few turrets. They need the dragon fights to start happening. They want to just keep it in a confined space so that Phoenix and Piglet can do their work in team fights.
A little bit of love from the bottom lane coming in. Xmithy level 5 here as he attempts to walk into the lane. Not seen though. No pink ward pressure. Claw hands on that cosmic binding.
So the
Rapid
board
Piglet's
will not
ankle.
see Xmithy.
Trying not to pop that Onyx special. Arrow. Oh my word!
Whoa. That's as close as you're going to see without it actually stunning Annie.
Yeah.
It looked like the Ash Arrow was pretty much connected with X Special.
It's Annie. He's on fire. First part of it melted. He flashed away. You're good. Physics. No, that was a hell of a flash. X Special. Completely. I had to be aware of the situation. Also, it was a pretty good distance for the arrow to travel in lane.
Yeah.
For these guys' reaction time. So
I guarantee you someone's going to freeze frame the moment before he flashed. Say, confirmed bug Double's arrow connected with X Special. But the hitbox on that arrow I don't think is at the very tip of the arrow. I think it's somewhere in the middle. I'm not 100% sure on that. Either way.
Will be confirmed.
He flashed. The arrow went through.
So alt down for flash down. Double lift and Afro could still go aggressive here. They did know that Xmithy was on the bottom side of the map. So that was knowledge to Team Liquid for right now. Not too much that they can use. Just farming out the lanes. Very slow to start. Make it another one that we had just like last game, and then it might explode once we start to get these Bard ultimates.
Double's got to be careful.
Everything else. Trying to bait this in.
Woo!
It's about sending a message. Take it!
Yeah. Gives Piglet the ability to gain ward control for sure.
Yeah. See if we get a gank from Dominate soon. I feel like he's itching. Usually he's not this quiet in the early part of the game. Felt all right getting that attack onto Xmithy. Did find himself in a bit of trouble at Raptor Camp, which might have slowed him down. Thing is going down. 52 to 48. CLG fans still holding strong. First place. They're going to feel good this year.
Yeah. They're going to have to play a little bit from behind this game, though. Looks like Zion's rushing a Frozen Mallet. He's gone back and forth between his favorite first item on Gnar. It's been Black Cleaver the last few times he's played Gnar, but this time it's going to be Frozen Mallet. And, oh dear, that's already a flash down. Chain stunned.
Oh, they're still going onto Xmithy. Bard alt tempered fade onto Special, but that damage was already delivered. It could have hit the other units for a better ultimate, but unfortunate good dodges from Team Liquid. CLG lose another one. Xmithy goes down for a second time, 100% death participation.
Yeah, not the participation stat you want to be a part of, but I really like the chain stunning there from X Special and Dominate.
Yeah.
That's kind of the Echo Annie synergy. Being able to stun someone in the W zone.
It's almost like a perfect timing for parallel, especially if you have a little distance on it. Cobalt, they're trying to do AoE clear with the red cards here. As Phoenix gets the better of them, pushing into that turret. So CLG falling behind even a little more. We'll see if the fights are where they can come back. Still have that bit of a pick composition where they can start to skirmish their way back into this game one by one.
It's a tough life for Xmithy. Having a double buff at level 2 and then dying at the start of the game, that's never going to set you up for success. Pretty much the entirety of the game from that point forward, you are playing from behind. So it's really on Team Liquid to continually punish Xmithy. And for Xmithy to play as safe as possible. He's not going to be able to have a large impact in this game just because of the disaster that happened early on in the game.
So Phoenix gets his. That's going to be blue over to Pole Belter as well. see, the late game Xfinity mistakes are not the ones that can happen anymore. So like you said, there's only one. That chance. The rest of the team's definitely going to have to be in that step-up mode. 2K gold lead. Actually 1.3 right now as that ticks up to 18,000.
Yeah. And overall, CLG's, with this execution-heavy team composition, they want the Twisted Fate to be able to teleport into situations and create plays. But none of that is really showing right now because of the way Team Liquid drafted their lanes. So Sivir to begin with is pretty difficult for TF to gank because of the spell shield. Add on that to Annie to just try and blow up Pobelter the instant he comes in. Add that to the fact that Azir shoves the lane so quickly, so anytime Pobelter is out of lane, he's sacrificing probably his turret, or he's not going to be ganking a Gnar, or sorry, Sion with a Gnar lane because that's probably not going to die anyway. So as far as Pobelter's actual lanes to gank, they don't really exist, thanks to Team Liquid's early lead with Xmithy being behind, and just the way they drafted their overall lane structure. It makes ganking really difficult and incredibly punishing for Pobelter to even try. Therefore, he's just a turret trying to fight. And he's going to lose turret anyway.
None of the targets he can really get at are ones that will stand still. Phoenix dash away. Everything you were saying makes it so difficult. Pobelter's the guy they say, he's the one we know is going to bring damage to the game. When he came to the team, that's something we were assured of every time a fight started. But not this game. Doublelift looking to get the arrow on. Did not seem like they were on the same page there for a second. Looks like Mega Gnar happened in the top lane, and Teleport was ready, but those two are fighting it out, actually.
It almost looked like Doublelift was bluffing there and hoping to get Summoner spells burned out of Team Liquid because they had no backup coming. But you would expect with the TF Eve comp that they would be right there.
Good forward ward placed by Aframo to keep the lane safe. Knowledge now of Dominate. That's the legacy of Shurima turret going down in the mid lane.
Not a real turret.
Not a real turret. Semi-real. Team Liquid looking to actually grab good control here over the bottom side of the map. This is going to be Scuttle as well. Dragon may be on their plate. Feels like they could be stronger in this situation, or at least get the area so they can taunt it.
They have the mid turret. They just saw Xmithy doing red buff. They have pressure in the bottom lane. They know the Ashe ult is down.
Yeah, that too.
The only thing they do have to respect is just to Twisted Fate teleport because you're kind of giving the other team position when you go for Dragon.
Well, look at these deep wards. Dominate's placing now all the way back towards Wolves. They'll have vision for days as they enter into the Dragon Pit. But they need this
job. Nice team coordination.
They need that guy for Dragon.
Yeah, they need that guy for Dragon for sure, but really nice job there by Phoenix.
Yeah.
Because they saw him clear the red buff with the ward, Phoenix just going and making Xmithy's life as difficult as possible.
It's the little things. They add up in your favor.
Whoa, here we go.
Oh boy, I liked it. They're aggro on him immediately, though. He's out of the turret range. Last shot, like you said. Trying to kill a brick wall. Qua stays alive. Oh, special flashes forward for the Tibbers. And he's able to take down Zion Spartan. 3 kills now coming in. That's Team Liquid still diving under the turret. Shurima slides his way in. Turret goes down. They're able to get it. Fard ult almost helping him out there, but he goes down right as the last soldier gives him a poke.
Team Liquid with some huge plays on CLG's first attempt to create action, trying to dive the brick wall and Quas. The collapse comes in afterwards. They punish the dive brilliantly. Now 4 kills to 0, big gold lead, and maybe even some more control. They're already up 2 turrets to 0.
Very interesting game so far for Team Liquid to be on point so much with the ganks, with the way things are going. That one kind of trickled into their hands nicely. It's going to make it harder for CounterLogic Gaming to get themselves back in. The Dragon will be able to happen as they are 3K down now. They're going to have to go back down and get this turret cleaned up, though. Getting pushed in by Piglet. See this fight one more time in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, not necessarily great teleport timing by Pobelter. Quas did a great job dodging around. Also charging his ultimate right into Zion Spartan was smart. Zion then was incredibly low by the time this happened. Getting the double Tibbers, and now there's no cleanse for whatever Phoenix throws at you. Plus the turret is super low. I like how he just
heads in.
Yeah,
the rise soldier.
Pressed a soldier on the turret to finish it off, and a Bard ult could not come in to save him.
Just on the edge. Tempered fate, indeed. 4-0 now. Team Liquid starting to clean up this map, but they are still losing their turrets around. Still allow CLG to continue putting these wards in. They put a lot of focus towards the top side of the map. A lot of those wards early with Xmithy and Alphamu to keep Zion safe, and it didn't seem to pay off for them. The kills went down to the bottom side.
Yeah. And you could also see in that last graphic, neither team putting a huge priority on early Dragon. Of all the teams in the LCS, CLG actually has the 3rd fewest Dragons amongst all 10 teams. So overall, they just are winning most games by turret pushing and getting kills. This game, though, they are behind on all of those things and instead kind of default back to the Dragon. Still pretty far behind, though. That first Dragon doesn't give you much at this point in the game.
Oh, stop, it tickles. That's what he's saying right now. I'm quads.
Sion's not tickling. Sion's hitting hard. So this is that classic Bloodthirster Ashe trying to finish off a Sion.
Oh, teleport, or rather, Flash is not up. There's no distortion boots yet for X-Special, but he was flying in there like he was about to throw down Tibbers once again. Looks like they know Dominate is starting to rotate his way down with the sweeper towards the brush, and CLG start to add a little bit of defense here to their zone. Pressure towards the mid lane. Phoenix just got stopped on his back, but teams are just kind of looking for a fight. The error or a mistake for CLG to make here. Team Liquid feels like they're going to make it pretty often. They're wandering about one by one.
Team Liquid has chosen to play this game in a reactionary style, which is probably ideal against a team that has so many options of trying to create plays. They're just keeping pressure on the lanes so that anytime CLG wants to make a decision, it can be punished somewhere else or collapsed on a little bit later. Therefore, Team Liquid is just, they're playing this really well 20 minutes in to have this 3,000 gold lead.
Also very, very difficult to initiate knowing all those TPs can go mid. Maybe once they find an engagement out of Pobelter will be the one they want. So far, staying safe, though, in that regards. Quas getting bounced around, but he has not cared since the first blood that he got over onto Xmithy. Double buff since the beginning of the game for him. And Quas, without playing Sion yet, this split is doing a great job for the team so far.
Yeah. Zion as well, trying to keep as much pressure on the lane as possible. With the Frozen Mallet, you can see he does have a bit of an advantage on Quas. It's just, it is so damn hard to actually kill a Sion, especially the full tank variety that Quas was going.
And when you kill him, he still keeps going.
He'll just come right back.
He'll just come right back.
What you gonna do?
Step on that relic. Step on it.
Yeah. Success.
Got him. All right, turret's going down. Team Liquid starting to put their foot down as well. They should be able to clear out quite a bit of these wards on their way out. If they see them, they are invisible. Good push by CLG. Top lane pressure right now. They're going to be calling Quas over from this, so he's now going to have to actually be held accountable for that top lane. If they can get Team Liquid to kind of keep moving out of position here, they might get the fights they want in the rotation.
That's the hope. Unfortunately,
it is a hope.
Unfortunately, Zion Spartan has not even hit Quas's turret yet. His second tier. Full health.
Just looked close.
It looked like he was going to get a lot of damage. Oh, maybe he hit it once.
He was breathing on it.
Could have been a minion.
Yep. Pesky minions.
Yeah,
So
and the mid lane turret still has a decent amount of health. The return turret from CLG is good. And an open map like this is what favors the Twisted Fate, having the outer turrets down. But because CLG doesn't have the pressure, Team Liquid with their double sight stone and upgraded trinkets can place more wards across the map, which is really good to limit Pobelter's roaming abilities, because you want to be able to see where the TF takes off from so you know where his range of global is.
Double lift. Doing what he does best. He's been waiting for this point of the game the whole time. He has just under 2,000 gold to go back with here. About a 20 CS lead on the game. Xmithy, Devour, Stalkers for him into that Sight Stone. He still wants to be doing damage for the team so they can delete people. Pobelter's chance of making plays just went up as well with his item combination.
Zonia's exactly the item he needs. No defensive items on Phoenix yet.
Right.
No Zonias, no QSS. He does have the cleanse, but Gold Card will truck Phoenix down pretty hard. It's just they don't necessarily have that second diver. A lot of times, like last week, we saw Team Dignitas do Twisted Fate Hecarim as a combo. When those two dive together, it's almost an instant kill on whoever they want. Xmithy with being far behind. Gnar has a hard route to get there. Pobelter will be able to teleport in, land a Gold Card in Zonia's, but it's not going to be a kill. So he's actually really not there quite yet to the power point he wants to be.
Right. He's got to hit that priority target, or the damage he does isn't really going to change Team Liquid's mind about what's going on. It will be tough, especially if that guy in the front is Quas. Sion and him duking it out in big mode. We see that Phoenix has actually picked himself up a Elixir of Sorcery, trying to put out enough damage to cancel somebody out in this fight, take it by surprise.
Yeah. Phoenix in a big power spike right now has got a 2-level advantage over Pobelter. So that control they have in the mid and bottom lane is just stopping CLG from even setting foot in their own jungle. Therefore, the Dragon goes over pretty much for free.
Oh, eye for an eye on this one. Blue for blue. Nothing really lost in that situation, but this turret is in favor of Team Liquid. Temper Fate comes out. That's all the teleports. Don't fight unless you're fighting where the TF is, and Team Liquid might want to change their mind. Zion Spartan very close to the rage bar. He is now in Meganar form, but does not have his gap closer. Quas is actually going to dive back in, right to the turret. Double lift with the sidestep, okie doke, and now Quas is in a real bad spot. He's going to go down. And that's going to be a kill coming in for Counterlogic Gaming. Team Liquid goes a little too deep for their own good.
Yeah, brilliant use of the Bard ultimate on an ally. So rarely do we get to see a nice save that hits an ally, but it stops him in the turret. It gives CLG time to catch up on the rotation. Everyone collapses in, plus the Twisted Fate. And if Zion had that leap go off a minion and double, he could have Mega-Nard everyone into the wall. But even though he didn't, every flash on people that escaped was burned, and they want Phoenix in this turret.
Oh boy.
He's pretty strong though. What's he gonna do?
Oh! Oh, he got two! He's gonna get a triple kill! A quadra kill! An amazing play by Phoenix on his ear! The legacy of Shurima is real!
I say we let that one breathe for a little while. What a tremendous play by Phoenix, juking and outplaying 4 members of CLG. Yeah, they were a little low, but that's a 1v4 quadra kill from Phoenix.
That is deafening for a team, I'd have to expect.
Now they get Baron.
Complete silence. Or some whoopsies coming from the CLG comms.
That's a big whoopsie.
A play from Phoenix on that. Sets up the legacy of Shurima, a turret that does not stand as long as most normal turrets. And a triple Emperor's Divide.
He was in such a big power spike too. He had the Elixir, a Deathcap Admiral, and Omicron before this one.
Gladiator status.
Right. So they know he has his ult. CLG is low. They tried flank from 2 sides. Double next Smithy takes so much damage. They don't land the Bard CC. Triple Emperor's Divide into a soldier double. And I don't even know what happened to the last guy. Bard died off on the side as well for the 4th kill. Good Lord, Phoenix. You are a monster.
And that was a 6-0-0 now. What an amazing play. LCS big plays for sure.
Aphromoo died to the Shurima turret.
Yep,
by the way.
Yeah. Now.
That's just too much. Even with all that, it's a 3,500 gold differential, but Team Liquid has Baron, and also they have Phoenix on their team, which matters a lot.
So to boot with that turret, he did go down, Aphromoo, but he also flashed in the last shot, taking 3 shots, and still died. So flash down out of that situation. A lot of chaos right now for Counterlogic Gaming as Team Liquid has the ability to put their foot down wherever they want. They had a bit of free roam time, decided to take that towards mid. Baron still ticking away as we are 27 minutes in. Play that completely changed the tide of the way this game was going. Counterlogic Gaming has been behind from the beginning, and it seems like Team Liquid has found that crutch. So you have to hit CLG early and not give them a chance to come back.
Yeah, Phoenix is at a point now where he can basically 2-shot pretty much everyone on the team. Evelyn's not the champion that can rush the Locket of the Iron Solari, especially if Smithy's going the Sightstone build.
Yeah, right.
So there's very little magic resist on CLG. Aphromoo did just finish an Aegis, which will help a little bit.
It's on him now.
But, I mean, no one on CLG is above level 14. Phoenix is level 17 with 6 kills and 700 ability power. They want to lock him down, and they aren't doing it very well. So Phoenix, a little bit too hard to handle right now. Team Liquid should be going to the side lanes and getting a 6 turret to 2 advantage because they have the ability to do so right now.
And there's going to be no one for CLG top lane right now. They're going to be forced to run this out. 2nd tier turret goes down. I was thinking Counterlogic Gaming was starting to get control before that. The outer turrets would give them a surge in gold, and the game would kind of flatten out. What a way that turned out from just one play. And now Team Liquid is on the inhibitor turret. Sub 30 minutes in this game. A parallel convergence to keep everyone off the turret. And it looks like they're going to have what they need with this barrier pressure right into the base. The inhibitor turret's still up. Not getting enough focus. It finally goes down, and CLG is forced to go back onto the fountain. Home guards aren't finished up on the majority of their members yet. This could be an inhibitor going down already. Team Liquid not stopping. A focus here on the Pobelter. That's the Zanya's. Bard is down. No Tempered Fate to follow. That's the Azir damage. He Shurima slides in, gets the shield on the shift, and Phoenix is still alive. That is completely keeping Team Liquid in this game right now. The little things falling in their favor are absolutely crushing Counterlogic Gaming.
A massive burst of damage, but it's not enough to take down Phoenix. Because of that, CLG ends up losing their inhibitor. They are inches away from winning so many of these fights, but time and time again, it is Team Liquid and Phoenix coming out on top at the end of these chaotic battles.
CLG on the move. Wards out, gotta clear something, push waves. Do some repairing of what has been happening. It's going to be very tough. We'll see this again. This is already after Team Liquid said this is our base.
Yeah, so basically Pobelter chunks 3 people with red card, wild card, but Zion doesn't quite get Phoenix in the Gnar ult, and then a soldier auto takes Pobelter pretty much out of the fight.
Health?
Yeah,
was a dangerous
Smithy
game.
tried to flash over, but then Phoenix used his E right into him to proc the shield as well.
Shifting sands and that shield. A little helpful, especially since you bump your target.
And since Phoenix is so over-leveled in this game, it's shielding for over 200 with 4 points in it. And the siege continues.
Oh boy. Just a few attacks from 2 soldiers brings the AlphaDraft down to 50% HP. And Team Liquid's now able to set up base right outside the front doorstep of Counterlogic Gaming. A very underappreciated use of the Azir turret here when you're able to siege. These guys are appreciating it quite a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, no way! The flight's just missing Phoenix on the end of the arrow as well. All of these things for Counterlogic Gaming missing by millimeters. Just as well earlier, the AlphaDraft ult from Bard into the arrow again we saw. Counterlogic Gaming can't get it to stick.
Yeah. And Phoenix just needs a few clicks on the turret to take it down as well. But without Baron, it is a little bit more difficult to siege. Team Liquid looking to poke and go, definitely.
Not as confident. That flash isn't up for special to get Tibbers in there. Yeah, this is good, though, seeing Team Liquid not try to do the same thing they did last fight just because it worked. They know that they're down a few summoners. Things are different, and the later the game goes, the mistakes could be even worse. So they back off. Dragon's going to be there as uncontested. Smart move as they just continuously pressure Counterlogic Gaming. It's the first time we've really seen CLG not have a definitive answer to come back into something. Now, Phoenix made a gigantic play, but even before that, CLG was struggling to find the 2,000 gold they were behind.
Yeah, and that's ballooned into the 7,000 or 8,000.
Yeah.
And this was the question coming into this game. Team Liquid, they had some really tough defeats last week. Had yet to beat a top-tier team in the LCS. CLG had some questionable victories. They had very close games against TDK and Cloud9, 2 teams in the bottom 3 of the standings. So while the records were showing 7-1 and 5-3 coming into this one, we were really wondering if this was going to be a statement game for Team Liquid. Definitely a huge opportunity to be that statement game, as long as they can take their leads and turn the winnable games into wins. Team Liquid still in the process of doing so.
Yeah.
But these fights have been close, even though the kill score is 11-3 right now. They have to close this one out.
Got to remember the games against TSM that they lost were in the late game due to misguided, not misguided, but misprioritized ultimates on the wrong target. Remember, Dominate was hitting Alistar with Sejuani ultimates, and Lustboy was out instantly. This time, there's a lot more damage to that AoE ultimate that stuns, and it's special. And so far, they have been on point. Counterlogic Gaming, no chance to turn and fight within these. One try cost Pobelter his life, and pretty much the rest of the team. They may have to try again here.
They have tons of vision around this area. They killed the Crab. They have ward coverage. They have Hawkshot. They have Twisted Fate ultimate. Very easy to see Team Liquid here, but very hard to actually engage them in a fight. I don't think CLG would want to fight unless Team Liquid is in the midst of Baron or had already burned some important cooldowns. They're hoping for either an Ashe Arrow on a priority target or a Bardolph on a big group. Whereas Team Liquid can just flash Annie to start a fight with Talisman as well as the flash and go for something big. It's all about how much damage Team Liquid takes from this Baron, how low it gets, and how committed CLG can get.
Okay.
Onto a tank.
Not bad. Quas Phoenix gets hit up very hard. If Pobelter can come out of this with a card, he gets the kill, but he does not. Phoenix hits the Zanyas just at the time the wild cards fly back at him from the no-look chuck on Pobelter. McSmithy gets himself out. He's able to get to safety right now, and Doublelift is trying to kite everybody back. A nice Cosmic Binding will put Dominate and Quas in a bad spot. Absolutely crushed. Especially goes down in the wrong side of the fight. Smithy could get hit up. He flashes away. Quas just a sliver from going down himself, and Doublelift's able to find that kill. It could be bad. Dominates into the fight. He's getting echo kills, but Doublelift's also turning it around. Here comes Phoenix now, able to find his way back into the fight after going around everything on the map. It's a double and a triple. A full house dominates over Phoenix. That's the ace.
Phoenix has picked up pretty much all his kills this game while under 400 health, it feels like. He is always a sliver away from dying, and that fight showed he needs a Banshee's Veil yesterday. He nearly gets one shot here by a Twisted Fate who doesn't even have a Void Staff. If an arrow lands, he's instantly dead. Pobelter's going in with the red card because he knows Phoenix can cleanse the stun anyway, so he wants the AoE damage. That's an intentional thing he's doing. And like that nearly killed Phoenix, even though Pobelter's way further behind. If anything for CLG could have finished off Phoenix in this fight, CLG would have had the ace. So this was, in my opinion, almost CLG's last opportunity to win. Nice ultimate there from the Gnar. They tried to chain down Doublelift, they couldn't quite get him. Phoenix goes super aggressive, and look at how low he is this entire time, managing his health so closely. Giant battle at the end, but again, it's a Zir with just huge damage in the fights down the stretch. No one getting close enough to finish him off. Gets the ace. Thanks to the nice move at the end there. And now with the Spectre's Cal, that's why I think it's the last chance, because no longer will Pobelter have that one-shot potential, especially when the Banshee's Veil is completed. CLG looking in trouble. Baron gets started again.
Imagine the difference in these fights had Phoenix twice taken about 80 more damage. It would have changed completely. We'll see once again here, Team Liquid ready to fight. Smithy goes down immediately, doesn't even get a chance to breathe in this one. Just Agony's Embrace, and then he's in the ground. 2 kills now coming up. Counterlogic Gaming is in retreat, and the magical journey gets taken by everyone. Tibber's sad on the other side, unfortunately, and a double kill coming in for Phoenix. That is Zion Spartan all the way on the side of Team Liquid. Their side of the map. Teleporting back to his base. Team Liquid now inside CLG's base, taking the inhibitors down, going for the Nexus.
Yep, Baron up, everyone up for Team Liquid. This will be the game. Team Liquid will take down the #1 team in North America.
Going to move themselves up in the standings very nicely. That will be 6-3 for Team Liquid as they have the eyes on the Nexus turrets from the get-go. The game was in their hands, and Team Liquid in 36 minutes take down Counterlogic Gaming.
It's got to be a satisfying win for Team Liquid after going 0-2 last week. They needed to pick up a win against a top 5 North American team. They just picked up a win against the #1 North American team in the standings. They close out their first round robin of the season at 6-3. So they would have liked it to be a little bit better, but that win has got to feel good, specifically from Phoenix's point of view. 11-0-5. On a 0.
Absolutely. Oddly enough, things we mentioned in the beginning, small mistakes from certain players, mistakes were made in the beginning. For Quas to get double buff and start off his lane really gave assurance to Team Liquid that they could just kind of hang back and get everything they wanted slowly. And then, out of nowhere, Super Saiyan Phoenix gets a quadra kill solo under his own Shurima turret. Absolutely amazing play. It's very hard to come back mentally and mechanically after that happens to your team.
Yeah, still some really close team fights in that game. You can see Doublelift knows how close they were to killing Phoenix so many times. Also, the early dive at the very start was something CLG could never quite recover from, specifically xSmithy. 0-6-3, his worst game of the year by a long shot.
Yeah. Not what worked out for them. The whole team was kind of put down this game. Looking at the damage chart in the end, 27,000 damage from Phoenix alone. The next closest was going to be Pole Belter at 16,000, 11,000 damage back. And even in this game, it shows you Doublelift couldn't get in the right positions. Zion Spartan had more damage than Doublelift did in this game by about 300-400 or a few hundred damage. So CLG couldn't get themselves in the right spots with the lead that Team Liquid had, and Team Liquid made sure of it.
Yep, just a great way for Team Liquid to bounce back. I liked the draft, I liked the Azir, I liked the way they were trying to neutralize Pole Belter. Phoenix took a very aggressive path with his build. Honestly, I think he should have built the Spectre's Cowl earlier in the game, but he wasn't completely punished for it. He was going for the big play because he got the quadra kill.
It seems to be the day of damage for people. Glass cannons, damage, whatever leads to damage, even if you have to recipe that last
Match, Team Solo Mid versus Team 8. Now, obviously, one of our top stories this week was news that TSM were looking to make a change to their AD carry. Wild Turtle is starting this week, so we'll have to see how he performs with the added pressure.
Right, so this does a lot of things, especially since Wild Turtle has always been this guy with a very, carefree attitude, and he likes to make these plays, big plays by himself. Now he has to be very self-conscious and second-guess himself all the time. I am always really interested in player psychology and human behavior, and I'm wondering if the hard-nosed approach is the right approach to take with a player like Turtle. Because yeah, you want him to, be spurred on, and hopefully this will ignite a fire and he's going to perform better than ever. But does it just make him a super safe player, and now he's not good at playing safe or playing aggressive, and you lose all the advantages?
Yeah, if your goal is to return him to form, is it the best idea to put pressure on him to not take risk?
Don't know. Could go either way. We'll see how, because Keith is on the board.
We will find out soon enough. Meanwhile, Team 8 were able to pick up a win against TDK, putting a little bit of a buffer between them and the danger zone of 10th place.
Right, and if you look across on Team 8, opposing Wild Turtle is Nien, who, when he joined this team, a lot of rough games for him. He did recently have a strong game, so maybe he's got more confidence now. That was also in a lane swap, so that may be important for Team 8.
Yeah, in the absence of Slushy, Nien definitely needing to step up there and propel them to victory. Now, as we send it over to the casters, Porpoise breaks down TSM's recent struggles and gives some free coaching advice on how they can become an international powerhouse.
I think TSM is having a little bit of trouble with their early game. If they can fix that and become more like an international team where they're very aggressive and they punish all your mistakes in the early game to actually go into that mid game and late game with a large lead, and then through their strategical mastery, they can just take over the game at that point. So if they can master the early game, I think they'll be a very strong team, an international team. As of right now, they're being beaten by teams that you wouldn't really expect to beat them, and I think that's the inconsistency they're showing. And if they can fix that, they'll be a very strong team.
All right.
Seems like it'd be the team that'd be completely at the top of the ladder, and hopefully Teammate has something to say about it. Let's check into Champion Select with a quick review of the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's going to be Team Solo Mid. That's Dyrus in the top lane, Santorin in the jungle, Bjergsen at mid, Wild Turtle at AD carry, Lost Boy at support, Loco Doco at coach.
Yeah, and the red side here is going to be Team 8. Cali Trolls, top lane, Porpoise in the jungle, Golden Glue with Healthy 8 in his name in the mid lane, Yenin the AD carry position, and Dodo 8 on support.
That's right, Golden Glue still in for the team. Now has had a few more, another week rather, to practice with the team, so that should be definitely better communication and play coming from their teammate 2 and 6 versus the 6 and 2. I'm sure they'd love to make that a 3 and 6.
Yeah, Golden Glue did pick up the 1 win against TDK last week, so also he's very high ranked on the solo queue ladder, a top 5 player actually in North America. But he also has to go against TSM and a team devoted around helping out that mid laner.
It was the Varus for him last week. Actually was quite on point with his arrows. They were hitting a lot of the fights and was a reason that they could start pressuring on and get the turrets down. You're fighting a team that doesn't have HP, probably going to be able to take down their structures. Seeing some jungler and top lane bans coming out here. The Echo kind of being both as well.
Yeah, so Bjergsen showed a lot of proficiency on Echo before.
Yeah.
TSM as well. Even though they felt like they've been struggling, very close games against Team Liquid and Gravity, they're at least pulling out the wins, which has always been a strength for Team Solo Mid in North America. Even if they're not playing at the top of the game, they usually hang on to win the close matchups. But obviously this last week, Team Solo Mid may be under a lot of turmoil. Wild Turtle's job in question as the starting AD carry. Using their first pick on Callista.
Using the first pick on their AD carry. Wild Turtle's going to get his pick. Comfort of Callista coming into this game. A little bit of pressure is added there as well. I'm always wondering if Team Solo Mid would ever kind of go outside their box that they have and put Santorin on somebody like Echo and just kind of go all out for their team instead of Santorin being facilitator for most of his lanes. Be interesting. He's never really seen him do something.
He had a couple good in Italy games last split.
Yeah, right.
Where he was able to carry, but the jungle meta has obviously shifted with Gragas and Rek'Sai. But those are two-man junglers this game, so maybe we're going to get to see something a little bit different. Maybe he does go back to that in Italy.
Teammate figuring out what they can do. Usually been leaving Cali Trolls his pick up for a while here so he can get a counter on the team, something that will work against the entire fight once they get into the 5v5. Somewhere we heard on your screen Porpoise talking about Team Solo Mid having good mechanics there. If they can shore up everything else, definitely be a good international team.
Yeah.
Silver Comp.
Non-committal picks here from the sense of there's already an AD carry on the other side, so the Sivir doesn't need to be picked right away. They're basically just trying to hide the rest of the things for counters. The only power pick type thing is the Annie, something Lustboy has played 3 times so far this split.
Able to get that away from him, so that will be good. Thresh is still up to make plays. Actually, a lot of options, obviously. Usually too many support bans. It may we see Bard, Hover, Gnar, and the Azir get locked in, however, after they're switching back and forth, showing Bjergsen takes Azir right away.
Yeah, definitely a difference in methodology between these two solo lane choices being right out of the gate. Oftentimes you will see the counter picks for the solo laners wait until the last chance a team has to pick in a draft. Team 8 didn't think that there were power picks worthy in their first 2 choices, so they picked the Sivir despite an AD carry already being locked in. Team Solo Mid says, great, we think Gnar and Azir are both worthy of power picks. They're going to pick them regardless of counters. Pretty much the majority of the cards are already on the playing field for Team Solo Mid here, and Team 8 gets to choose what to play against TSM's power picks.
Dyrus has been on this Gnar now 2 games in a row already. Liquid and Gravity wins last week as they defeated them. Now for a 3rd game against Team 8. What will it be? Golden Glue has played Victor. That was his first play with Team 8 here as they came in with him on week 4. A 1-5-2. That was a loss against Gravity, so he will try his hand at that once again. The Shen locked in as well. Seems like the Team 8 does have the chance to kind of go a little bit farther in their fights where they usually get into trouble. Maybe they have the safety they require now.
Shen making a slight resurgence since the buffs. He finally got that magic resist per level everyone's been asking about for 2 years.
The man's got a shield. He didn't need it.
But now, it's good protection for Victor, who is an incredibly high DPS mid laner, and often needs to get close to mid-range in order to be effective, so you can't really fault these picks from Team 8. Wouldn't say they're counters to what they're going up against either, though.
Be a swap out here for Santorin to get something he is used to playing.
Jarvan?
Nah. Still used to playing Jarvan. Can't say he's not. Obviously has put games in on that, but now it's going to be on the LCS stage for one of the first times. Rek'Sai, Gragas, and Sejuani are what Santorin has really cycled through here so far in the summer split.
Yeah.
And now Jarvan.
You know how we talked about a lot of teams having like Yasuo comps built around knockups? This is almost a Gnar comp because they have 2 creatable terrain spells in this game, whether it's a Jarvan ultimate or an Azir wall, in which for Dyrus to Gnar someone into and get the stun. A little bit of like the first 3 levels or so for Santorin, unless he gets a lot of help with a double jungle, will be weak, but then Jarvan still kind of turns on, can turn into a big tank, and most importantly, can create fights.
Sejuani's still up. We saw Nocturne earlier today with Gragas and Rek'Sai continuously being on the ban list, and we are going to get another Nocturne.
Classic.
Classic indeed. Going over to Porpoise. It was played once before today. Let's see if it comes up.
Classic Shen Nocturne. Shen coming in on Nocturne's back. This was a staple of TSM team compositions back in early Season 2. So Dyrus will be the only one on the team that remembers those days. But still, it's a huge threat to the bottom lane specifically. It's an instant appearance of 4 people whenever they want, which is something that TSM needs to be very respectful of. I like the choice of those picks for what area teammate wants to attack. If Turtle has been weak, attack their weakness. And that's what this comp is built to do.
You have the ability to get to him without being stopped now. We'll see if Porpoise can give Nocturne his first win of the split. Already 1 loss as it was used by Rush earlier today in the Impulse matchup versus Gravity. We're going to be jumping into this one. History Teacher and Loco Doco shake hands as they leave their teams now with their picks, and we're about to head on to the Rift. Going to be a fantastic match coming into this. I am really, really excited to see what Santorin can do on Jarvan. It's finally something kind of outside his box. It's not the Nidalee. Will it be something that can work for them?
Yeah, we got to see Gamsu's top lane Jarvan. That seemed to be really effective. I actually think the top lane Jarvan is better than the jungle Jarvan. But in this specific situation, with the 2 big ones off the board, let's make some walls.
All right, the comps are locked in, so hit Twitter, hashtag TSM or hashtag Team8Win. We'll update the fan poll in just a bit, as always. Getting into the match for our 3rd game of the day here. Let's see what these teams have for each other. It's been quite a bloodbath throughout each one. A little slow in the beginning of each game, but then somebody turns on the heat. So far, we've had some highlight plays. Maybe we'll get some more here. TSM versus T8. We're on the Rift.
Yeah. And obviously 6-2 TSM versus 2-6 Team8. So big-time favorites TSM are for this one. But we have to remember, in the spring split, the first time these teams met, it was actually Team8 that came out victorious. TSM had an early loss in the season, but that was thanks to some beautiful shockwaves by Slushy, who currently is not with the team. Instead of this Golden Glue. Different situation for sure.
Squeaking in, both teams will get the wards they want for early game control. Quick one by Double, if they're well timed, actually grabs the majority of the team, so they know that pings are out coming from Team 8 as well on their side. Looking at Turtle here, who hopes to have a good game. His stats on Kalista.
Below average so far this split. And that is through multiple Kalista games. He has played it 3 times. The big thing is the kill participation being so low.
Minions has spawned.
One thing that's ended up happening with Turtle, there's all these statistics about how Turtle is actually slumping this split over last split. Last split, he led the entire LCS in kills. This split, he's 18th in kills. He had the 2nd most damage per minute of 80 carries last split. This split, he is actually dead last. Nien is the 2nd lowest, so not actually high-performing 80 carries so far in this game. But there's a lot of things that are lacking in Wild Turtle's play, and the slack has had to be picked up by the rest of TSM. I talked about the kill share stat in our last game with Doublelift and how he had a lower kill share, around 31%, and higher kill shares in the past were 44 and 43, which is at the end of a split was the highest amount of kill share you'd have. Currently this split, Goto's going for a steal, doesn't get it. Currently this split, Bjergsen is sitting at a 45% kill share for TSM, which is kind of an unprecedented number. It's not necessarily sustainable either, because the team does need adequate kill distribution and people to succeed in order for them to find wins. And that has been kind of the Achilles heel of TSM's losses. If Bjergsen makes one mistake, he's all of their gold distribution in most of these games, because no one else has been able to find kills or generate kills with help of others. So therefore, they're not looking like the team they should be if they want to be the top team in North America.
So I kind of like seeing Santorin now on a different jungler, can secure those kills for himself if he wants. Really make it work for the team instead of kind of being in the back pocket of Bjergsen all day. Dyrus as well stepping up to help that situation. And it seemed after kind of MSI, TSM was more tempered. The fear of either the community or themselves making mistakes and not wanting to make those mistakes again. Definitely will put the guy that wants to do the DPS, while Turtle more in a safe position in the fights. Here, though, they could start to get him going very early, going for Cali Trolls in the bot lane. Who's going to be the first to take aggro? Santorin can flag and drag out. If it is him, it's going to be onto Lustboy. He flashes out nicely, but the whole team of Team 8 reads this, and Cali Trolls gets first blood. Cali Trolls stays alive. Dyrus goes down, and they can't get Wild Turtle anything in the bottom lane. 2 go down for TSM.
Today has not been a good day for turret diving.
No, sir.
Pretty much every game we've seen, a turret dive has fallen on the other side. What a huge early early game swing. If teammate is going to pick up a win, that is exactly the start they want to have. Kills going down to both CaliTrolls and Porpoise, the diving duo that can make Bjergsen and Wild Turtle's life awful this game if they get ahead.
Who gave that guy magic resist per level now?
That's the whole reason he stayed alive, the 4 magic resist. But really, CaliTrolls, he used his taunt and flash in the right spots.
Yeah, really well
He
done.
avoided the flag and drags. TSM was never chaining CC. They didn't have enough damage. They rented early. So many things went wrong for TSM in that dive. And the collapse was on its way from teammate. So TSM had to decide whether they were going right away or whether they were going to hold off. And now they're going to try yet another gank.
Really kudos to teammate, the whole team there at the right time, watching the minion waves get pushed and calculating the movement.
They really want to go.
Yeah, that would have been very hard. You could see as soon as that gank happened in the bottom lane, Bjergsen almost turned on, I need to go into carry mode, and harassed Golden Glue with as many soldiers as he could. Hopefully for an opportunity like they have here, but still no kill to come of it. Unfortunate turn of events there for TSM, and can they get themselves back out of this? CaliTrolls walking up to the mid lane with aggression. Is Bjergsen actually going to respect this? The fear's going to go down. He's going to have to flash, but shifts out of the fear. Actually, that was just about to trigger. Teammate on the roam here. CaliTrolls to mid.
Yeah, TSM getting a taste of their own medicine with 3 people who aren't the mid laners showing up in mid lane. Bjergsen has to flash back, and it gives Golden Glue a nice timing to back and buy that. Interesting how he went with the Fiendish Codex instead of upgrading his item. Maybe he didn't quite have 1,000 gold. Really having the death ray to clear the minion wave is absolutely massive. I'd love to get a replay of that turret dive, even though it's long in the past, just to see exactly how it all went wrong for TSM.
No, he had 1,000 gold when he went back, so he decided not to. He had just over 1,000, 1,008.
Interesting. Maybe Golden Glue doesn't want to quite shove the wave because of the pressure that TSM normally outputs on the mid lane.
Yep, focus on that vision, keep himself safe. Teammates already laid down 3 pink wards on their defensive side of the map. 2 of those cover Dragon and 2 forward. So wards to make sure that Team Solo mid does not get back into this through some quick ganks. Already tried on Golden Glue in the mid lane. So they matched those Fiendish Codexes, rather, in the beginning to start it off. CS had stayed even. They have been 1v1ing most of the time with the action down towards that bottom lane. Have to wait and see if CaliTrolls gets a quick 6 and they try to engage off of his Stand United or even the teleport. 5-4 in that lane as well, so Dyrus trying to catch back up. More towards the mid lane. Emperor's Divide misses. That was the flash from Golden Glue as well to get himself to safety.
Yeah, so still has his Ghost for defensive summoners, right? He's basically just trying to withstand this lane because he knows that the rest of his team is ahead right now. Teammate has advantages from the Shen and from the Nocturne thanks to that very early game failed turret dive.
That was
TSM.
That was a great call on not upgrading the laser, as you were saying, because you can see he's solo targeting even minions with his laser, not pushing the lane altogether. He knows how dangerous it's going to get here for him in the mid lane.
Well, especially since we're stuck in this lane swap and no one's fast pushing turrets, that means there's 2 roamers almost at all times on the map with the jungler and the support, so it's really important to have the proper wave control. Normally, it's actually TSM in these lane swaps, and Bjergsen can hold the wave actually a little bit on his side to make the ganks more opportune, but it just hasn't been the case this time. Golden Glue managing the wave quite well.
No, it's just not a lot of pressure. Teammate really coming out of the gate with wards this game. Even Dodo just came out of base with 2 or 3 sight wards, vision wards in his inventory instead of a Ruby Crystal and soon Sightstone. So they are just littering the map right now. They have vision on TSM. They're not going to be able to do anything all game. Keep that up. Porpoise grabbing Scuttle, so they get a little bit more map control that can help them in any instances. They decide to fight on that side. And Dragon's theirs. TSM's not going to be able to do much as that's the transfer time for Blue.
This is similar. A lot of similarities in our games today. This is similar to our CLG game, where the failed turret dive prompts a lot of passive play on the other side. It feels like TSM is just waiting to farm this one out a little bit, but that is very dangerous against Shen Nocturne because they can combo those ults at any moment and go for a kill. Oh boy.
Combo, what did you say? Combo what? I'll take a supersized #2 combo. Thank you.
Didn't even need Shen. So that's Sivarol Nocturnal. Shen is still off in the other wave. This game is going really sour for TSM very quickly. Porpoise, nice ultimate there going towards Cinderhawk Nocturne. So a couple of tanks that are going to be diving in throughout this one.
Seen a lot of Devourer and glass damage dealers today. Looks like Porpoise is going to be the facilitator for more fights, throwing himself right into the fire. So far, it's working. 3-0. Nobody's got full kill participation, but they have been able to pretty much get those kills across the map, so somebody's been participating in something. Everybody's getting a little bit. It's not just one hard carry here, which has seemed to be working really well for teams once they have the advantage. Like you were saying earlier with Team Solo Mid, one guy has all the kills, a late game mistake means you have nothing. That guy goes down. Trying to push just a little bit now that he has that blue buff. Looks like he's actually getting himself back. Maybe level up his items now. He's just at 1,000 gold. Same thing with Nian in the bot lane. Nian also having a much better game. Usually he's been targeted as well a few times. Either a flash blown and the enemy team does it again to take him down.
Yeah, and really now that we're even back in the 2v2 lanes, it's a very difficult situation for TSM to be in. It's actually on Team 8 to rotate properly, keep the advantages, make sure they're taking the dragons and setting up kills for all of the Nocturne, Shen, Sivir combos they can choose. They're the ones that get to choose the fights. It's not necessarily Santorin's Jarvan, even though that's the situation they would like to be in, because the rest of TSM is so far behind. They've suffered deaths in basically all of their solo lanes. One for Lustboy, one for Bjergsen, and another for Dyrus.
You could definitely see the Jarvan pick coming into play. Nian on the hunt, won't be able to get away. Throw soldiers in there and start chopping them up. But they cannot get close for any of these engages. Everything is started by teammate. Already with the 1.2 thousand gold lead. TSM, though, prides themselves on the fights, or the mechanics they have in their late game fights, so probably relying on that right now and getting to that point themselves. Dyrus not doing too bad in the top lane, but also not a lead on the Cali Trolls either.
Yeah. So only 1,200 gold difference. The CS in the lanes is actually staying quite close.
Yeah.
Very important that Golden Glue can stay safe in these fights, because his damage onto the Azir can nearly one-shot him. If, after he bursts the damage, Nocturne goes to fly in to finish him off. That's one of the big differences we could have in this game about actually killing the Azir. Phoenix's Azir last game, for instance. TF could get on him, but there was no follow-up. Here, there's multiple things that can actually close onto the backline. Wild Turtle hasn't been much of a threat, hasn't been able to do much damage. It's all about killing Bjergsen. And Teammate has built the composition to have target selection from pretty much anyone.
Right, unless TSM is going to be rushing those Banshee's Veils, they have no way to stop that target. And Porpoise is going to be able to do that finalizing damage whenever he wants. Setting up now to the top lane. TSM finally doing something on their own terms. He already knows. You can see Cali Trolls starting to take a step back here. Taunt could easily get him to safety, but then they use the Cataclysm, so ultimate wasted for a flash. I'm sure TSM's going to like that. Pick up some extra gold on the outside, and they may be able to pick up bottom here as well to trade it off.
Cali Trolls playing hyper safe right there. Big roam comes up from TSM. It's all about what teammate can capitalize off of TSM's investment for that flash. Pushing bottom, not really able to push mid, but it ends up being reactionary territory.
Feel nice to be able to just build a Sunfire Cape first against that Gnar in the top lane, not taking too much damage, and now he can provide even more as he dives into the middle of the fight. Things playing in favor of Team 8 here. We said that turret was just grabbed in the bottom lane. See if Wild Turtle can stay safe in this instance. I don't think he'll be getting dove. Mid lane also has to be careful. Teammate now trying to deny resources on the side of Team Solo Mid. They're losing a bit of control of their jungle. Oh, got him. So first gank from Team Solo Mid, unsuccessful to the top lane. Santorin's Jarvan not providing too much, but it's still early in the game. 1 minute onto Dragon will kind of tell us how things will flow for the next few minutes onto this one, especially if it's uncontested. TSM usually is okay with letting a few of those go. But we'll have to see as the game goes on. Being behind is kind of a different story.
Yeah, they are really just hoping that teammate makes a mistake. Once again, having a turret dive go that badly, that early into the game, is just a tremendous blow to a team's ability to contribute in the early or mid-game. TSM invested 4 people down by the bottom turret, whereas Teammate only invested 3, and it is Teammate that walked away with first blood and an extra kill. That is tremendous. Not only did that give the Shen and the Nocturne advantages, it also gave the 4th member of Teammate who wasn't there an advantage over TSM. So across 3 or 4 different avenues, it gave Teammate an edge, and it's all about how they can capitalize on that advantage.
Well, it could be a great time to do that. Dyrus just ran out of Nart. While teleports are up, it would be a lot easier to fight right now. Dragon could be the reason they're about to go at it. Lustboy wants to get himself into position for some hooks here. My eyes definitely on the AD carries for the time being. Bottom lane as they move their way up. Looks like they will be there for the fight, but Wild Turtle may not be when his team needs him here if there's a fast engage.
Yeah, this will be tricky. How willing is Teammate to start the Dragon and peel off of it with Nocturne and Shen? It's going to be very close. They just go right away.
Right to Bjergsen. That's the backline we were talking about. He spell shields the Emperor's Divide, actually. They get through. Santorin tries to block everybody. He's helping on the backline, but it's going to be Bjergsen that goes down. Turtle's hitting Cali Trolls, but he's got that Sunfire cape already, doing hardly any damage, chipping away at the brick wall. Teammates forced to watch Cali go down as Turtle gets a double kill. Unfortunate there, a very chaotic fight.
Very heavy dive, but once Cali Trolls made it through to finish that, there was no damage follow-off behind because Dyrus was actually zoning off a lot of people there. Teammate continues to stay on this Dragon. That's a little dicey. Porpoise low on mana.
Still got Golden Glue coming in. Chaos Storm, his ultimate is down, but the laser still able to poke them off here. I don't think anybody's coming over. Wild Turtle going to throw the arrow in just a little too late. Porpoise picks up Dragon, and the pressure pays off here for Teammate. 2 Dragons now, and they're keeping that 1,000 gold lead. Let's see this one more time.
Yeah, this was Porpoise going in at about half health, so he's a little low, and it's the
shield.
Nocturne Shen combo right there. He had his spell shield up when the Emperor's Divide came through, so Cali Trolls gets in. That's the repeated dive. It was a Victor ultimate, a Nocturne ultimate, and then a Shen ultimate, basically all used for the purpose of killing Bjergsen. That doesn't leave anything up for Wild Turtle and Dyrus, who need to be the backup carries in order for TSM to succeed. Turtle gets the double kill, and eventually they were low enough the Teammate got the Dragon. So honestly, a pretty close trade there. 2 for 1, but a Dragon on the side of Teammate.
Definitely difficult to call that fight. If Cali Trolls were to walk back in the river, would it have been continued? Or would a Santorin been able to lock everybody up? Very, very tight here, just 16 minutes into the game. Teammate did come up with the Dragon. They also lost 2 members to losing Bjergsen on that one. And Wild Turtle starting to get going. That first pick of Kalista over on the side of TSM here for the 80 carry that they are wavering on. Seems to be doing well so far. 30 CS down from that lane, from everything that was happening with the back and forth, though, in the early game. He is a few items behind. He's sitting on some gold right now. Actually, yeah, he's sitting on 2,000 gold.
Yeah, he will go back and he gets an early Hurricane, I think. Yep. Ooh, that's not what he wants. Turtle, no. Don't leave the base with 2 Vamp Scepters. Uh-oh.
Turtle!
No.
No! Oh, boy. All right, then. Got him.
He's going to have a lot of lifesteal, for one.
Right.
And he will be able to upgrade both of those into the main items. Blade of the Ruin King and Bloodthirster.
Maybe he knows. He just did it.
The lifesteal is not unique on Kalista, and he does need to be able to lifesteal off of Shen and Nocturne. Those would be the justifications, but I'm not buying it. It's definitely, he should be going Blade of the Ruin King, second item, against 2 health tanks, Shen and Nocturne, that are going to be diving in on him. So I think a shopping mistake just happened from Wild Turtle. It's going to delay his Blade of the Ruin King by 800
Maybe he's a bulk buyer.
You don't get a discount for buying 2.
He's a member of Costco.
Vamp Scepter now only 700 gold if you buy his 2.
Yep. Things we don't know on the caster desk. We'll see if it helps him. It'll keep him alive for a little bit longer, that's for sure, with the sustain he's got. So it doesn't hurt in that sense, extra damage. Top lane, however, getting beaten down now. It looks like the turrets will start to fall a little bit more once Teammate can get this one down and mid. Open up the map and start getting these wards pushed forward. Already making sure they're not getting flanked here. Bottom lane still going back and forth. That CS is very, very close. I'm really excited. Both tanks are going to be able to provide in these fights. we already saw how drawn out they were before, so it's going to definitely come down to mechanics.
A lot of it will also come down to how well Nien can contribute, because yes, they have 2 big tanks diving through, but because Porpoise is going full tank Nocturne, he's not going to be a damage threat. Shen is a late game damage threat, especially if he doesn't build an offensive item, which it doesn't look like CaliTrolls is going for. Really feels to fall off from a damage perspective late on in the game. Oh!
That was pretty big. Even though it doesn't go to Bjergsen, that's still...
Stole the life of the blue buff with his second Vamp Scepter.
Yep, got it. That's
now
why
he's got it. Beautiful. That's nice. That's another investment by Teammate to try and get a blue buff for no real gain. Stolen away by Wild Turtle. And the stall-out will probably continue until the next dragon. That's the main way that Teammate is drawing TSM out of their lanes.
TSM starting to feel like they have control over the map here as they push their wards forward. There were a lot of pings going in as soon as Dodo walked into that area just a few seconds ago. Seems like they were not able to get any grabs, but they want it. Now playing off this blue buff, I don't think Lustboy is going to be doing too much. He does not take the death leap, but Dodo does, right onto him. Lustboy goes down and the team's forced to run.
Wow, they burned so much for that kill on a support. I don't know if that's actually worth it. Dyrus can make an escape. TSM might get 2 turrets off of this.
Well, they got to call him back down to the mid lane. Like you said, Jat, TSM might get 2. They stop in the end, and CaliTrolls in the bot here. And it looks like it will be enough for TSM to push through. I don't know if it's enough to get onto the turret. They go ahead and clear this up with the safety of Bjergsen's turret. Looks like they'll make their way back home.
4 total summoners and 3 ultimates burned by teammates.
For Lustboy.
And they end up losing 2 turrets for a support kill. That's actually a swing in the favor of TSM, even though they suffered a casualty. And looking at the gold, the game is actually now very close. Not to mention the map control that was lost by Teammate in that last fight. They'll need to have a big team fight win in 1 minute when the Dragon comes up, and it will not actually sync with their Shen Nocturne combo. The Shen Nocturne combo will come up 25 seconds after this next Dragon. So a big investment for just poor timing in general on Teammate's side.
Well, this could also be a moment where Teammate gets themselves into a bad situation if CaliTrolls still tries to teleport in, not having that stand united. This is where it comes down to it. The time we say Teammate might make the wrong call or not. Do they go too deep? Could be in 26 seconds. TSM is setting up the vision. They already have a bit of it from the last fight right now. Just off to the side, even in danger. They're trying to get the wards that they need to make this work in their favor here and give them a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah.
Ballista farming her face off. Wild Turtle getting everything he wants in that bottom lane. He actually has a BF sword as well, so a little bit of damage now to go with that attack speed.
Very nice scrying orb there by Nien. Also, if Teammate just waits another 15 seconds or so while there's a dance in the top lane, they get their ultimates up. So this is very advantageous for Teammate. They're going to have Sivir ultimate. They're getting all of them back up. And at this point, they would be able to jump on a Kalista that doesn't have flash. But they're starting a little bit before their ultimates are even up.
Got to make sure they aren't standing near each other. Dive in. That's going to be Porpoise getting it. Nothing's going to come from Santorin on that one. And they are to safety. Lustboy gets thrown out. The flash coming from Golden Goo. Porpoise actually wants that one. Here comes Stand United, but there's no mana. A little bit of miscommunication, possibly, if they could catch one member, but it just fizzles out.
Up top.
Teleport back to the top lane. And now he's going to have to handle this one. If there's a fight in favor of TSM, Dyrus has that TP advantage.
Oh, Shen, burning ultimate and teleport, just hopping all around the map. Whoa! Lustboy.
Oh, boy.
There's a ward here. This is unswept. There's no pink wards. This is TSM hoping that it's not checked. It's checked. They're going to back away.
Yeah. Porpoise may not have mana, but you don't need mana to smite the Baron away in a 50-50 instance. And TSM chooses the right thing.
And we should mention, as an aside, Porpoise's main champion used to be Nocturne. It's actually something he really loved to play all throughout Teammate's qualification process. Way back in the day, he played Nocturne in a lot of the Challenger series when Teammate was there.
That's true.
And as it comes around a little bit in the meta, if they're banning out Gragas and Rek'Sai, something he really knows how to maneuver and when exactly to use the Nocturne ultimate for vision control or when to do the full dive in. So it's nice to see him pulling out kind of a classic pick like this and then start quite well. Full tank for his decision as well this game so he doesn't get blown up. We'll see if it pays off. I'm not sure if they have enough damage to close down on Wild Turtle or Bjergsen when they jump in.
could be difficult. The game has been played safe for now. And that communication is sticking with Team 8. Hardly any kills on their side. They have 5 against Team Solo Mid, and definitely not the vote in their favor. But they're still doing their damnedest here to keep themselves slightly in the lead.
I feel like those people aren't using their heads 100%. I feel like there's some fans voting in that one.
Maybe like
90% on TSM.
90-10.
Yeah, 90-10. I mean, they're only down 800 gold. That's basically a 90% win, right? Although, if you look at the team's strategic history and ability to close out close games, TSM would be the favorite right now because they've been able to equalize this a little bit. However, when you also look at the 3 Dragons and the early start, this game could very easily go either way. Maybe Team 8's the favorite as well. Not to mention all the comfort champs that Porpoise has with Nocturne.
Like you're saying, though, if history repeats itself, Team 8, or rather TSM finds a fight where everybody walks away with 80 HP, and Bjergsen's got a triple kill somewhere around 50 minutes.
There's a chance. 0-2-2 from Bjergsen so far, and every ult is being used to just go for him.
Yep.
Very hard for Bjergsen to be involved in these fights.
They tried really hard to shut down Golden Glue in the middle, or rather early part of the game. And now shutting him down through stealing his resources. TSM, this is where it gets methodical for them. They have the room to start getting in the face of Team 8. They're not even afraid to move up their wards, and Team 8's starting to give a little too much respect here to that. Yeah. Letting things go down without any contest.
TSM with the turret advantage, and this is another thing about having the full tank Shen. He can't push against Gnar at any point. So Team 8 is almost always going to be on the back foot until they force a fight with Nocturne, and then since Darius is always at their turret, either Darius teleports into match, or he just kills the turret. Black Cleaver can cut through a lot of that armor pretty well.
Right. Noticing that build. A little different from CLG Zion Spartans last game. Not choosing to go for the Frozen Mallet. Back and forth, Cali Troll's just taking damage. This could hurt them if the fight actually gets engaged here to the top side. A little low on energy. They may not be ready to get the right stand united in. Teammates scrambling to get wards down here. Let's see if they can start to repair these mistakes that have allowed Team Solo Mid into their base. Lustboy looking for the hook. They could start this fight off. And right over to Dodo. They let Porpoise pass by in the bait, and they're able to completely take down the support. No anti-flash coming in on this one. And Team 8 also uses On the Hunt to get to safety.
Woo! Taste of Shurima right there for Dodo coming from Bjergsen.
A little salty.
Little oopsie on Santorin's ultimate afterwards. No one was ready to follow that up. But instead, Darius is going to pressure the other turret while they go for Baron. This is a hard to steal Baron because Porpoise has no flash and no ultimate. I think we're seeing a fight here.
Coming in on the stand united. They're not going to try to go for Baron at all. Fate's Call has already gone out. Porpoise is just walking around like a statue. He didn't even have any mana to go into that fight. Team 8 was going in completely for the 50-50 steal, and TSM baited him right into it.
Yeah, and the Azir puts a tremendous amount of Baron pressure down, plus Kalista. They kill it fast and secure it, so Team 8 has to fight them before the Baron's down.
Boomerang doesn't go towards Baron. It's trying to take down Bjergsen. They're looking for Baron to fight with them here. Dodo flashes in, though. He's the one taking it. He needs to back up. Baron just killed Dodo along with Wild Turtle. A huge mistake in the fight. And Wild's going to try to finish this one off. The Ren might keep Golden Glue in range. The Summoner heals there. A few more shots. Martial Cadence doesn't put Turtle in range, and neither does the arrow. But Team 8 runs out of that one hurting.
The game swings back into TSM's favor now. They have the gold lead, the Baron, and some turrets. There's a few little things the Turtle could have done to get the kill in that last fight, but he stayed on the Baron, safely secured it for the team while the fight was happening, so TSM wins the fight, takes the objective.
What a crazy way to fight, especially for Wild Turtle to decide it's a team fight. I think I'll stay in the Baron pit.
Yeah, 4-0-1 so far from Turtle, but this time it is a 4v5. There is an Annie already gone in this fight. Porpoise also had no ultimate, no flash, so a very sloppy engage. Teammate was never really committed to going in. Golden Glue could burst Lustboy, but then the fight continues, and Teammate really wants to stop this from happening, so therefore they go all the way into the pit. They're thinking maybe if they burst out Turtle, they can stop the Baron, but he's full health with Bloodthirster and an extra Vamp Scepter, so that's never really going to happen. Secure Ren, and then he couldn't quite get the kills.
Whoa! We're back in it, baby. It's a fight already. take that fight, and it looks like teammate got caught just entering their own jungle. Team Solo Mid still trying to deny resources, and this fight's going coast to coast, out of the jungle and into the base almost. The gravity field keeps them at bay, but Team Solo Mid, they only needed a bit of room that showed them they had the lead, and then they just suffocated teammate from there on out.
Yeah, they were stalling a lot of the early game after that tremendous error on the early turret dive. So just trying to grind this one out as best as they can. They made that one move. Now Dragon will be respawning. If they get their first Dragon of the game, then they're pretty much in the clear for this one.
This is a complete vice versa from last game. Turret dive, everything goes wrong. Turret dive, this game they repaired the situation. Because you can look at one and the other and figure out what not to do and what to do here. Team Solo Mid doing the right stuff. Turtle 4-0-2 on that first Callista pick for the team out of Champion Select as we hit 30 minutes.
Yep, just weathering that early storm, and now the damage dealers of Teammate aren't quite where they need to be.
Oh boy. Okay, they are really dedicated to trying to take down Dyrus right now. Even after the team disengaged, they thought Tibbers would be the good thing to do. A little bit of miscommunication here from Teammate as they try to kind of squeeze out a few kills. The rest of the team not on the same page.
Yeah, maybe they thought they'd get the mid lane turret, but...
Yeah, that's true. Hit that, and Bjergsen may not be able to stay.
It's been a very unfortunate year for Teammate. 2-6, if they don't fall this one, they're 2-7. This is the fight that happened while we were in our last replay. So Nien warded out in his own jungle, did not flash to the other side of the wall, so instantly killed.
Getting super stuck.
Yeah, and then it's literally just a team that is so far ahead versus a team that has no damage potential. It's just Victor right now. The full tank Shen, the full tank Nocturne, no threat to stop TSM from running through them. Teammate needed to snowball substantially off of that early lead, and they could not do that.
With the way they had the lead, they never had their lanes prepped. They never had a chance to win a fight and take something down, never grab a turret. Seems like TSM always has that in their favor. They leave themselves a few rooms to make mistakes, even while being behind somehow.
Yeah, even if this is a win for TSM, it's going to be another win that they're just not satisfied with because of how poor the start was. Giving up multiple kills, giving up the first 3 dragons of the game. Definite scare, but now they're in full control 31 minutes in.
I agree with them to an extent, but the way the games go, it comes down to pretty much, oh ma, I got a 98 on the test. You still won the game pretty handily. Let's see if they could do that once again. Mikhail's Crucible, if anybody gets into a scary situation, coming now from Lustboy, so TSM has a lot of options to work with here if they get a bad engage. If Dodo gets into the spot he needs to. Flash, Tibbers is up for him along with Talisman of Ascension, so they can easily get into range with a double up of On the Hunt and 2 Randuins to keep everybody in range. There's one. Wild Turtle's the caboose of this train, and it looks like he may get hit. He actually gets popped back. Does not take the Lantern because the fear hits him up halfway through. They're going to keep going on for this fight. TSM is kind of stuck in a choke point right now. A nice Emperor's Divide will cut off that pathway, and Teammate actually has to head back home. Dyrus wasn't even in this fight when they lost Turtle for his first death. He's taking the inhibitor.
Dyrus decided to not teleport in for the team fight. That was a full disengage play from TSM. Turtle does go down to all the ultimates, but they get a big chunk out of that top turret.
Oh. Takes the Lantern. 1 in a million. So TSM pick up a little more ground and definitely have Teammate on the run from what we've been seeing. 32 minutes in, they start to control it with so many options. Baron's going to be up in 1:30, and they already have the wards to cover that. So it's up to Teammate here to find a way in. What way can they make a fight happen?
Yeah, well, basically like we saw in the jungle, they need to synchronize their ultimates, they need to pile on to one target, finish him off, and then hope the rest of the stuff doesn't kill him. If in an ideal world, Dodo can get a double stun on Wild Turtle and Bjergsen, Calitros can get a double taunt, and that would give time for Golden Glue to come in and actually combo both of them. I feel like if Teammate only combos one, they won't have enough damage to take down TSM, who's building towards a triple threat composition. Dyrus with Black Cleaver, having the Azir, and also the 4-kill Callisto.
Teammate still have their own options. They can do Home Guard teleport instead of a Stand United teleport into these fights as well. Things will happen.
True.
Even small enough to take TSM off guard and kind of see the fight differently. Maybe their way in. So far, it's only been teleports onto Porpoise once he's going into the fight. Looks like they may be taunting TSM here into something they want, but they'll bite. TSM feels stronger.
Very, very tanky Santorin right now at this point in the game as well. Say full tank Jarvan operates better than full tank Nocturne, generally speaking.
They're going to run the lane. They're timing the inhibitor for coming back up right now.
Yep.
Nicely played.
Right there in time, but home guard boots do exist. Here comes teammate.
Might get it. Bjergsen's already put a soldier back for shifting sands. He gets himself to safety. So not all the damage they wanted on the inhibitor, but they do remove teammate from a dangerous position on the map and having forward control of that Baron pit. And now TSM has the goal side that they want. Porpoise just on the edge. Good thing he floats.
Yeah, and big thing here is Nien taking about half his health. Luckily, he has a Vamp Scepter to start healing some of it up. The waves are actually pushed against TSM right now. It would be great if teammate had Cali Trolls in one of those lanes. He could even burn his teleport to go to one of those lanes right now and then just pressure it while still having the stand united. That would force TSM into a Baron decision. But as of now, TSM isn't being punished for those giant waves.
Dodo, little Fiendish Codex for him as well as he builds up to his items, so a little bit more damage for him. Cali Trolls is actually taking a pretty significant amount of damage just from a few hits in the Ren there of Wild Turtle, so everybody's going to have to be careful. Porpoise tanky in his own right here, so he can sustain or stand a little bit more. Not looking good though. Teammates always starting these fights very low in HP.
Dragon 4 is actually something the teammates in position for though. They can burst it down really quick.
Good decision, definitely puts a timer 6 minutes onto Team Solo Mid, so aspect of the Dragon cannot be a thing. I like what teammates doing here. They really give themselves an option on the table. And Team Solo Mid, they might work. Now knowing that Dragon went down, they weren't sure with how much vision they've lost in the bottom. Were they about to get flanked? No, Dragon was being done. And Team Solo Mid, you can see him not happy with that.
Definitely not. Despite getting that one inhibitor down, the game is kind of stalled around this Baron pit. They don't have the pick required to necessarily start the Baron super safely. But maybe they just go for it with the pink ward inside.
Turtles and Tauren. They trade each other back and forth.
Yeah, this will stack up more and more Rens, which makes the Baron easier and easier secure. And Bjergsen's actually zoning right now. Look how low Porpoise is. That basically secures the Baron unless it's a Miracle Steal.
They have to know.
Scrying Orb is down as well, so they can't Scrying Orb to get the Nocturne in.
Nope.
Baron for TSM.
They give it up. That's the two-man Baron Wild Turtle with the Blade of the Rune King and a Bloodthirster able to sustain and marshal cadence back and forth to take some hits for Santorin. Very nicely done. Team Solo Mid getting all the control they want step by step without losing too much of what they've gained. Looks like they're back on the inhibitor turret in the mid lane. It only took a little bit of time. And again, they cannot get it to go down. Looks like that one's going to be the stalemate for a little bit until these waves come in from the side lanes.
And they definitely have to respect Nocturne and Chen. Maybe this comes down to even a dragon fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Another 5 minutes or so.
It's also about 2,000 gold sitting on Bjergsen. He's trying to farm up to buy a death cap straight up, which would then really explode his damage in this game. Wild Turtle nearing max item Callista as well, which makes it a fearsome task for Cali Trolls and Porpoise to cut through him.
Yeah.
Having the double lifesteal and the last whisper against two armor stacking tanks. This is the point of the game where the 80 carry fights back. Because he's now able to kill the tanks as they dive him in. With double lifesteal, unless they actually get more support, they probably can't even kill Turtle.
So close to the death cap. He's going to wait on the gold. He is. He's waiting in base for the gold. And he just gets it. Come flying out now. So it has been finished by Bjergsen. His power ramps up in these fights. Dyrus getting that bottom wave push. We were talking about how little janitorial duty need to be due on TSM's lanes, and it's going to be a much, much harder push to stop for Team 8 here when they're going to be spread thin across all three lanes.
The main win condition for Team 8 would be that 5th dragon, but how can they actually get out of their base to prep the dragon and probably get a pick? They need to initiate onto the right target. And yeah, just have Nien like try and run out of the base.
Solo mission.
Next to the dragon.
It'll be tough.
Not going to happen.
Not something that looks like is in their near future. Dyrus already able to push the bottom turret in.
I really like what Dyrus has been doing this game. Just solid split push pressure the entire match.
Flash doesn't hurt. They don't know which way to turn right now. Too many things going on inside the base, and teammate still needs to stick together for power and numbers here. Once they're separated, Bjergsen can zero someone out and push the other side out with Emperor's Divide. Whoa. On the hunt for Dyrus. It's going to take him forever to take that down. Definitely longer than that inhibitor's life, so that's going to go down to the top side, and TSM are just making moves off the ball right now and coming up very big.
Yep, that is another inhibitor defending turret down. There is no Sivir ult for an initiation. They would have to just kind of brute force one in, but even then they're going to lose more. Bjergsen even exposes himself, and teammate not willing to pull the trigger. They're getting a slow bleed out of this game.
That's that hesitation. We hear so many teams talking about that evil that starts to set in when you may still be communicating, but nobody wants to make the call to do something. Looks like teammate is now on the back foot. One last engage. They go straight for Wild Turtle. He's going to cleanse immediately, so the fear's going to lock on, but nobody else is with him. Zarima, the Emperor's Divide rather, going to stop the gate, and they are in the base. Not looking perfect for Team Solo Mid, but looking just good enough to finalize the kills. Bjergsen takes about 50% of his HP from one laser in the explosion. He goes down. Nien finds the kill, but Nien's too close and finds himself in the ground as well. Cali Trolls may be able to hit the fountain, but TSM can be on the Nexus. That's the double kill for Wild Turtle. 7-1-2 coming off a wavering position that may solidify his spot there. Looking a lot better. 14-10 as we get 40 minutes into the game. TSM always knew they were going to win, and they do come up with the win over Team 8.
Very important for Wild Turtle that he got 7 kills in this matchup, but it was still a sloppy game from the start for Team Solo Mid. But to their credit, they fought back after giving up early double kill, being down 3 dragons to 0 and 4 dragons to 1 at various points in the game. But still, they win with a 10,000 gold advantage at 40 minutes.
It's kind of that TSM mentality. We're behind, we can still win. It's not a problem. It doesn't even feel like we're behind. And we kind of saw that as soon as they started taking blues, rotating around teammate, and teammate didn't want to approach it. What happened at that point for teammate? Not that you have to answer it, but they had all the engages before, they just got scared.
Honestly, a lot of it had to do with hesitation. I think we're also somewhat underplaying the fact that Golden Glue is a substitute on this team. They're used to playing with Slushy, so a lot of the differences in this team.
That's a very good point.
Plus, this has just been a less decisive teammate this split than last split. Cali Trolls appears to be in the midst of a very large slump. Nien hasn't really provided the shot-calling solidness for teammate throughout, so even with an advantage, teammate just never really knew when to go for it. And ultimately, TSM played pretty clean after they had their deficit, not giving that many opportunities for Porpoise to go in with Nocturnals.
And during TSM's deficit, I talked about this a little bit in the game, they're always doing things that makes the deficit a little less, whether it looks like it or not. Then come the fights when they do lose and fall behind a little bit more, the good things they were doing, like pushing their lanes, keeping their buffs on themselves, and maybe they went down for the fight, teammate wasn't able to push one turret after a fight. They got those in the laning phase and then never again.
There was a really huge moment in this game when Lustboy died in the jungle of Team 8. But
keep the games rolling with our 4th bout. It's Cloud9 versus Team Dragon Knights. Now, for Cloud9, they have to look at this game as another must-win situation to put some distance between themselves and that 10th place auto-relegation zone. Weird that C9's here.
Ooh, man, yeah, just saying that underscores really how far Cloud9 have fallen. They're coming off another 0-2 week, and they've only made marginal improvements since the start of the split. And individually, they're still not having the strongest of showings, as they try and put the pieces of their new team dynamic together.
Speaking of putting new team dynamics together, we're talking about Team Dragon Knights here on the other side. They're still sitting in last place. They've still got 0 wins. But they keep fighting these pretty good fights, and maybe they actually are poised to punish Cloud9 here.
Yeah, it's been week after week of them hoping that their regular lineup will be able to rejoin the team. But TDK, they're now practicing with the subs, and they're trying to make it work with what they have. Latman and Smoothie. Last weekend, they were able to get 4 kills on CLG's bottom lane by themselves. And they played well in their next game as well against Team 8. So we'll see if another week together can help those guys snap their losing streak.
Yeah, we said after pretty much right before last week's games, they started actually practicing with this squad together. So that growth goes quickly. Like maybe this team is actually a lot better than last week's team, and practice is going to help these guys. We'll see if that happens. But for now, we're going to check out the starting lineups. On the blue side for this match is Cloud9 with Balls at the top lane, Meteos in the jungle, Incarnation in mid, Sneaky on AD carry, and Elimination on support.
And on the red side, it's Team Dragon Knights. Up top is Seraph in the jungle, Kez mid, ManCloud, AD carry Latman, and support Smoothie.
All right, so as we get ourselves in a champ select, all 10 players are in the lobby, so that'll start up soon. And yeah, we have to see, you know, what another week of practice for Cloud9 is going to be like, where Meteos taking over the shot calling role. You know, he's maybe a bit frustrated with the fact that it's just not getting a lot better for these guys, and you know, these guys having to recover from the loss of high, essentially. I mean, we've got TDK who are sitting, you know, still winless, hoping that they can actually improve their team as well.
Yeah, and especially the coaches as well, Charlie and Sean. Charlie, you can tell Cloud9 they're reaching for something to get them out of this funk. They've started to use things like, you know, the Fizz top, the Echo jungle, neither of which really worked out for them last week. They couldn't really get to the back line, couldn't assassinate, couldn't really pull off the, you know, the objective of the team composition in general. See how they start out this time around. Alistar, no stranger to the ban list there.
Yeah, sure. He's the kind of widely considered the best support in the game right now. Rise similarly considered a very great top lane. The Vladimir ban away for most likely Seraph as well. So a lot of typical things going on. And I do want to keep seeing how these teams evolve their various styles. I know when Incarnation came in, he was talking about the fact that he wanted to be a big playmaker, this sort of assassin-y type player.
And he started doing it a little bit.
Kind of, right? But like all he's played still is Varus, Azir, Victor, and Kog'Maw. The default mid to long range team fight mages, when this is a guy known for like making the big like Fizz and Zed type of plays. And I mean, it's the style they clearly want from Incarnation, and maybe he's getting good at it, but it's just interesting to see him having to adapt his style. The Gragas ban into the first pick, Rek'Sai going to be the grab here for Cloud9. It looks like they've pinched the jungle.
All right, so they've been able to edge out, get one of the top-tier junglers. There's still a lot of viable junglers. So yeah, even though Rek'Sai and Gragas kind of king and queen of the jungle right now, it's not a very long drop to the next tier of junglers.
And even with that, Kez is known for his Evelyn play, someone we've seen plenty of teams happy to pick up as well. And just like that, Sivir comes through, Gnar comes through, the Kalista ban's there, so there's not even a good lane matchup against Sivir anymore. And yeah, I have to see how the rest of these picks come through, because it looks like TDK are getting plenty of good things themselves, but Meteos on Rek'Sai could definitely have an impact.
Yep, definitely a good start for TDK so far in the picks ban. Seraph as well on another champion that he can have a really high impact on. If Gnar can get an early lead in the lane, even if it is Rumble, Balls, oh never mind, it's banned, so no Rumble for Balls.
Yeah. And we'll see. Fizz does come through again, though. So you talked about the Fizz top, you know, the attempts for Balls to go for something pretty exciting. It's going to be happening here again for him. So Fizz into Gnar. It doesn't sound like a great matchup, especially early game, but they might know something I don't. Meanwhile, Annie picked up here, assuming for elimination. Cloud9 able to start some fights for sure.
All right, yeah, so they do have some good initiation. A lot of good early pressure here. The roam of Annie plus Rek'Sai is very, very potent early game. So Meteos and Elimination are set up to make some good plays. The only thing is that support roams often, yes, you get the back timing roam, but they're often facilitated by shoving your lane in. It's so hard to gain that control versus a Sivir lane who can just annihilate a wave with 2 abilities.
Yeah, true. Wave clear, definitely a strong defensive thing to have. Team Dragon Knight's not going to pick up Echo for themselves. We'll see if that ends up being for ManCloud or for Kez, as they've saved their 5th pick to be a bit of a flex here, but Sivir Thresh definitely a strong duo lane to show up against whatever C9 ends up bringing.
Yeah, pretty safe. Oh, so Sneaky gonna be playing the Ashe again. Let's see if he can combo.
No, I actually talked to Sneaky before the game about the Bloodthirster Ashe build we've been seeing from Doublelift. And Sneaky actually had some really encouraging things to say about it. So my thrust was that Infinity Edge is a lot more damage, getting through front lines really hard. Sneaky said that he feels like AD carries right now are much more about staying alive. There's all these backline reaching champions that if you can just kite out and survive with a Bloodthirster, then you're fine. He's a fan of Bloodthirster first.
Right,
that's what other champions as well.
Yeah, that's what I was saying with the Ashe. Just because there's so much control in her kit, especially you feel it as a jungler when trying to go gank her. If you can't kill her in your initial dash and you run out of gap closers, then you are just boned. You can't do anything else there. So having the Bloodthirster, especially since he does have the very quick attack speed and activation of a Q.
Yeah.
Feels pretty good.
All right, so we're going to see if Sneaky does go for that build incarnation back on his Victor for another time here. Cloud9 looking like a pretty standard composition. Balls looks like he will not be going for the Cinder Hulk build, though, just the Ignite here, not the Smite. Worth pointing out. Meanwhile, TDK just a pretty standard teamfight composition. Nara Neko for some crowd control, Azir for some backline damage, Saber to help out.
Yeah, as far as, I guess we're talking about item builds. Balls did this last time as well, last week on the Fizz, and I'm definitely a big fan of Ignite Teleport Fizz. I hate Cinder Hulk on top laners that are not going to build full tank. The item is terrible. If you don't build extra HP, it's just not an efficient way to go. If you want to go tanky Fizz with cooldown reduction, then go ahead, just build more efficient items.
Yeah,
they are out there.
Do it with Ignite.
They do exist.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's what Kobe's going to say about this one. It is going to be Ignite. I'm pretty sure at the very end of the day for that Fizz pick of Balls. Either way, guys, fire up Twitter and share your thoughts on this match. Send hashtag C9win or hashtag TDKwin to @LOL Esports. We'll check in to see who you think is going to be victorious as we get ourselves into the game. And all 10 players loading on in here. It's going to be a fun one. C9 sitting on only 2 wins for this split. This is the last team that they have to play in the first half of it. They've got 9 more games after this one. Can they end the first half of the split with a couple of victories? TDK looking for their first win, halfway through the split themselves.
Yeah, Cloud9 still with a lot of work ahead of them, even though they are facing this winless sub-squad of TDK. This, if they lose this game, then that will definitely be the last straw, and things will have to change.
Well, Lemon is cautiously optimistic that Cloud9 can turn their season around. Let's take a listen.
So we've been getting pretty destroyed in the first split. We have a very bad record, the worst we've ever had. And so far it's not looking that great. I would say that our games, our most recent games at least, have been improvements among our terrible early games, but we still have so much to work on, and hopefully we can pull it together.
That's
honestly
kind of depressing.
Yeah,
actually. Whew, yeah, I mean, it's funny because I don't really feel like there's a team in North America that's completely happy with their play at all this entire split.
Yeah.
Even the teams at the top are fairly discouraged right now.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a common thing among North American teams. Everybody knows they have a lot of room for improvement. They're all looking for it, but Cloud9 definitely the ways to go.
Well, early game gold lead for Cloud9. Video set up to carry. Yeah, we'll have to see if the Cloud9 improvement does happen soon. Right now, their rank matches their team name, unfortunately. We'll see Incarnation looking to battle ManCloud in the mid lane. Cloud9 going to be looking at standard lanes for themselves. Krug start with the duo lane, similar for TDK, going to start Grom.
Yep, so both bottom lanes will get the extra experience. Let's see who gets there quicker, though. Annie Ash feels like it should be pretty decent at taking it, although they will take a lot of damage.
Yeah, TDK just as fast.
All right, so very, very even setup. Now, whenever we have standard lanes, I like to set it up early on, the collapse down to bottom lane, because you really need to coordinate with the rest of your team, mid laners, junglers, and bottom lane.
Oh, wow, that hit!
It landed.
The Boomerang Blade as well. Elimination already at half HP. Ignites traded though, and they turn back on a Smoothie. C9 looking for the chase kill. Another crit Sneaky. Going to turn on to Latman, but it's still a 2v1. Latman's Q going to do a bit of damage. Just a heavy trade on both sides.
Very, very close still down here with low health bars. That means this is going to attack a lot of jungler attention. There is blood in the water. Bottom lane are just sitting on trinket wards at this point. They're very easy to track, and Meteos is one of the most flexible ganking junglers in the game right now.
And he's already on the way over. He, I believe, didn't see the trinket ward come down because he was burrowed. If that was a land shark, he'd have been okay. So Meteos realized that he spotted and goes, okay, well, I'll trinket for you guys. Be back later.
The thing is, I talk about trinket wards being really easy to track. They see them hover to that side of the lane. All right, well, the window has passed. Didn't quite track it well enough. And Cloud9 are not going to pull off any sort of gank bottom. Meteos heads back towards mid, where there is yet another ward. And ManCloud will play accordingly.
Yep. for his vision. ManCloud is awarded life for now. No kills coming through.
And Meteos is going to, it's going to cost him a bit of time. Slow down his jungle clear, whereas Kez just went back, has the first recall, so he's already back out on the battlegrounds with a pink ward to drop. This is actually one of my favorite spots to put a pink ward. Elimination with the early roam, because they have been able to shove up. So the Cloud9 bottom lane, not comfortable with sitting low health down there with TDK.
Ooh, nearly lands a stun. Pink ward gone. Looks like C9 knows your favorite spots.
Yeah, really does pay off. Yeah, anyway, that spot is definitely a favorite just because it's usually very defensible, even more so in solo queue, so maybe more value there. But Cloud9, they shove up early for the recall just to get an extra Doran's Blade and more potions. So very potent return to lane here for Ashe.
Yeah.
Sivers done the same as Latman and Smoothie returned back to lane.
It was definitely a nice play by Lemon and Meteos, though. They had kind of coincided the recall and the buying couple of wards. They went together to sweep and get rid of the pink, put the new green ward down. They were able to track Kez pretty reasonably. It's a nice little coordinated play. You're definitely seeing these glimmers of what the old Cloud9 was like. Oh my god, that was close. Might have been killed for it.
Yeah, Lemonation coming real close to that hook. Got his stun ready, though, for another exchange. Last time, remember, hook landed, and they gave as good as they got in the exchange. TDK have to be a little wary in the really early stages when going for those hooks into the minion wave. From this point on in the game, though, it gets much, much less important.
Now, keep in mind, neither team can really accurately track the enemy jungler, so lane ganks can always be a possibility.
True.
C9 had just had that wave pushed up, so there's no way of knowing that Meteos isn't in the brush down there.
Yeah, lane ganks, though, lane ganks are even more important with a Thresh lane, because you can come at any time, and there is legitimate kill threat there due to Lantern assistance. So even though Echo not quite as strong a ganking kit as Rek'Sai, the Thresh more than makes up for it. So. Both teams on their toes in the bottom lane. And again, top lane teleports, you have to track those as well. So if one of the top laners can get a health lead, it can actually have ramifications for the bottom lane. Here comes Meteos. Notice he has the Raptor buff from smiting that Wraith camp. So he knows there's no ward this time.
Wow, double stun and a double knockup, and that's the easy kill picked up on a Smoothie, the flashless support. Latman runs away, nothing they could have done. So well played by C9. Another stun lands on a Latman. The flash knockup! He's gonna live. I think a minion blocked volley there.
Yeah, Ignite was used to gain the first kill, so there was no Ignite on Thresh. And small burn, not quite enough to get it there. Cloud9, though, do get all the summoners out of Sivir. So, an option for targeting. Now, it is a Thresh lane, of course, so always wary of going for the AD carry first in those instances. But no flashes for the AD carry, nonetheless, and Sneaky's flash will be coming back up. Remember, this is also an Ashe lane, so no summoners on your AD is a pretty big thing. That flash from Lemon, there's no time. They chain the CC perfectly, get the full duration there, and Smoothie cannot react. Right
that
here.
makes a big greedy there. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess there isn't even a red buff on Meteos for any sort of burn.
This minion right there blocks the volley.
Oh!
The Ashe rework made him not die.
I feel like that one might have been blocked anyways before the rework.
But there's an arrow side by side.
It
right?
was right in front. Okay.
Yeah, because it doesn't block more than one arrow until 5.09 or whatever. Either way, great start for Cloud9. 800 gold lead for the team, first blood and more. Mid laner is farming quite nicely. Incarnation warming up more and more over time throughout the split. The nerves seem to be going away. He's laning well.
Yeah, and Meteos with way more early attempts at ganking than we've seen from him in the past few games. Now, he is on a different champion, of course, Rek'Sai, but there have been games from Meteos, and especially Santorin, where Rek'Sai just hard farms and doesn't go for as many early attempts as this. I think it does have to do with the early aggression that was shown in bottom lane and their willingness to trade. So Cloud9 able to capitalize on the skirmish down there. Yeah. See if they can transition it into their typical vision coverage, because that was really a hallmark of great Cloud9 play in the past, was how they would turn early advantages into complete control of the enemy jungle. And again, it would be that Meteos combo with Lemonation, as we saw early, going for the duo of jungle invades to get down some vision.
Inclination still trying to harass Mancloud to make a play available for Meteos. Mancloud did not need a flash there, actually. There was no way of Meteos catching up to him, but Summoner Spell burned, and Meteos continues to have such great impact in this early game here while still maintaining a minion farm lead over the opposing Echo.
Yeah, Mancloud there just itchy trigger finger, very scared of the Rek'Sai attempt at a gank, even though it should have been communicated from the bottom lane that the flash was burned.
Oh,
wow.
Whoa! They took the arrow 3 times.
Very good evasive maneuvers from TDK here to avoid the repeat gank from Meteos. Does cost them their ultimate, but
and it costs Meteos flash.
Glad to trade those. Yeah. So Thresh flash down as well now. But again, the Mancloud flash being down due to maybe not communicated after the Rek'Sai flash. It's one of those situations actually where, you know, you die bottom lane and you just start listing all the things that were used to kill you.
Yep. And you can't keep track of them all.
Team's like, come on.
Both flashes, both ults, health potion down.
Yeah, you're just like, hey, they use all these things to kill me, and the team's like.
And then he flashes your mid lane, and you're like, yeah, thanks.
All right, well, here comes the famed duo invade that we were talking up, Meteos and Lemon, into the enemy jungle, get some counter jungling down, some deep wards down, even leaving behind a Spirit Wolf to annoy.
Oh, and Balls is coming too. Mancloud, how good's your cutting? Kez gonna join in this one. A nice double knockback though. Mancloud
the parallel
buys some time. Incarnation does cut away. They get the kill onto Echo. Everyone else is seen unable to retreat, but now Balls a little overextended. Gonna get the wrong side of that fight. Seraph showing up with teleport, does survive and get a kill back. Now Incarnation, oh, the Timbers! Blocks the hook, and Latman's on the wrong side of this fight. He goes away for no reason. Killed for free, 3-1 Cloud9.
We might need another angle on a camera on Latman to see how he found himself in between all 4 Cloud9 members. But had a difficult time cutting them off. And Cloud9, even though the turret dive not optimal, they do come out with a lead in that 2 kills, 4-1. So Mancloud here with the ult into the parallel convergence for the double stun, setting Kez up also for his Q. Cloud9 all were there ahead of time though, so it was better organized by Cloud9. All right, basically Latman just coming up to try and head off the triple, but Sneaky's right behind him. He kind of lost track of his lane opponent there.
Yeah, I think he thought his team could have followed up and just wasn't correct in the assumption.
So again, yeah, maybe some improvements still to be made for the sub-squad, communicating abilities that are up, especially gap closers, definitely key.
Yeah. So at the end of it all, we have a sizable minion lead for the AD carry, sizable one for the mid lane as well. Cloud9 certainly winning now in a lot of fronts. Seraph holding equal against Balls, but that's it. Everything else starting to slip away for TDK here. Cloud9 have turned on the heat pretty successfully. A number of good ganks in a row, put them in a good spot here. And normally the early game, like the gank timings and things like that, are things you expect to go better for the sub squad. It's the later game rotations that usually slack off. And TDK not even winning at that.
Just looking for the repeat invade, but not able to successfully steal or force the blue buff even off of Mancloud. Yeah, Thresh just gaining some extra distance for Latman. The sign of a true good Thresh player. Uh-oh. It's waiting for your AD carry after they go to Fountain, so they get the extra half a screen.
Half the time when I walk the lane. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm always so happy when a Thresh does that for me. I usually forget when I have to play support. I just feel bad. Half the time when I walk back to lane though, I'm like looking at the lane itself, and like I walk past a lantern, and it like gets pinged at me, and I like turn around, and feel like an idiot. Either way though, Cloud9 certainly playing a pretty strong game, up about 2,000 gold. The first dragon goes to them as well. Meteos saves his smite, knowing he doesn't need it.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great job by Cloud9 capitalizing on their early foothold in the bottom lane. They gain the lead down there by the early jungle attention. Then they focus all the skirmishes around that side of the map. and around their deep wards that they got really early on into that side of the jungle. So they're able to grab the first dragon, reap the rewards.
Oh, man. Speaking of grabbing someone, though, a nice jump over the wall for ManCloud to set up the kill with Kez. Knocks down Incarnation. In comes Balls, turning back around. Kez flashes ult away as well. The Shark is going to hit him. Fizz comes up. Azir to help the slows are there. Meteos joining in, and Balls will get the kill. A 1-4 at the end of it all.
Well played by Balls to hold on to the ultimate after all of the jukes from Echo. He does have quite a few in the kit, and that was a solid play. Even though the teleport unable to save Incarnation, Balls is able to pick up the return kill at least and sort of pay for all the minions he lost to the turret and the damage that Seraph got on the turret.
Definitely impressive stuff by Balls. Of course, Seraph getting some damage might mean the top lane could go down soon-ish.
Plus, it means that now when Seraph's teleport comes back off cooldown, he'll actually be in the position to make a play. And we'll have to see if the play there is bigger than just a single kill.
That's true. Yeah, we've seen mismatch teleports a couple of times here. Right now, Seraph's TP comes up in 2 seconds. Probably getting pushed in pretty heavily. Sneaky Zergreaves and a BF sword. Definitely doing plenty of damage here. The longsword he has makes me think he's going Bloodthirster as well. So he's continuing alongside that build. Afraid of maybe the echo damage and whatnot. We'll see if that ends up being true, but TDK certainly on the back foot, 2,000 gold down. I do want to point out that Seraph also bought a very early upgraded trinket. And
wow, Balls going for another tower dive.
Wow, a lot of aggression out of Balls. They're going to buy a lot of time, though, decides that dive is not going to work. Echo is nearby. And it gives more time for Seraph on the top lane to push a turret down.
Some interesting patterns actually emerging from Cloud9. Oh, there goes bottom lane.
Wow, nice flash just in time. They could use an earlier arrow, but Sneaky will not get the kill because of it. TDK keep the turret alive for one more wave.
Yeah, just a little bit of missed timing there for the bottom lane there. Holding on to his arrow. Let's see, both junglers come down, so probably will be non-committal. Yep, just gonna clear the waves and back up. Incarnation in that mid lane with the Victor versus Azir. Small lead on CS. And even though they have had repeat dive attempts and repeat pressure attempts from the rest of the team, not really able to capitalize on an early Victor strong lane. Azir powering up fairly well. Azir has been sort of forced into, or has opted into, the magic resist, more defensive build though. So in order to gain this sort of even early lane, ManCloud has opted to go with the Athenes rather than Morel and Omicron.
Lower damage, more durability. We'll see if that matters to him much as Incarnation buying some CDR himself. Forced to flash away from Azir though.
Yeah. And normally I'd be like, okay, so he's also versus a Fizz. So he's going to have some more protection for the later dive. But Fizz is a lot of damage. A lot of his damage is now physical. So
yeah, it's 50-50.
It's pretty evenly split. And a single resistance type isn't going to help you that much.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Bloodthirsts are done on Sneaky. He is going for the utility-focused build. Of course, Incarnation and Balls both have plenty of damage, so he doesn't need to be that main carry for the team. As you mentioned before, the utility on Ashe definitely is quite high. Gold lead staying at 2,000. No really major gains either way for quite some time. Top lane killed by Seraph, bot lane killed by Sneaky. So far a trade of resources. All the ultis, nearly every summoner spell are up, and Dragon spawns in 2 minutes, so maybe that's when we see our next big fight with every spell available.
All right. Well, Cloud9 already gonna swing Sneaky and Lemon up to the mid lane and try and pressure, but again, the silver wave clear is ridiculous. When assisted by Azir as well, no one shall pass. So he heads straight back bottom, actually. Cloud9 looking for side lane control right now. They have Sneaky shoving bottom, and they've committed Meteos to top, so they just sacrifice mid lane instead of trying to hold even here. And that is actually huge for Azir. Now, last time we saw Azir, in the Team Liquid game versus the TF, it was mentioned how important it is for TF to.
Good stun. Sneaky doing a bit of damage, forced to flash away.
Meteos channels the teleport, and now who's caught?
Wow, Smoothie getting jumped on by Rek'Sai and Annie. Kills go through to Meteos. Now Kez on the wrong side of the team. Looks like his spells are all down. Ults back in towards Incarnation. Wednesday coming up. 1 second away. He can almost jump the wall. He's gonna now. Oh, man. Flash by Meteos unneeded, the ult for Incarnation, all that was required. Kill goes through. All ManCloud's done a shove out mid, run away, and Balls is on the hunt, so I don't know if ManCloud's even gonna live here. Revealed by a Crystal Hawk, goes towards Balls. Shark is on him, jumps right back over. Kill goes through to Cloud9, 25 seconds on Dragon, and map control for the blue team.
All right, Cloud9 turn around the aggression from TDK, and they will take back the mid lane advantage here. Was about to say how important it is for Azir to take his turret so that he can set up control, but it all collapsed there with the Rek'Sai teleport. Having a jungler with the ability to reactively act to global plays like that, just a tremendous advantage. And Cloud9 parlay that into not only mid turret, but also going to stack up Dragon number 2 at 19 minutes.
Nicely done. And definitely a reasonably clean game from Cloud9. We're seeing these ganks come through for TDK. There's like occasionally a good play made from the red team, and you think C9's down. And yet every single time it gets turned around. You talked about the Rek'Sai global teleport. We saw the Balls TP earlier when Incarnation got killed, but he managed to knock down ManCloud anyway. Like these kind of things, or I think he killed Kez, but these kind of things keep happening. Cloud9 very good at reacting to what are normally very scary situations, yet making the best of them.
Yeah, I think that is something that will come with time from TDK, their ability to punish these small openings. Having seen Balls use his teleport and knowing that Seraph had his coming up, there was a window to go aggressive, but it has since passed. And now they are on the defensive. Cloud9 have gained control.
Alrighty, so we're now at a 3,500 gold lead. The two Dragons, the numbers just keep on growing, even though the turrets are staying the same. TDK managing to knock down turrets pretty successfully themselves. C9 just, again, able to get the better of these fights time and time again. And it only gets worse. Fighting gets easier when you've got more gold than your opponents. True. I know, really, really deep thought right there, but this is what they pay me for.
Nice. Well, you do have to spend that gold, so that's a two-part strategy there,
Oh,
Freak.
true.
You can't just leave people with, hey, I'm rich.
Just sock them with a sack of coins.
You got to go buy something with your money.
They're investing.
Good, sir.
And they got to wait the year for the capital gains tax, you know?
In real life, though.
Are we doing financial advice in Cloud9 vs TDK?
Yeah. Well, we do have a bit of time.
It's true.
All right, well, let's see, because Cloud9, they've actually had a little bit of lapse in pressure. They have been able to shift all their vision over to the Baron side, though. So taking Dragon, now switching most of their wards up into the red buff side jungle around that Baron pit to start some baits and pressure the last outer turret that remains standing. Yeah. This should be easy gold to pick up off the map as they're able to force TDK off.
Ooh, good flash by Latman. Gets away from the Balls queue, but of course Fizz still on the chase. Trinity Force there, ease forward. Spell Shield's not going to do a single thing. And Latman gets solo killed before the Seraph TP even comes in. Balls flashes, sorry, jumps away. Boomerang means nothing. And
there,
Wadaki but of the Prehistoric.
That was a high-quality walk-away burn from Balls, as he was able to gain distance away from the teleport from Seraph. Another ineffective teleport there.
Yeah.
So pretty much Cloud9 with all of the cards right now. They're able to make a cross-map play. Not only do they have the jungler global, but they also have top laner pressure because Balls still has his teleport. See what they can do with it, though.
I feel like Balls at this point has gotten to the point where he can really put some threat on towards Seraph. He's a level ahead. And with his 3 kills, I mean, he's got, look at his gold lead. Individually, he's up, okay, only 300. I guess there's not a sizable, like a gigantic individual lead, but Balls certainly has pressure.
Yeah, I think just with how many tools Cloud9 have, they've got the double teleports and they have an Ash Arrow. That's a recipe for picking somebody out because you have pressure on one of the offsides of the map, and then all you have to do is pull the trigger with that Ash Arrow. That should be a pretty much guaranteed engage unless TDK just cede the entire map to you and hover on their turrets. So either way, you're going to gain something.
Yeah. Cloud9 right now looking like they want to gain control over Baron Nashor. They've continued to send their teleport holding Fizz to the bot lane. That is not easily matched by TDK. The rest of the team sitting around this. Seraph? With a nice boomerang to check the brush, but C9 have done a good job of controlling the vision the whole way through. Let's see what else we can see. It's Cloud9 playing it very slowly, but TDK giving them that time and giving them that space. Baron hasn't been started, so there's no real deficit here. Incarnation walks mid to clear waves as normal. Easily done here for him, and Bankman does the same. Back and forth the same holding pattern. Sivir will join to the top lane, clear that away. Kez is the one. It's kind of awkward for TDK because they don't know who they send to answer balls. Hold on, Smoothie, goodbye. Somehow walked through the obviously warded area of the jungle that Cloud9 was still camping. That seemed really awkward for Smoothie.
Yeah, and again, that amount of possibilities that Cloud9 have for picking somebody off. Annie, Ashe, Victor follow-up. Very, very risky there. No Thresh to have Lanterns for anyone else either who wants to play risky.
Yeah, you're right. It's a flash or nothing, basically, and Cloud9 feel much more bold. There come the forward wards, clearing pinks away. All that hard work TDK just had. Super catches the brush and the wall on the other side. Wards are gone. C9 have furthered their vision control of this top jungle. Thanks for the pick on Smoothie. The ball split is, of course, very helpful as well, as again, Seraph cannot join this top lane, so C9 with a potential 4v3, potential 5v3 action.
Here it comes.
TP flank comes in, 3 guys only. Actually, no, 4 as Smoothie has respawned, but ManCloud about to get chunked down. Meaning to get the knockup. Elimination pulling aggro, though. He's nearly going to die to this one. One turret shot will kill him, but the fight's still going back and forth. Kez does get the trade kill on towards Sneaky. Ball's still in the back line. Goes in for Smoothie.
Oh!
Gets hooked in, dies, but Ball's still alive. Turret won't knock him down. It's a 3 for 2 so far. Ball's dodges even more damage. Kez got nowhere to go. Gets a shield! Just in time! Minions! 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 He's alive for now!
Don't give up, Minions! Oh, you lazy. 2 of them turned back. They're done. What are the replacements gonna do?
Oh, Ignite. Playful Trickster to Ignite. Balls gets the kill. 13-4 is the scoreline, and Seraph can only sit there in the bot lane and kill a turret.
Well, that is going to be some global gold for them. But again, Cloud9 able to take out the entire team almost up under that turret. Not the cleanest, but able to get it done. Dragon's back on the table, so Cloud9 should reset and go try and secure that before extending once again. Let's take another look at this dive. Sneaky uses a point-blank arrow on ManCloud to get both his summoners, and he's burning there. So Meteos flashing on top of him to secure the kill. They actually are left without too many resources for the rest of the cleanup under turret, and they kind of have to risk this one. The hook right before he dies actually gains a pretty big advantage here, but on the same token, it kind of baits Kez back in. He wanted to go finish off Balls. And then he goes for his epic run. By the way, that Trailblazer smite onto the minions to gain a little bit of health are the only reason he got some time.
I don't believe, so I know it stuns minions. I don't believe it heals so they hit a jungle
kills
monster.
them, so they can't.
Yeah, it stuns them and kills them so they can't kill you, but I believe the heal does not come through at least in a jungle monster. Health didn't really move there. I made the same mistake actually like 2 months ago, and I think Zyrene corrected me. So.
What? It kills them and stuns them. So
Yeah, well, you said gain a bit of health. I thought you were saying it would heal you based on the Trailblazer heal. Maybe I misheard you. We're moving on. Kobe was right, I'm wrong, as usual. TDK, unfortunately, down 4,500 gold here. And Cloud9 continue the holding pattern of, hey, if we prep Baron, we can arrow you guys and kill you afterwards. TDK do what they can to continue some minion control. Sneaky shoves the top lane, clean and safe. But TDK have the inside track on mid. Sneaky's not going to get there in time in case the pushes keep happening. TDK carve a little bit of the map for themselves they can push around with. But still, it feels like their options are rather limited. This time around, though, teleport advantages are swapped. Last time around, Cloud9 used the TP advantage to win a fight by like 2 or 3 kills. TDK have the same opportunity, but it seems like they're not nearly as coordinated to make that kind of play happen.
Yeah, as you were talking about, the gold wins wars. They do not have the cash to buy the weapons that they need to win that war. TDK forced to play defensively here. Cloud9 gonna try and bait around Baron. They've got pink wards down on it and draw somebody out into the open from TDK. Flash back up on Lemon Nation. Those distortion enchant paying off for him. They are prepped to make another pick, and now we wait until they do, because we've seen from so many teams how hesitant they are to try and press in on the second line of turrets. Cloud9 going to continue in that vein and wait around. Bide their time, go for the bait.
All right, and they're going to go for that Baron. Yep, indeed. 2 are going to sweep away wards. The rest are going to just knock down on Baron Nashor. Ball's at half HP. There has to be a little bit concerned. Blue Trinket U sees that Baron is being started. Pink ward over the wall. 2,000 health left on that one. Easy pickup right there. Meteos knocks down Baron before TDK can fully react here. Elimination looking for a hunt means TDK runs away. Went there to safety. And TDK on the hunt for some safety.
Baron buff means the siege now. Definitely an option for Cloud9. They could easily split and get multiple lines of Baroned up minions, but they're going with the 5-man here for some reason. They're going to wait for recalls. Yeah. They'll probably split up after they go for the recalls and utilize a couple extra lanes of Baroned up minions, as they do have the global teleport. Oh no, Rek'Sai's ult
Ball's
down.
in 10 seconds and Meteos is in 35.
Yeah.
Already looked, you were going there. I got you.
Way ahead of me.
You kept talking. I was like, ready for the timers. I was like, ticking down. Like, when you're ready, Kobe, I got you.
Good work.
Thanks, man.
And they actually send Sneaky, so in the end,
all right,
it's Ash split push.
Well, the arrow's up right now, so I mean, globals, he can hawk shot into the fight. Ash has 2 global. Wait, is Ash going to with 2 globals in the game?
Double lift would definitely be on board with the Ash arrow, and Hawkshot is enough to participate in a team fight from across the map.
I'll check your brush for you guys. Don't get caught. Hey, there it is. See Smoothie. Global pressure. Stop the recall.
All right, well, let's see if Cloud9 can close it out, because even though this is TDK still looking for a win with the subs, for Cloud9, it's been a struggle. They definitely can't take anyone for granted.
And here's the push in towards the inhibitor turret. Not a lot of split pushing done. Ball sent to the bot lane. The team joins Sneaky at top. Makes that turn number 4, and the siege continues. Baron minions are fairly hard to kill, but they take full damage from turrets, so if they go away fast enough, Sivir is here to defend that one. Back to mid goes C9, but there's no minion wave to use. Bot lane didn't mean much, as well as Balls have a hard time pushing towards the melee champion. Seraph on Nar can always be scary. Good one more time. Meteos ults back into the fight after buying a few more items. Looks like C9 are not going to be joining Balls in the bot lane. They will continue the slow and steady siege mid. But the wave comes in. Man, Cloud goes for the big play out of Sneaky. Naga goes back through, but Echo to the back line as well means they will knock down the Cloud9 AD carry. A 1-for-0. Ult in from Kez going to push Cloud9 away. Latman on the chase. Way too greedy. Goes down for his kill. A double kill for Incarnation. Cloud9 turning it back around off the missteps of TDK. Balls tanky enough to make this dive happen, but a decent turnaround back from Seraph is locking up. Meteos had already killed Balls, a 2-for-3 overall, still in C9's favor. Seraph misses the house, summoner heal used, but finally the auto attack gonna kill him off. And now Incarnation plus Meteos versus Seraph plus Kez. It's a 2-versus-2 solo laner plus jungler. TDK running away from their own base. Meteos is that scary.
Kez out of mana. He's on his own now.
Meteos no mana, but doesn't need it. Building up Raid, he knocks down into Kez. That smite's going to give him some health as he aggroes the Raptors, who are now dealing damage back to him. So awkward there, but Kez gets away. 3-for-3 mid lane turret did go down. Advantage C9.
So MadCloud gonna get the little highlight clip for himself there.
That was sweet.
Very good play onto Ash. No built-in dash for her, and he's able to get Sneaky into a compromising position here as he walks too close to the soldier. So Sneaky with a little lapse there, and he is going to go down. Even TDK, even though they're so far behind. This right here, the technical term for this freak is tunnel vision. And that is Latman running past the mid lane mage to try and finish off the support mage.
Yeah, not the most ideal situation.
But then Cloud9 with a little bit of a deep dive of their own, and TDK able to answer back here as Seraph goes for the flash play and secure Latman's target.
Helping out Seraph, you know? Latman making sure the true carry of TDK gets gold. Seraph 3-0, the attack damage focused build, the Hex Drinker into Black Cleaver, does give Seraph plenty of damage, and he's trying with his very best to carry. He's tanky enough to obviously not die. So it does become a multi-threat team for TDK, but Cloud9 continue to play well. Dragon number 4 recently picked up by these guys, so they're only 6 minutes away from that win condition, as they've continued to hold the gold and push lead the rest of this time as well. Nearly a 9,000 gold lead for the blue team, and C9 looking to add their 3rd win of the split at the halfway point.
Much needed 3rd win as well. The morale already has been fairly low, as we saw from the little video from Lemon at the beginning of the game. Now, loss to a sub squad is definitely be crushing. TDK, though, going to press up mid. Balls has teleport. They have to be very careful about wards placed behind them. Make sure that they've cleaned the map. There's one right there on the other side of the Wraith Wall now. Meteos just put into position, prepping to teleport from Balls. They're just waiting for TDK to press up on the turret. When they get up onto the turret, Balls can channel the teleport. There's the initiation.
Big stun comes in, teleport goes in as well. Stuns onto Smoothie, he's gonna nearly kill the support, but he stays alive. Balls and Meteos zoned out by the Azir turret. No kills for Cloud9 just yet. The kiting away. The Azir soldiers come in. Meteos slowed one more time. As long as Smoothie stays safe, he does stay alive. A 1 for 0. Balls on the wrong side of this fight as well. In comes MadCloud. Great juke by Balls to stay alive. And Lantern keeps himself safe. Mid lane, Azir turret will deconstruct. But TDK winning that fight, actually.
Baited and outsmarted from TDK right there. They saw the ward go down. They're like, all right, you can come in behind us. We will erect the Azir turret.
In the glory of Shurima.
It almost cost Smoothie his life, so, you know, there was definite risk to the plan, but they've been backed into a corner and they need to pull off plays like that. Now, it only does give you 1 kill. They weren't able to take mid-turret or anything.
Yeah.
So, small steps, but needed steps for TDK. Trying to fight their way back in.
It's partially a moral victory. That was the last deathless member of Cloud9, so TDK can happily say they've killed everyone on the team at least once. It's always nice to see, of course. Seraph, the only unkilled player in this game. I mean, best player in this series. He certainly, I do think, though, I really do like Seraph this split, though. We're seeing that he's still, I think, not great with the teleports. He's still got some weaknesses, but his individual mechanics certainly very strong, and his team is looking pretty good. Just not able to pick up these wins just yet, as they're kind of hoping for a more solid roster, unfortunately. But Cloud9, of course, taking wins they should. 9,000 gold lead, knocking wards away again. Looks like Baron number 2 on the table. Dragon number 5 only 3.5 minutes away as well. So, I mean, a lot of options here for a patient Cloud9.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be the route they go with as well. No reason to put themselves in any more dangerous spots. They have control of the map, and they know it. So
it's got to be the direction, right? Hey, everyone, Dragon 5's up. Just be smart. Just wait. We'll win in 3 minutes.
I mean, yeah, and even though it's possible to bait a Baron, they've got plenty of, you know, pink wards already in place to do so. There's no reason to risk Baron damage.
Oh, well, maybe if they kill off MadCloud like that. Holy cow, 2 picked up immediately. This is going to be an easy dive for the rest of Cloud9. Mikhail's used onto Latman, but doesn't even matter. It's the whole team getting routed. Balls doing plenty of damage. Latman flashing. Balls really wants it. Maybe more than he needs. He'll get him. He'll get him. He'll get him. It's 4 kills picked up. Only Seraph alive, still unkilled in this game. But Cloud9 can knock down at least an inhibitor. 30 to 40 second death timers means maybe more.
Balls 9 and 2 at this point on the Fizz. They're inside the base, and it looks like they're going to rush down a couple of Nexus turrets here.
They're going for the win.
The timers are coming up pretty quick. Let's see if they got this one.
Flash down into Seraph. He's a pretty tanky Gnar. It's just going to be the game going down. They could have chosen Baron. Instead, they choose to win the game outright. 37.5 minutes. Cloud9 adds another win to the column over TDK.
Good secure there for Cloud9, able to find that pick with the Ashe Annie related to the game. Secure themselves a much needed victory.
And it was good to see actually in this one where Cloud9's up against TDK, that obviously they are a lot of substitutes, but the individual skill of teams like this usually is still fairly high. Right? They're still LCS caliber players, just not a very practiced team. And when you see good individual plays from Cloud9, you know it was up against good individual players. And Incarnation has steadily been getting better this split. 5-1-8 this game on Victor, highest damage in the game, highest gold in the game, highest CS in the game, pretty much everything down the line. This was a good game by Incarnation. Balls as well has been having an absolutely horrible split. He'd been losing lane almost every single time. His KDA might be the lowest he's ever had in any LCS split. And you mentioned his scoreline. He went off on Fizz this game, 9-2-3, another really, really strong performance. I know it's against TDK. It's like easy to say those stat lines look good, but yeah, we actually saw good play from the C9 members, something that's been a little bit more scarce this split.
And Cloud and crew. At least he did get that 1-0 play that he can take home.
Yeah.
On the LCS stage, down in gold. Able to make the perfect combo to get the low mobility AD carry under turret.
Yeah, and that's, I guess the second is your LCS big play we've seen today. It's cool that people continue to gain mastery with this champion. I know like when the Insect first came around, like people like spammed Lee Sin and tried to get really good at him. Like
final game as they take on NME eSports. Now Dignitas have emerged as the new hotness in the league and have shown they can take out anyone.
It's the new old hotness.
Yeah, honestly, they've been around in the LCS every split, and they've been struggling for quite a long time. But it seems like finally the pieces are falling into place. You look at them now, they have individually skilled players. Everyone except Helios, who just came over, are ranked top 30 in the ladder or higher. The coaching staff with Rico has been working with the team for a while now, and you can see the improvements in pick ban. And ever since Helios joined, their shot calling has made quick, decisive decisions, and the team is following up. Those three things are a recipe for success, and it's showing in Team Dignitas' results.
We're all going to put the recipe in the chef's hands right here, because Gamsu last
Seaweed
week,
soup.
boom, seaweed soup, 17-4 and 22 last week in the top lane. And not only was he playing just individually like demanding champions, the team played around him too. The Lulu mid for his Jarvan, and the fact that it was a volatile matchup, they had a game plan, camp that lane, get Gamsu ahead, and then he'll show up to the lanes, and the chef will just be cooking in the kitchen.
He has, without a doubt, been a huge part of their success. Now, for NME, they've been able to pick up games, most recently claiming 7th place when they defeated Cloud9, but it's largely been the Inox and Otter show.
Yeah, the other players really haven't stepped up and shown a lot of team cohesion. Trashy has been a little absent since his Challenger Series days. And then Flares is really 50-50 in his performances. He's either going to carry really hard or he's going to be somebody that has to be carried into that late game.
Yeah, really variant results from Flares. We know he has innate ability to carry games. He's got good individual skill. He's been #1 on the ranked solo queue ladder for months at this point, but it really just hasn't translated into LCS success as of yet.
Well, that's going to be somewhat of a key matchup then there in the top lane, going up against the MVP of Week 4, Gamsu. Now we're going to take a moment to send it over to the caster desk to get the games underway.
Thank you very much, Dash. Great analyst desk on the day. Let's get our things started with the starting lineups here on the blue side. Team Dignitas, Gamsu in the top lane, Helios in the jungle, Shifter in mid, Core JJ on AD carry, and Kiwi Kid on support.
And on the red side, it's NME eSports with Flares up top, Trashy in the jungle, Inox mid, Otter AD carry, and support body drop.
All right, so all 10 players in the lobby. We get ourselves into the game in a little bit. And there's actually something I wanted to bring up because he brought up the Gamsu scoreline a minute ago from last week's game. And I know occasionally we talk about LCS teams having perfect games where the enemy team gets no kills, no dragons, no turrets. I want to propose the idea of a player having a perfect game, which to me is 100% kill participation and 0 deaths. I don't know if that's like the right...
You gotta factor CS into there somehow.
Do you have to?
Yeah.
Because like support's having a perfect game, right? Like, and he had 3 CS, garbage.
They are definitely going to have to be role specific for a perfect game. Yeah.
Okay. I was just saying KP and death, but there's probably more to it than that. All right, that's fair. I'll give you that one. I think it's an interesting discussion, though, something I want to think about for a future broadcast. But we'll have to see how everyone shapes up in this game. Team Dignitas, realizing that Shen is a cool champion, is going to ban that one away. We've seen him show up this week. Really, like, it was weird because this is the second week of 5.11. Next week will be on 5.12, I assume. But we didn't see Shen much in week 1, but in week 2 of 5.11, we're seeing a lot of them. And it's just interesting to see that was kind of the adaptation period required.
Yeah, some people starting to showcase the strengths once again of Shen and having that global teleport from the top. All these incremental buffs that he's gotten over the past few months have basically passed the threshold to play into competitive.
Now, speaking of champions doing that, you're noticing this this Jarvan ban here from NME eSports. Their very first ban saying, Gamsu, don't you even dare. And of course, their first ban was Gragas, which allows them to go right away, hone in, and take down Rek'Sai for themselves. And Helios, in his 4 games on Team Dignitas, his 5 games now on Dignitas, this is his 4th Rek'Sai game.
Yeah, another Rek'Sai for him. Very happy to get that. We've been over so many times the strengths of that champion. The thing is, all these top lane bans with the Jarvan and the Ryze and the Shen, Hecarim is still up, and Hecarim is Flair's favorite champion, plus the other champion that Gamsu absolutely destroyed with last week. So I feel like that will be a first or second round pickup here at least.
Hecarim, Aurelia, and Rumble seem to be the 3 big champions for Flares. I wonder which one he's going to rush for, or if he thinks they're equivalent enough to pick something else instead. Every single AD carry is available, as is every single support that isn't Alistar, but they decide that Rumble's the way they want to go, and Annie for body drop with everything but Alistar up.
Yeah, I mean, that's a strong combo already. Team fight, very early team fight power there. Anytime you have an AoE stun with Rumble ultimate, you've got mid-game team fight power. So NME eSports shall be looking for some dragon control. Let's see what Dignitas decide to answer with, because one of the biggest improvements in this team that we've seen recently, and keep talking about how clear they've been in their champion select with what they want to do with their team comp. You know, comboing the Twisted Fate with the Hecarim early home guard for their play against specifically Team Impulse, who are a team that like to overextend and take fights really, really deep into enemy territory. Double teleport like that is the perfect thing to capitalize against them.
Meanwhile, Team Dignitas see a big team fight, hard engaged team, and Dignitas say, you know, we can play a 5v5 team fight team as well. The Azir picked up blind pick mid, happy to grab that one himself, and they click, you know, we don't need Nautilus yet, let's grab the Sivir right away. This does leave up the Kalista counter pick, but it seems like Dignitas happy to play that same 5v5 style so far.
Yeah, and actually in North America, we haven't seen the Kalista counter pick work out as, you know, as this devastating counter matchup either. Right. A lot of the lanes have, you know, the Sivir team through either jungle pressure or through manipulation of lane swaps, or even just straight up strong Sivir's play with a strong support to combo with her, have been able to handle those lanes thus far.
All right, well, NME eSports could have the famed Kalista-Annie combo even still. If we think it is strong, they might go for it, but that puts everything on the table, so it just questions what their judgment is. NME eSports, of course, with red side will have the chance to counter pick at the very end of it all, or flex pick something interesting. You never know. It could be Annie mid after all, and we were all duped, but
that's my default mid.
Taking their time.
Because it's easy.
Interesting. NME eSports saying that, you know, last I talked to them, they said they implemented a rule that said you are not allowed to talk in the last, I think this was these guys, not allowed to talk in the last 20 seconds of champ select, and the coach picks, and you do what they tell you to do. But that didn't seem to be the case here. Otter was talking. They decided to go for the Jinx Annie. So more explosive team fight engaged, right? Jinx now is clean up, more engaged with the Sejuani ulti to back up from the Annie, and it's just 5v5, super large amounts of damage.
Yeah, just doubling down on what they already had here for NME, so no surprise there. The one thing is that they do not have that early game jungle pressure by locking in that Sejuani to go for more AoE for them, to try and AoE them and get somebody low for Jinx to reset off. So Rek'Sai, Helios, he is set up for an advantage in the early game to see what he can do with it to try and get some sort of solo lane advantage. Maybe focus on that Rumble and try to keep that Rumble from getting to the double spell penetration breakpoint for him.
All right, well, Jinx played into a team that was happy to play Hecarim and Nautilus, so backline reach abound for Dignitas. Good luck being Jinx against this composition, but that's going to be the case here. Dignitas, Hecarim, and Nautilus, the 2 grabs. And NME eSports now to take their last pick, their mid laner. Even though they saw the Azir early on, they are waiting to show us what Inox is going to play.
I actually do really like Kiwi Kid on Nautilus here because he can do everything he needs to do in 1 second. If he gets off a hook in an ultimate, if he can ultimate Jinx, that's all he needs to do, and then just try and absorb as many big AoE abilities as he can with his body. Sort of fall on the grenade for the rest of the team. If he can get off
tank the Glacial Prison, essentially. Tank the
depth
Jinx
charge
bucket.
and then sacrifice himself. That will be job well done, Kiwi Kid.
All right, well, Inox here to play what he did against the Cloud9 victory, and he's back on Jace here in the mid lane. Jace versus Azir. Don't see him played a whole lot. Looks like Inox is the only Jace win we have so far in the North American LCS. We've seen some European teams succeed on it, but here's the comp. So a little bit of poke, but also a lot of AoE damage follow-up. NME eSports have gotten one slight deviation, but still kind of playing into the same comp. Dignitas also, as you were talking about, Kiwi Kid in the front line, start a fight, Azir for follow-up.
Yeah, and so far really balanced damage spreads for both teams here. So we won't really have any single super tank for either team. They will have to spread out their resistance choices, depending on, who gets fed in the game.
All right, well, we'll see who does end up getting fed. Last 8 seconds of champion select. I assume Kiwi Kid will change it, but right now he's still on Smite Teleport. I don't know if that's on purpose or not.
We'll keep track of it.
Kiwi Kid Summoner is at the end of champ select. No, okay, they're flashing Ignite. Sorry, but like it stayed there, so I don't know what that deal is, but whatever.
I like how you set it up, even though nobody can see it but you.
And then
I could call you a liar, and everybody would just think you're just a troll.
They would believe. Well, would they believe you or they believe me? Who knows? Either way, before we head on to the Rift, send us your votes. Tweet hashtag DIG win or hashtag NME win to @LOL Esports. We will check in on the results shortly. If you want, also tell me whether you believe me or Kobe. And we are here for our next game of the day, Game 5, if I'm understanding properly. Dignitas versus NME Esports. We are on to the Rift.
Once again, for the last game of the day. Let's see how well they can close it out. Dignitas are riding high still. They had such a great start to this split. Let's see if they can keep things going.
And keep in mind, with the earlier win of Team Liquid over CLG, Dignitas can tie first place with a win right here. At the exact halfway point of the split, Dignitas will be the #1 team, or tie for #1 team in North America. Considering they were 1 game away from dropping out of the LCS at the end of spring, this is such an amazing turnaround for these guys. NME Esports right now, same number of wins as Cloud9, only 1 game behind Impulse. A win makes them tied for 6th.
Yep.
Again, at the halfway point, they'd be nearly in playoff position. Nice ward kill by Shifter. And he goes, ha, look what I can do.
Look, no hands, 2 soldiers.
Impressive.
Well, defensive ward line comes out. I'm actually kind of surprised there's no lane swap just to sort of nullify the Rek'Sai versus Sejuani, but we've seen many a Rek'Sai come up empty-handed going for early ganks. Oh, there it is. They're going for the lane swap. Haha, there they are. They find it. They want Trashy to have an easier path, less pressure, be comfortable just trying to farm up to level 6 and take away some of Helios's power. Dignitas, though, I don't see, there's no deep wards. I'm not seeing any indication for either of these teams having the reason. So this is pretty much all mind games unless I missed a ward. Just mind games calling the lane swap up top.
All right, so 2-on-2 top lane. Normal things going on here. Yeah, no real deep vision. Gamsu Helios fully sharing experience here, so still both level 1. See as that pans out over time. Easy early Ricochet harass are going to push NME Esports in towards their turret a little bit here. And good that they're doing it because until Kiwi hits level 2 or so, he can't exactly fight back against Annie, so minions being the buffer this duo lane needed. As the lane resets, we'll see how it goes from here. 1 CS was missed by Jinx, thanks to the push of Dignitas. Gamsu realizes it is a normal matchup down to the bot lane, so after helping clear 2 camps, he TPs in to go ahead and gain some golden XP.
Versus Flares. Has the extra sustain advantage as well as a real ward, which is going to provide him with the ability to pressure that lane and push up. A lot of the times, Hecarim, you have to be very, very careful about spamming Q early and get your rampage going because you don't want to shove the lane due to possibilities of jungler attention. But with a real ward and with the enemy jungler being Sejuani,
yeah,
Gamsu is really set up this game to pretty much do whatever he wants.
Yeah, I think it's you're absolutely right. I think it's a pretty safe lane for him. We'll see if Gamsu, the MVP of last week, can continue that kind of performance. A nice hook on Abided up, forcing his flash away early. Dignitas early pressure working out well.
That's definitely a worthwhile flash there. Taking that away from Annie takes away a lot of her lane presence, because it's all based around kill pressure with Annie, especially with something like a Nautilus in the lane. So AlphaDraft's got to be very, very careful with his positioning now. They have to spend a lot more money on ward coverage because Rek'Sai is such a flexible ganker.
Yeah. And, I mean, there's even a bunch of minions being lost here. You're going to get most of these under the turret, but actually probably, I'm going to say 6 CS lead. Only like 4 or 5 waves in is actually a sizable advantage right now for the Dignitas duo. They are certainly having a very happy time in the laning phase. Even the mid lane going well. You're seeing Shifter up 7 CS over Inox. I mean, down the line, we're having a 300 gold lead just from the laning phase for Team Dignitas.
Yeah, and so far this split, it really has been, Inox been quite a strong laner, and Shifter quite often has gotten behind in CS. But Azir with the early, very small lead, but he has it nonetheless. A lot of pings down, up on top as well. Pretty much just spamming on body drop because they know he has no flash, and Kiwi Kid is itching to make a play, as usual. Prides himself on his playmaking ability from the role.
Yeah. And you're going to see how fearless Team Dignitas are. They are not respecting the possibility of Sejuani coming in, even though there are not any wards that would track a Sejuani gank. It's just fearlessness from Team Dignitas up there.
Yeah, and you can also see the extra ward placement that we talked about. Wards in the side brush, up top and down bottom. Trashy gonna come through the river though. See if we can pull this one off. Level 4 for both of them. Now Flair's just stings 5. Gamsu again on Hecarim, so he doesn't have flash. Also not level 6. He doesn't have his ultimate, but just able to walk away with the speed boost.
Yeah, it means Flares can freeze his wave for a little bit, but does that really even matter? And does Rumble even freeze well? Looks like Gamsu not losing anything to speak of. He's a minute and a half from his teleport being back up, so he can reposition around the map very cleanly and easily. Helios running through the jungle after spotting Trashy, puts a bunch of T-ports down, takes a camp away, and Helios gets farther ahead.
Yeah, and he's doubling down on this top lane priority as well, or basically top lane. It is the duo lane. With that pink ward. They've invested in the pink ward for this Tribush as well, and Helios hovering on this side of the map. They really want to pressure this while the flash is still down for Annie. However, if they push it too hard and they get too aggressive with this, all it takes is one misstep under a turret. Body drop still has the possibility of landing an AoE stun even without level 6. If you can get a good W this early on, that plus tower damage would be terrible news for Team Dignitas.
Yeah.
Also terrible news is missing that.
And really sad stuff here. So we're only a minute and a half away from Annie's flash being back up. 7 minutes, 50 seconds is roughly the timer on that being available. So in terms of abusing this dual advantage,
they see it coming.
There's only a small window, but it might happen right here.
Bait?
All right, now Trashy kill clear the pink ward away. They immediately run away. They pop Helios' Raptor buff, which doesn't matter because they're on a pink ward, but that ward stays safe and happy, and Enemy realize just how screwed they just might be up here. Level 5 and change for Trashy Sejuani. Practically equal here for the Rek'Sai of Helios. Their farm is about the same. Their gank pressure has been nearly identical, to be completely honest, as no one's burned anything because of them specifically.
Yeah, basically, without the flash being punished there, Team Dignitas, no early lead to speak of, and Enemy have worked their way through the dangerous period for body drop.
Inox even caught back up during the mid lane recall period. Tier plus boots versus half of Merlinomicon. And Inox is right back in there with the now small CS lead himself. Flair is still holding equal against Gamsu, and even the Jinx caught up here. So Trashy essentially having an uneventful route to level 6 is exactly what they would want on the Sejuani here. The roaming from Kiwi Kid getting punished a little bit as well, as you're seeing Harass come through from Body Drop and Otter. Sivir stuck under her turret, though she did buy a BF sword, so poor JJ with an item lead on this.
Spell shield baited out. The Annie auto attack.
She's got flashback up, and Annie has her stun available once again, unless Kiwi Kid gets here right now.
They're bringing flares up to the top lane, though. Worked his way through the ward that is deep by Krugs and into the lane. Ready to roll with the equalizer at level 6. Gamsu's got to think something is up down there. All right, so they are going to have the recall. They won't be able to make a play, and the lane swap is just going to be a regular lane swap for NME. Back down to Dragon, so Flares wants to use his equalizer for the Dragon fight. They switch that teleport up top lane. He's going to try and shove this very quickly. We'll see if they can get this level 6 AoE comp online. Look for the combo. Body drop is 6. Trashy is 6. Flares is 6. Everything checks out. They're ready to get a AoE fight started.
Well, a devilishly strong team fight then for Team Dignitas. NME eSports actually with one more 6 than the enemy team, so or then Dignitas, I should say, to be more specific and clear here. As Tibbers is now available, as Kiwi Kid does not have depth charge. Now, the attempted top lane gank by Flares did mean the bot lane was uncontested and 2 waves died to the turret. Nothing really that similar happened up on this side, as Gamsu is still able to grab this wave here.
Interesting idea here from Helios. He's betting on a gank top lane. If this succeeds, then they take away the threat of the AoE Wombo, Rumble, Teleport in, Dragon fight. However, if they fail, then they pretty much cede Dragon control, and all the wards there can easily be cleared out.
Even with the double teleport? Because it's Rek'Sai and TP Hecarim?
Oh, that is true.
Maybe it's just like completely safe.
Fair point.
I'm just out of curiosity. I mean, certainly if they have to limp in, it doesn't work for Team Dignitas.
Rumble is one of the best champions at taking 2v1s, but he's in a pretty bad spot.
Might use good flash, but the knockup's still going to come through. Good equalizer. Gamsu, a lot of damage. Fears him back across. Flares still on the run. Flashes down. Tower dive by Gamsu, tanking aggro, but Flares gets a lot of damage back, and Gamsu can't get away. Kill comes back through to Flares. Helios going to clear the wave. Still advantage Dignitas.
I'll re-answer your question, and I think it will be carte blanche for enemy to clear out all the wards. Oh, looks like they're going for the double stun. Kiwi Kid gets slowed.
Quite catch Kiwi Kid with the flame choppers. A spell shield by Core JJ kept him alive during the through the anti-Tibbers. Probably getting pushed around a fair bit of damage. They could probably stay for this.
Yeah, with Jinx they can burn it down. Tibbers is doing his job. Core JJ cuts him down.
Ooh, slight overstay. Otter takes a bit of damage, but they go back on towards Kiwi Kid. Body drop now tanks the ulti. Gamsu is in, goes for Otter. Summoner heal. Nice buy of time from Trashy. He's got to be careful. Out of mana. Ulti already popped. Body drop nowhere to go. Will get picked up by Gamsu, but Flares is in the mix. Ulti comes through, but it whiffs. Rocket's going to miss. That means 2 kills for nothing for Dignitas.
So because Xmithy got so much flack for missing his Sejuani ultimates, I gotta call out Trashy. He had a field goal Sejuani ultimate there as well, whiffing through all members of Dignitas. And they turn it around. So Dig, even though the turret does drop, they're able to get Dragon after the extra kills turned around bottom. Teleport for Gamsu paying off.
Very nice stuff then. Team Dignitas going to look to knock down bottom lane outer turret. The Dragon easily from Helios and Shifter, and they even gave time for Gamsu to just parade through the jungle and grab himself back to the top lane. So big lead now for the blue side of Team Dignitas, 1,700 gold and the first Dragon.
All right. Well, the top lane gank, the repercussions of that didn't quite play out as we expected.
Yeah.
But, all right, so let's take another look at this here. They want to finish off the turret, and Dignitas use it as the bait, the turret money bait. Let's see here. Where does this? All right, the Sedgel already went through all members, so.
Yeah, he used right as the turret went down, like right as Jinx got hit.
Gamsu here, coming in at that level 8, able to pick up the kill. Flash was used from Core JJ there. So an extra resource spent.
But still, it's going to look good for all the fans of Team Dignitas here. If they can improve themselves to 7-2, they tie Counter Logic Gaming and Team Solomid in first place here.
The things that you can use as bait.
Worms.
League of Legends. And League of Legends. I guess you can use Baron as a bait. Does that count as a worm?
Yeah.
But always look to use, you know, what your opponent wants against them. I guess that's true in all aspects of life. Once you figure out what someone wants, you have control over them.
It's kind of malicious.
Yeah. But true.
Yeah.
And they were able to use the turret against NME. They wanted it. Yeah. Low health. Let's see what all the pings come to, because there's definitely a lot of people up here, and we're looking at 5 members, the entire team of NME up top, while there's a teleport. No teleport on Hecarim.
but the thing is, there's so many good boards by Team Dignitas. They saw Inox head over, and they're like, yeah, there's people up here.
It doesn't matter if you group up under this turret and they land an AoE stun.
Well, they're going to land a single target stun. Kid takes all of the cooldowns, as you mentioned, which means nothing left to do. Body drop just barely survives a late equalizer, but maybe it's enough. Flares the chase down. Body drop did eventually die, thanks to Sivir. 1 for 1, support's dead, top lane getting pressured.
Shifter, I don't think Shifter made it all the way there. Just Dignitas, you mentioned the vision that they had, and looking for, you know, the opportunity of a counterplay and turning it around, and even absorbing AoE abilities on a single target there was no answer.
Yeah.
While they did absorb the abilities, they didn't have any damage there. The solo laners, neither solo laner there. You're not going to be able to win anything in the mid game without solo laner presence if all 5 members of NME have shown up. So yeah, NME get to take the turret after the kill.
Yeah, the benefit that Dignitas got was they pushed in mid and bottom. Inox went to like make sure Gamsu didn't kill bot lane turret, but like it was like 7 minions died that weren't farmed versus that turret kill. Inox fighting Kid, not really scary.
Stopped his back.
Yeah. But we're
Body drop, got to be careful. He lost mid lane presence.
Kid though zoned away by Inox means no chase through to Annie. Gamsu a little afraid of killing the pink ward for good reason, but as Midlane gets pushed in, he's now safe. Kid fishes for an anchor, doesn't quite land it.
All right, group up from Dignitas. They want to pressure on mid lane turret here and try and answer.
Turret's getting pretty low. Good boomerang blade, and the mid lane will go down. Nice siege by Team Dignitas. Mid lane turret revived by Shifter as well. They've even got control over the blue buff. A lot going at once in the way of Team Dignitas. Gamsu gets the blue, interestingly enough, and now these waves are pretty well controlled by the blue team. It's really only Flares getting a push from the top side.
Huh. I feel like that was unnecessary gold given to NME by raising that turret. Just because they were splitting off for the blue buff, and they weren't going to have anyone there to defend the turret. Now you can argue that the only reason NME sent all their players mid was because that turret was raised in the first place, and that turret earned them a blue buff, but I think they would have gotten it without.
It's fair.
Small price, though.
Sure, 100 gold.
Small price to pay for it.
All right. Well, still stands with Team Dignitas up 1,800 because Azir's not worth nearly as much as a real one, and life is still happy for these guys. Slowly but surely growing their lead. Gamsu, unfortunately, only 75% kill participation, and he's half his team's deaths. What a massive drop-off from last week. I don't even know what happened here, but certainly still looking good for the team looking at a first place spot. Trashy will be taking the Scuttler right at the correct time for this Dragon if NME really want to contest for number 2, and they've got a lot of really attack damage focused champions. The Jace and Jinx will especially like this.
Yeah, I mean, basically I'm looking at Shifter in the next fight because he's at the point with Azir where he can output a lot of damage. His damage is spiking really high, but he has to be very careful because there are so many AoE abilities for him to avoid. He's extremely squishy, hasn't been able to build the needlessly large rod into any item yet, so he's all offense right now.
All right, well,
no Zonias.
Getting caught could be risky, and of course, we've seen NME eSports. They've got hard engaged. They're really willing to hit those abilities immediately after seeing someone. We saw Team Liquid run a comp kind of like this, where if they were able to catch Bjergsen, they killed him right away. If they missed it, they wouldn't get the fight they wanted. So we'll see which targets NME eSports can hit. On the backside, they've got some poke to wait for those engages. We'll see if they have the patience required.
They also have a lot of deep wards to set up shots from Inox. So Inox has spotters in the jungle prepping around the dragon fight. Dignitas is trying to get that vision back, but they still have some fairly deep wards, plus the Scuttle Crab. So we'll see if Inox aim is true. They can poke someone down. Okay, poor JJ. There's the valuable target right there. They got him. Now that is a lifesteal target. Low lifesteal at this point, but he can try and grab some scraps of health back. That one hit though.
They want to go in towards Inox. The flash tippers goes in the beginning. Body drop gets jumped on, but it buys time for Inox to kite away. The dive is still there. Body drop goes down. Trades kills 2 for 1. Dignitas in the advantage. Gamsu gets chunked down, but Shifter is still alive to deal a bunch. Core JJ tanks the rocket, gets away. It's a 2 for 2 with Team Dignitas picking up the second Dragon as well.
Dignitas spread out really well. Shifter stayed safe the entire time, and that damage from Azir, consistent. He was able to stay up, and they eventually pushed NME off of the Dragon. even without a jungler, the zoning potential that he brings with those soldiers, enough to dissuade anyone from going in.
Very nicely done. The backline stayed safe. Thanks to their job.
So, yeah, let's take a look at the back here, because Hecarim's coming around from the back. Nala sets it up, and there he is, right on to the backline, and they combo it so well. Helios got in there at the exact same time that Gamsu arrived. So all of this pressure on the back line causes them to collapse, and Shifter, nobody's there to try and harass him at all. So both main damage dealers up. Another reason that Dig were able to gain the objective after the fairly close team fight, and that combo of the anti-rumble Sejuani not finding high value.
All right, so more well-played team fights by Team Dignitas then. Their lead sitting still around 2,000. Waves getting cleared back and forth. Slight push lead is towards the blue team. Dignitas can still control the ward game because of this one, as Gamsu is still a very scary split pusher. 3-2-2 looks like he'll do just fine against players. And in fact, it's a 1,300 gold lead for Gamsu over the NME eSports top laner, which makes you think the split push continues to go Dignitas' way.
Yeah, I really like it from Dignitas. The squad from NME is a very binary composition. You know exactly what you're getting with this squad. See if they can use cross-map play here to make it pay off. Finally take down this outer turret. Maybe next wave. They've got pretty much all reinforcements cut off, so that should be easy gold for Team Dignitas as they work on the vision around Baron as well.
Just spawned up 17 seconds ago. Top lane outer goes down as well. Team Dignitas still doing a great job of controlling the map in general. Shot calling and slow methodical play has been the hallmark of these guys. Their lanes were fine and their rotations have been better. Continue to grow a lead here. Top lane tier 2 still.
They have Sivir Ultimate. They have Sivir Ultimate as well. So even though their warning system is not too deep, they always have that panic button to hit. All right, the 1-1-3 here from Dignitas, erecting the turret. They can keep up pressure with the Hecarim. Here goes body drop though.
They want Helios, but it's not exactly going to mean much against Rek'Sai. He has Merc Treads as well. Wasted Rumble ulti for, I guess, a Sivir ult, but nothing really important gained.
That's definitely going to be a big tool that enemy will miss as well. Now they just have to scramble for wave clear. It's just wave clear on all fronts here for enemy. You can already see they're sending Rumble down. No ultimate from him. Means that he's just going to try and stop the horse before he finishes off turrets.
I don't think he can stop him if he wants to. Gamsu will have to ult away. He overstayed slightly, but I think that's worth it.
Very much so.
Multi for another turret going down 4-2 in turrets. Dignitas continuing to play the rotation game significantly better and growing that lead from good shot calling.
The 1-1-3 pays off for them. The tune of secondary turrets. Nox gets the hit on the Azir though. Azir turret.
Trying to go for the turret. Even got the cannon in time as well, so perfectly played farm by Inox. That so glorious.
Well, and it looks like he's going for that Black Cleaver build on Jace as well. Some people have been opting for that. Uh-oh.
Yeah, knocks down to half. Gamsu still missing his ulti thanks to his top lane split push. The rest of enemy esports is around anyway. So no major gains here. Gamsu still working towards that Frozen Heart. No CDR yet for him, but the Triforce is long done.
Yeah, I'm still waiting to pass judgment on this Jace build. I've seen it a couple times, and it does give you a bit more flexibility with the champion and makes you a little bit less hesitant to use some of the melee abilities, but the pros of the pure damage Jace, especially after the rework, yeah, the level 6 Q now, that it goes up to level 6 is just insane to me. At this point in the game when he's spiking hardest as well, it would really mean that his poke is even more potent. But it's enough to get the blue buff, so.
Yeah, I mean, attack damage-wise, Cleaver is about the same. Body drop stuns up with TDK. A lot of damage coming through as Helios is still in the chase. Trashy walking forward, has not ulted yet. Dignitas, there's a two-man stun, but enemy just running away, but Gamsu can disrupt it here. He goes in, looks for Trashy, nearly knocks him down. A big knocker from Helios means it's going to be a kill. 2 for 1 in favor of Team Dignitas. In goes Kiwi Kid, lands some roots, lands some damage, a great zap into the rocket, but here's the chase in. Shift, they're going to go for Inox. Helios with the knockup's going to get the kill, hands it over to CoreJJ, and now Otter, the last one alive. A triple kill for the Sivir. It's a 4 for 2 in favor of Dignitas.
All right, you get a little too close to the Sivir team base, and they just pop the ultimate, chase him down after the steal on the blue. Once again, it's another team fight for Dignitas where they pull a pincer movement, they have Gamsu on the outside, corner them in. Kiwi Kid and Helios are able to lock up body drop and force this fight.
And enemy don't go for the same target. Like, they could stun someone and burst him down, but
and that Rumble ultimate gets nobody.
Like right here, that was the Glacial Prison that could have been the turn. It could have been used, of course, on the Gamsu earlier on, could have been used on the Nautilus when he first came in. Otherwise, great scrapping.
I want to see why Trashy dies, too, because he could have run back home. He just dies to...
Gamsu's Ignite, probably. He had the debuff on him.
Ah, okay. Well, the cleanup there from Dig, very, very real after that sort of panic maneuver from NME.
Yeah. It seems like concise teamfight calling is not a really good skill for NME eSports right now, and Team Dignitas is doing a great job of picking that apart. Their patient gameplay has consistently put Dignitas farther and farther ahead. There's Dragon 3, still no really big risks taken by the team. Any they do go for pay off. 5,000 gold lead now, 25 minutes in. Immaculate Dragon control as well. Team Dignitas looking, again, at nearly making that first place spot.
They definitely look well equipped to do it so far. CoreJJ with those 5 kills on Sivir. Really looking to bring the pain. And Gamsu's teleport so far, and even when he hasn't had teleport, he's been able to get into a flanking position. So this week as well, Gamsu not falling off, not failing.
Yeah. Still only missed out on 1 killer assist this game. 90% feels so much better than 75, so I'm glad you got better this game, Gamsu.
Careful.
It's a heavy improvement.
Not everyone will pick up on Sarn.
That's okay, I don't mind.
I'm looking out for you.
Not everyone needs to be a fan.
All right, well, they definitely have the ward coverage to do it here. Dignitas, that's another thing. They've been so diligent with their ward placement. They did opt to go with the double yellow upgrades, as did NME. But it did come, I guess, Helios not opting for the Sightstone Rek'Sai, so it may be because of that. Oh, never mind, he did have it. So they even have the
same build.
They even have the double Sightstone, double yellow.
It makes you really rely on pings because you only have 2 sweepers. Sometimes we see teams have up to 4. We've even seen Gravity go with 5.
Yeah, and Gravity is even a team where they don't, sometimes they fill up all their item slots and they don't even have space for the extras.
Yeah, true. Or you can pull an Impulse and have money and have room and just not buy wards at all.
True enough.
Shoutouts to Jat.
Well, let's see what they can make with this ridiculous coverage that they do have. Both sides of the jungle covered here. The vision denial half of the game. There's one more important one to get up behind the red buff. Guess it's not that important to them.
Team Dignitas already flooding in, and there's only going to be out 5 seconds to go until that thing actually dies. So a limited window for NME eSports to go in. 2,500 health. There's the Nautilus to buy some time. Oh, blue team has secured Baron Nashor. Helios spites early, but it's going to be fine. Kill goes on a body drop. Second half of the chase. Flares pops the Zonies, but where's the engage? Where's the team fight from NME eSports? They're nowhere to be seen. 2 kills picked up, and the Baron for Team Dignitas.
Well, Freak, it was all used in trying to steal the Baron. The flash over the wall for Annie a bit early. Didn't really combo it with a Jinx rocket timing. Maybe the rocket was too slow anyway, but regardless, that means Dignitas are going to run straight up the middle. They should be able to get inhibitor off this easily.
So lots more to gain than for Team Dignitas. There's still a base in their eyes. There's still champions on the field they could be killing. Azir turret erected, but looks like the recall.
There's money in their pockets. Gamsu has teleport though, so this could be a teleport home card.
So he's going to gallop to the top lane. Dignitas having to play a slower game. As soon as the respawns come through, they back off. They don't stay for the inhibitor turret. Of course, they know they're safe with their own turret behind them. And Dignitas will wait to fight another day.
All right. Well, they do have money in their pockets, obviously, after the fight and the Baron.
Again, just more slow play of saying, yeah, we could go for the inhib hard, but let's play the safer game of recall up, buy your items, get the waves pushed out. Just continuing to play the exact same way we expect Team Dignitas to do.
All right, well, at this point, I'm looking for Shifter to go deep into the team to make use of that zone use that he's completed. We've seen so many Azir plays today. It's now his time to go deep.
That's like totally not his style, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
He would basically never do that. And then watch in 5 seconds, he's going to go like solo kill 3 people under the turret like this. Inox nearly dead already. Right. I believe Ricochet and Shifter soldiers. Mid lane inhibitor turret goes down. Otter almost frontlining for the team. Inhibitor taking a lot of damage. Enemy esports not here to defend really. Inox chunked out, has to heal first.
Where's that AoE? Inox is going to come back from the fountain, and they might have to pull the trigger. If they don't do it then,
yeah,
inhibitor's gone.
Time for the inhibitor to respawn. Kid got rooted up. This might have been the window. Gams to the front. There's Equalizer, but he uses it before the Glacial Prison. Stun lands only onto Helios. The fight comes in. Otter trying to cut away. Body drop goes down. Otter as well. 3 kills, 4 kills picked up. Inox the last alive, and goodbye. A double kill for Shifter. At the end of the fight, 17-6. Minions in the base.
Shifter, who did flash forward, by the way, into the fight. All right. Dignitas going to be able to take this one, though. Well played.
Looks clean, looks secured. 6-0-10 for Core JJ, 5-3-11 for Gamsu. Big score lines for these players, and that's going to be the game under 30 minutes. Team Dignitas and Saturday in first place. It's an impressive game. I think it's one of the cleanest, most secured games we've seen this split. Makes sense that it's Dignitas, true to their style, good laning, better shot calling, even better team fighting. There's really never any risk of Dignitas looking out of this game. Just got better and better and better. Every 5 minutes, the lead grew. Another Dragon died, another Baron died, another team fight was won.
Enemy never got to pull off any sort of combo, really.
Yeah.
On more than one person. Kiwi Kid in the top lane, maybe that counts.
Yeah, you're right. It was 2 elements to do it. One was Dignitas did a great job of flanking. Gamsu was never in the same spot as his teammates, and Core JJ and Shifter made sure they always were behind Helios and Kiwi Kid. So there was literally no chance for, I would say, a 3+ man Sejuani ulti. So that was point 1, good job Dignitas. Point 2, though, is it honestly felt like enemy esports was uncoordinated. We saw multiple fights where Equalizer came first from flares, then the stuns landed from everyone else. That's not the order it should go in. You stun the targets, you call you're going for it so the cast animations all start at the same time, and you should be stunned on top of Equalizer. But without the stuns landing first, it just let Dignitas kite right away off the AoE, not suffer any damage, and just follow up afterwards with the Sivir ulti.
Yeah, I mean, people sometimes forget about how much precision you need to have with even an AoE composition.
Yeah.
The timing has to be there.
But overall, a very good game, and the fact that Enemy esports, despite the fact that I actually really did like their comp. It's a good AoE comp, and then on the backside of it, you can poke to make your opponents impatient, and Team Dignitas did a very good job of playing around that. They were